to go, and I'm going to try to present that all point so we can come to a decision. It's very important that if you've got any input from the 45 troops on either the total subject, specifically there's some things that we need out of you guys on the heat shield aspect of national service council.
Right.
Also, anything else that any of the command people might have, that includes any of the contractors that you're working on.
That's from, they're working it not only from the heat shield, but the total thermal picture with respect to the command module, CAS, water, and everything. We estimated 70 hours, we should have this all resolved.
Okay, I think prior to that, you probably should at least have documents concerning stations anyway, so we'll get together before that.
Right.
We can reserve a final decision for them, but we want to talk about it before then.
Okay, well, some of the preliminary conclusions are that you can't do it because of the thermal problems.
That's what I heard.
Okay.
That's what I want to hear, though, when get people available that can talk about it.
Okay, and also the other thing we're working is this iron repeater business.
Yes, that is whether we have to tie the clippers.
That's right, and we're going to
I
have
understand
that.
the preliminary cleaning there is that we may not have to, right?
That's right.
Okay, that's a procedure that I think we ought to really stay away from until after we get the people plus whatever thing they do.
Well, I said we're trying to do that.
Okay. Anybody else in the room here have anything we need to talk about?
I'd like to discuss my plan. And what I'm going to do here is first I'm going to get one PC plus 2, a reasonable return at 142, and 2 hours after that I'm going to work one up for 3 hours after. And both at the same time.
Okay.
That's the plan. Flight item. The only thing I'd like to add here is that along with our maneuver determination and the radar when we come out from doing this maneuver, we're going to try and schedule some big course at 24 hours out from the burn instead of 12. That'll be our first opportunity to allow us to stay powered down a little bit longer. What TP is that? It'd be about 104 hours. Yeah, 104 hours, and after the burn would be our first big course, assuming that we do this thing, comes out reasonable.
Yeah, that's all just depend on how good the burn is.
Roger, and again, on that same point, if the burn comes out reasonable, while we can take those power amps as far as the tracking is concerned, take them down, we'll go ahead and track without them. Yeah, that's one thing that hasn't been said here. This whole comp situation on improved when the IU impacts, half our trouble more than that has been that other frequency, right?
That's Thursday, 77.
Dave, 67 hours you were taking it back. You got a vector yet? No, I have a new estimate of 6830 for you. Why is that? Well, it had to do again with the S4B. They had some data that could perhaps have been on the S4B and they wanted to delete it. I can get you a preliminary estimate, though, that'll hang pretty tight to what we were. I'd like to see that as quickly as you can get it.
What flight is going? So, just to be sure you understand this S4B and link com thing there, it's only going to help us during the handover. We won't have to turn the transponder off for the handover. That's all it's going to.
Yeah, I understood that. They don't explain it. Okay, got some flash. Just the back there.
Okay.
Okay, say all this on the lead. Very little.
Let's see, we have the ranging turned off at this time, and based on Fido's comments, I assume he's going to be happy keeping the wrenching off before PC plus 2.
Yes.
Let's see if we power up the CSM prior to PC plus 2. Is there any possibility or consideration given to charging bad age, CSM bad age?
So right now there's not any consideration given to doing that, but
Okay.
so let's don't put that one in the loop.
That's all I had.
Okay. Okay, everybody, that's about all I've got for you. I think you did good. Glenn wants to talk to his guys, I think, before they get out of here. But we probably ought to try to get this room as quickly as we can, kind of back to some sort of normal situation. So, don't all you guys are in here all night just to stay around to hold our hands. There's not much we can do here for a few hours anyway. We'll get some sleep. Come back.
This is Apollo Control. It's 67 hours, 23 minutes. Flight Director Glenn Lenny is still in the Mission Control Center.
Recovery
Been
flight.
a considerable discussion and
Go ahead, Mike.
meetings on the floor here
Our recovery
since
posture at 142.
his
That's
shift
pull up.
changed. He and Flight Director Jerry
That's
Griffin,
affirmative. We'll pull up channel 49.
Director Flight Crew Operations Deke Slayton, the Apollo Mission
Okay.
Director Chet Lee, the Apollo
here it is,
Program
spotted
Director
right
Rocco
here.
Petrone, and other
She can make it in,
management officials have been holding some
Weather
discussions.
is good there.
We have no estimate on when
Tropical depression, or whatever it
Mr.
was,
Lunny
that's kind of moved out of the picture
will
there.
be able to get away at this
Apparently,
time.
yeah, let me give you
We
the
will attempt to summarize for you some of the discussions that have been going on here. We're still leaning toward the burn at pericynthion plus 2 hours.
10 miles this way.
That's the descent propulsion system burn at
That's the
79 hours,
That's
27 minutes,
Our current.
850
That's,
feet per
forecast.
second.
Okay.
Or landing at 1790.
As an option, a number of people are taking a look at
And what kind
the
of
what is being termed
situation
a
could
super
we be in
fast
for the,
return.
Is this
Require
that far left-hand side
a
there, the
larger burn at
179 east, that's the
pericynthion
118
plus an hour and a
return,
half.
right? Yeah, right there.
This would
That's the,
bring us
Yes, but
that would be the landing point
to a
for
splash
118
time of 118 hours versus 142 hours.
weather is also good.
However,
And
to
you'll also have
accomplish
carrier there,
this,
too.
we would have to jettison the service module.
Okay, thank you, Kevin.
Preliminary data indicates that we may have a thermal problem on the way
Yeah,
back without the
go either
service
way.
module. There's also some other aspects that need to be looked into. This option is being held open and is being worked and will be for the next several hours. However, as I say, all of the officials here are still leaning toward the pericynthion plus 2 hour burn with a 142 hour return. In connection with the super-fast return, astronaut Gene Cernan has been doing some work in the trainer on star visibility problems, manual reaction control, manual throttle work, and this option will be kept open for some time. Another problem with the super-fast return is that we can't stand as much misalignment with the inertial platform on a long burn as we can on the 142 hour return. We, at the present time, would feel more comfortable with the 142 hour return. We expect to be able to get a program 52 or a platform align. That's the program for aligning the inertial platform with the alignment optical telescope in the lunar module after the spacecraft arrives in the shadow of the moon. There's a 30-minute period where we can look at the spacecraft through telemetry and watch how the alignment goes prior to the time that we lose signal. We're 9 hours, 41 minutes away from LOS now, but there is a half-hour period when the spacecraft will be in the shadow of the moon and an alignment can be attempted.
Gentlemen, could I ask the
If
flight team guys
we're unable to align,
convene with me?
we think we can do the burn with the present alignment. The results so far of tracking since the last descent propulsion system burn indicates that the present alignment is good.
In the second floor and bring your data, please. Okay? And before you leave the building, come back up here and tag up one time with your comrades, because I'll come
We're
back
looking at a
and get your
plan
data
now
t-shirt, and that's going
that
down.
after
But I
the
want to talk to
burn,
everybody,
we
and I'm
would
going to need some of you for
power
some
down
duty.
to 17 amps. That's a minimum power down. With that power down, we have enough water to last to 155 hours ground elapsed time. In addition to that, we would have the water from the portable life support systems.
Again, if we don't
The
need the
water
voice,
use rate at the 17 amp
the voice will
power usage
go
would
to
be
down voice back in case
2.68 pounds
power
per
again.
hour.
Okay, we should be able to talk to him now.
These projections also include 2
it'll
power-ups
be a little bit
for
noisy, but,
mid-course
it's
corrections
readable.
on the way home.
How does he hear us?
Procedure has been worked out to use
He
the
hears us the same.
command module lithium
Yeah, that's
hydroxide
what we want to
cartridge
do is,
for
pull the
CO2
power
removal.
circuit breaker and go to mode function switch to down voice backup.
And we are presently yawing manually 90 degrees every hour for passive thermal control. After the burn, we may put a rate into the spacecraft, a roll rate into the spacecraft, and let it go to set up some type of
Okay, we can
passive
have
thermal
him
control
pull
that doesn't
the
require
power amp
complete
circuit
manual
breaker,
operation.
take the mode function switch to down voice backup. Shouldn't make no difference from
The flight
what he
dynamics
hears
officer
us.
reports
We'll hear
that
him a little bit noisier.
if the burn is a reasonable one,
Okay,
that they would schedule a mid-course probably at 24 hours and out instead of 12 hours.
That if we have
That would be a elapsed time of 104 hours.
That's right.
Uh,
Right, so
Stand by, please.
And he's due for another 90 yaw in about 8
And
minutes.
we expect communications to improve a little bit after
Go ahead, flight.
S4B impact on the lunar surface.
27 minutes, flight. It'll be at
The
6802.
S4B frequency is giving us a
okay,
little
let me
trouble
ask
with
you a
this
question,
communications.
So before we do that 90 yaw, do you think we
After the
should,
impact, we will not have to turn the transponder in the spacecraft off during handovers between tracking stations.
We think it's going to be okay when he gets to the...
That's the situation as it stands now. We'll keep you advised as to Flight Director Lonnie's availability.
Calling about that.
This is Mission Control, Houston.
I have done it. Started the last yaw maneuver at 6634, and he told me to do it every hour. I'm sure it's not that critical.
Control flight, copy that.
Say again, flight.
Are you copying that? The DEFCON says that he recorded here that we had him yaw at 6634 last time. That's where it's in Glenn's notes.
That's the time I said, okay, 6633, we did yaw right. And I copied. Okay, I'm sorry, I gave you, okay, that's completion time, 6702.
Okay, 6702 is the completion time. Is that where you start the hour from?
Right. In other words, it took you 29 minutes to do that, okay?
Okay, DEFCON
Is that fair enough?
6702 is the completion time. That's where you start the hour from.
Okay, real fine.
Took about 29 minutes to get around.
Good deal.
So we'll go ahead and...
My mistake. Yeah,
Okay.
let me verify. I think that's what we're doing. Let me verify that.
Okay, we can go ahead and pull a power amp circuit breaker and mode function switch to down voice backup.
Roger that.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Okay, Jim, in order to save an amp or two of power here, we'd like you to go to the down voice backup comm configuration, which is pulling the power amp circuit breaker and going to down voice backup. If we get into a comm problem, all you have to do is reverse that configuration and it should be good again, over.
Flight control.
Go.
Okay, I'll verify that. That's definitely the way we're going to do it. And also, can I verify?
Okay, we'll go to down voice back up and pull the power amp circuit breaker.
Can I verify that?
And if it gets in trouble, we'll go back again.
We asked them
Okay, real
to
fine,
close
and we estimate the next yaw
circuit
maneuver
breakers,
should start at about
the,
6802.
annunciator docking component circuit breaker under lighting on.
Okay, can you give me that in minutes?
Did we do that?
I sure can. That's going to be in 29 minutes from now.
We
Jim.
talked about it internally. I don't want to catch it up to everything. Yeah, I don't. That's the point.
Okay,
I know we
thank
talked
you.
about it earlier.
Stand by just a second. What did we ask him to do that for?
That brought back his warning lights on his disc. Yep, flight right now, nobody can see anything out of the computer, so we had him power up just the panel that would allow him to, just so the circuit breaker would allow him to see his safety warning light. And it was very low. We did ask him to do that. It went up to the crew?
Yes. Fine, good.
Yeah, good signal. Okay, Houston, we're down ways back up, and the power amplifier is full.
Jim, Houston, roger that. You are readable through the noise. How are we? Over.
You are loud and clear.
Very good.
I guess what I have to time work out a minimum switch configuration in the event that something happens or after we make the turn, we have to get the command book. What switches I have to set up just to get the minimum count.
Hey, flight retro. Go retro.
Okay. Well, we have to know.
This is Apollo Control at 67 hours, 38 minutes. President Nixon talked with NASA Administrator Dr. Thomas O. Paine at 7:45 a.m. Central Standard Time today. Dr. Paine, who arrived in Houston by NASA aircraft at 6:40 a.m. Central Standard Time from Washington, was in mission control and gave the President an update on the Apollo 13 mission. Mission control is in direct touch with the White House. We'll continue to stand by now for live air-ground transmissions. Since
let him keep going.
An explosion may have occurred, or it is also possible that the Apollo surface where the fuel assemblies are located.
Okay, let's go ahead and throw it to me. Yeah, go ahead and throw it to me now,
My
Larry.
warmest thanks for your timely and generous offer of assistance to French ships in recovering the crew of Apollo 13. Should circumstances require it, we shall be in touch with you regarding the necessary arrangements. End of quote.
This is Brian Duff, the Public Affairs Officer, beginning our press conference in Houston. Glenn Lunny,
Ready?
Flight Director, will be on tap.
Change of shift briefing. We have with us this morning Major General David Jones, the DoD Manager of Manned Spaceflight Recovery, and Glenn Lunny, the Flight Director for the shift which just ended. And I'd like to ask Glenn to introduce the men he brought with him.
On my left, your right, Hal Loden, who is the what we call the control officer. He worries about the propulsion systems in the lunar module. Tom Weichel is the retrofire officer, excuse me, whose job it is to assess all the options that we have on returning to the Earth and to make recommendations as to which one to use. Merlin Merritt is the what is called in the control center to TELMU. He's concerned with the electrical systems, environmental systems in the lunar module. And Clint Burton on the end is the ECOM, who's concerned with those same systems, that is the electrical, the environmental in the command service module.
I think we should proceed in the order which seems most logical, whether you start with General Jones or you, Glenn.
Yes. I think I probably should come last because we're really responding, and I think that as the various options are described to you, we can say that we are well prepared in all of these options as far as aircraft availability and in most areas as far as ship availability. We've been in touch with forces worldwide, and as you just heard, we've had offers from help.
This is the general in charge of recovery operations explaining contingency planning.
the story I'm getting is that he did not leave us
area
time when
have
we'll be
offered their
back. He just
support.
said he was
As
going
far
to
as
get
aircraft
some
is
sleep.
concerned and ships are concerned, I think we're
Let's see,
equipped
after I
and ready
came
for
over, got
most
saved
any
around 6, 7
of the options that NASA exercise.
Right.
I think that's all I have.
Well, if you want to, I'll start with a summary of the shift, and then we can go to questions and answers, and the man on my left can perhaps help more than I can with some of the detailed questions you may have in the various areas. Let me start off by saying that we in the business have probably had the longest night we've had in the space program in a while. My team came on duty last night. We were supposed to come on about 10 p.m. and we got to the control center as usual about an hour ahead of time, and some of the men were already there, and the rest of us, I for example, I was in the back room going through the staff support rooms, checking on the status of everything, and we just finished a television show when we found we had a problem. Now, I wasn't on the console, nor did I hear to ground when we exactly had the problem. And let me say that since that time, my team has been primarily concerned with not what happened back there, but what it is we were going to do about it. I'll tell you what I know about what happened, and I probably will only be able to take that so far for you. I'm sure that when we've had time to instruct exactly what happened, we'll be able to tell you in more detail what it is we think caused the problem.
This is
At
Flight
about
Director Glenn Lunny.
55 hours and 54 minutes, tank 2, cryogenic oxygen, was fine. Within less than 1 minute, the pressure in that tank had gone to 0. At the same time, fuel cell 3, which was on main bus B, and we have split the buses on this flight. Fuel cell 3 was the only fuel cell in main bus B. Fuel cell 3 went down, and the main bus B went down. We had some restarts on the computer, and they were probably due to the main bus problems. The situation was one then where we had a relatively uncertain situation in that with some of the electrical systems down like that, it's sometimes difficult to determine whether you have instrumentation problems or whether you're having a real problem. However, in this particular case, during the whole course of the action, I think everybody in the control center felt that we had a real problem rather than any kind of an instrumentation problem. The crew reported a loud bang at the time that correlates with the tank pressure going to 0. They also reported some venting. They could see some things out the left window, and they were getting some rates in the vehicle. Now, the problem with the control system, or the situation with the control system, is that it is split. Some of the thrusters are on main bus A, and some of them are on main bus B. And of course, losing main bus B, we had some amount of difficulty with control, as you probably recall hearing. One of the other things that happened, which substantiate that something real physical happened, was that the propellant isolation valves on Quad Charlie, we think, closed, which has been known to happen in the past. Started back on Apollo 9 when we did a separation from the Saturn. We noticed that the valves closed. We reopened them with no trouble, but that's another indication that something happened. Now, the area where the cryogenic tanks and the fuel cells are is kind of behind the commander's seat on the left-hand side and down a little bit below what you would call 3 o'clock, perhaps at about 4 o'clock. And the venting and the particles that were being seen out the number 1 window, which again is on that side. So we had pretty concrete evidence that something had happened back in the service module. I don't think anybody fully understands it, but it appeared that something gave way, causing a problem with the fuel cell. Something in the cryogenic tanking gave way, causing then a problem with the fuel cell, probably a physical impact of some kind. And we had about that kind of situation on our hands. Now, Gene Kranz's team was on at the time, and their concern was to, without taking any steps that would jeopardize or compromise the condition of the vehicle, to stabilize the situation as best we could, so that they tried a number of configurations with the jets in order to have proper attitude control. Plus, we were continuing to monitor and go over the electrical system in the hopes of finding something in the instrumentation, but also with the end in mind to figure out what to do about the configuration of the electrical system. Shortly after that time, it became apparent that cryogenic tank with the oxygen in it, there are 2 tanks, 2 with oxygen, 2 with hydrogen. It was apparent that the pressure in the second tank, that is tank number 1, was going down. And this started about the time of the first tank going to 0, but it came down at a very, very slow rate. As a matter of fact, it worked for about 3 hours. We had pressure in the tank enough to feed and make a fuel cell operate for about 3 hours. While the tank was going down, while the pressure in the tank was going down, we performed a number of things in order to attempt to save that tank. The cryogenic oxygen is brought together in pipes and then fed to the fuel cells. The plumbing of the fuel cells is such that if you had a bad leak in one of them, that is a line open or something, it's possible it would operate in such a fashion that all the oxygen would go, find that leak, and go on out. At that time, then, we shut off what we call a reactant valve, which are the hydrogen and oxygen to a given fuel cell, in an attempt to stop flow to a position in the plumbing where a leak might be and where all the oxygen might have been going. That actually was to no avail. We did that in each cell, one by one, picking the worst cell first, and at no time did that change the leak rate. And of course, once we close the reactant valves, we very quickly lose the fuel cell and it is no longer available. We were reluctant to take that step, but it was our last ditch attempt to isolate a leak. It did not work. At that time, we moved two of the pilots into the lunar module in order to start preparing the vehicle in what I guess we would call a lifeboat mode. We discussed this amongst ourselves in the past, how we would use the lunar module to come on back. Let me say one thing about the trajectory at this time. Of all the times on the way out to the moon, this is probably the most difficult time for a problem like this to occur, because the delta V, or the propulsive maneuver that would be required to come back to Earth directly without going around the moon, had become excessively large. For example, we could have come back with a 6,000 foot per second burn out of the service module. We don't have anywhere near that out of the LEM. But in order to do that, we would have had to dump the lunar module. We would not have been able to get that kind of delta V with the lunar module attached. So that quickly became out of the question with the developing problem we had with the cryogenic oxygen. Quickly, it became clear to us after we had time to review it that the course of action was to retain the lunar module and to swing on around the moon and to prepare to do a maneuver which would in effect shorten the return time back to the Earth. We got acquisition, as I say, we moved, two of the pilots moved into the lunar module at about 57 hours and a half, and about 25 minutes later we got acquisition on the LEM, which meant that the telemetry system had been turned on. The first entry to the LEM was primarily one of just making it livable, the batteries, the power, the glycol loop flowing, etc. At this time it was obvious that the command module cryogenics were effectively lost because we had done all that we could. We wanted to retain an alignment on board the lunar module because we knew we had to do a maneuver coming up, and because it is difficult to do alignments with the telescope while you're docked to the CSM. In order to do that, we put a battery on the command service module buses in order to supply some more power. We did this when we figured the fuel cell had just about breathed its last oxygen. We put the battery on and we used it for about 20 minutes, perhaps 30 minutes, while we were performing an alignment, which then gave the lunar module a good attitude reference system. The attitude reference system is mandatory to do a proper burn. It's the system that points the vehicle and the engine, and it's the system that then controls the burn.
Tell me, flight.
At about 58:40, as I recall, 58 hours and 40 minutes, we turned the command module power down completely and took the battery off the bus. At the very end, prior to putting battery A on the bus, we had used it previously. We charged battery A for a short period of time in the hopes of getting a little more current in. The three entry batteries in the command module, of course, will be the batteries that they will use for entry, and I should say that they are in fine shape. The command module, which is the portion of the vehicle which will re-enter, is, as near as we can tell, in fine shape. We have electrical power, we have a coolant system, we have a command module RCS system, two of them actually, and all the other systems are still in fine shape. We powered the guidance and navigation system down, of course, but we can power that back up prior to entry. At about this time then, we had to start configuring the lunar module in a fashion that would allow us to fly. We were looking at the fact that we knew we had to make a maneuver at about 79.5 hours, which at that time was about 19 hours away, and we knew we had to do that on the other side of the moon. So we started to talk about how best to configure the lunar module to get to that point. We did not want to lose.
This is Flight Director Glenn Lunny explaining some of the problems over the night and the decisions being made.
And at the other hand, we didn't want to spend too much power because we are fairly limited in the power that we can supply, and the biggest users in the lunar module are the LGC, the computer, and the platform. So we were concerned with that. However, in my mind, we had essentially a safety problem in wanting to retain the platform. We wanted to do as accurate a burn as possible, so that in my mind there was not too much question about turning the platform down as long as we could get enough out of the consumables to safely conduct the burn and use the lunar module as a lifeboat on the way back. Merlin Merritt, who's watching these systems in the lunar module, was very concerned about the status of our consumables at this time, because when we first powered up the lunar module with the coolant system, a larger than normal amount of water was being required to cool the vehicle because it had gotten warm, and the initial flow was taking some time to establish an equilibrium, and we at first were looking at fairly high water usage rates. These subsequently slowed down and they continued to get better, and as time went by it became more and more clear that we wanted to leave the computer and the platform up, and that we would have the consumables to do the job all the way home, and I'll talk about those towards the end. At about 60 plus 23, we informed the crew that we wanted to perform a free return maneuver very shortly. Now, the logic behind this was that we had the situation which I've described in the lunar module, and we had about 19 hours to go to the burn to bring us back home. At that time, without any further maneuver, we would not have been returning to the vicinity of the Earth. So we felt it was wise to spend the time and the consumables at that time to do a small burn. It was about 38 or 40 feet a second, which put us essentially on a free return path back to the Earth. This loops around the moon. We're still not sure of exactly what altitude we'll go by the moon. We targeted for about 137, and it'll probably be higher than that, although that's still being tracked and worked upon, and I'm sure you'll hear that number in the course of the day. With this decision, we had to go through the checklist to prepare the lunar module for the burn, and we did it not quite as formally, but perhaps as completely as they do at the Cape when they're preparing a vehicle for launch. Fred went through each page, we went down each page, had everybody in the control center agree that we either had to do what was on the page or could delete some of the items. We were interested in deleting what we could, of course, because some of the things use power, and in the situation we were in, it seemed prudent in a number of cases not to use that power for that particular function. We did the burn. The numbers are all available up here, and the burn went fine. The guidance system performed just fine, and the tracking, the Doppler tracking after the burn has all confirmed that the burn was nominal as we had planned, which is another good indicator that the platform or the reference in the lunar module is in good shape. I'll review the consumables at the end of this. Let me tell you what is coming up. At the present time, we're in what you might call a modified passive thermal control mode, where usually on the way to the moon, we're rolling the vehicle, and it's standing up. If you look from the Earth to the moon, it's standing up and it's rolling to get a equal temperature distribution from the sun. In this case, what we're doing, since we don't have a good control mode to do that from the lunar module, we're just cycling the vehicle about every hour through 90 degrees so as to equally heat and cool both vehicles, both the command module and the lunar module. That's going very well, and it takes not too much attention on the pilot's part, and we can look at that data on the ground and be sure as we go along that the attitude control system's doing the job. We have had some poorer than usual comm in the last few hours. That's because we've taken a power amplifier, which is essentially just a booster for the comm, and taken it offline, and we've got comm equivalent to what we used to have over some of the ships in the Mercury program. It's saving us 2.5 amps, and at the present time people are being as stingy as possible about how many amperes or how much current we're using out of the LEN batteries. Looking ahead a little bit, we're expecting to wake up Fred at about 69 hours, and he may be up already, and the other two men are scheduled for about 6 hours sleep. We are looking to do a burn at 79 plus 30, although there's still discussion about doing a little bit early. We have considered and are still considering what the possibilities are for dropping the service module, which is a large amount of weight, in order to accomplish a faster return to Earth with the lunar module engine.
Go flight.
There are a number of considerations involved in this,
It's in process now.
not the least of which is the new thermal environment which the command module heat shield would be exposed to. Of course, it has never flown in space like this. It would have never flown in space like this without the service module on, and there is some concern about what would happen to it if we did not have the service module on there. I say again, the reason for considering dumping the service module is that you can speed up the return and perhaps, and this is really a perhaps, land a day early, but you would end up using just about most of the dip's fuel, and you would be probably have a little bit less than we would comfortably like to have. I say that this discussion is still going on. These kind of options are still being entertained, and sometime in the next few hours I expect that we'll decide exactly how we want to do the upcoming burn, and you'll probably hear it on Ear to Ground at the same time I do. We will probably do something else on the way back after the burn. We'll probably turn down the guidance system on board the lunar module, since it is a fair user of power, and it also has to be cooled, which causes it to use water higher than if we were able to turn it off. The water usage is higher with the guidance system on. We will probably also consider going to a duty cycle on the communication system in order to again save power in the lunar module, and probably at some point power up the comm on some schedule as opposed to having it up all the time. Those things are in the future, and you'll be hearing more about them. To give you some idea where we stand on the LIM consumables, right now, with the water that we have in the lunar module descent and ascent tanks, we can follow the profile that we have intended to follow, that is powering down the primary guidance system after the first burn, and power it up 2 more times for mid-courses, and land with still about 12 or 13 hours of water of cooling available. So that is beginning to look like we are in reasonable shape there. We are also studying some ways, possibly getting some more water into the cooling system, and we're not sure how those are going to work yet. On the batteries, we again are planning to follow a course which will end up with about 500 or so amp hours left, which is about 20%.
This is Flight Director Glenn Lunny explaining some of the problems which have occurred overnight.
It's beginning to look like a fairly comfortable margin. Of course, that is dependent upon following the power profile that we've laid out, and you'll hear people talking about a couple of amps all the way back, and the intention is to follow the profile. I don't have the O2 prediction, but that's generally better than the water in the power. The lithium hydroxide canisters, we have about 50 some hours for the 3 men with the canisters in the LIM, and we are preparing a few techniques for using the canisters and the carbon dioxide scrubbing, which is available in the command service module, and you'll hear some more talk about that on the loop, I'm sure. I think that about summarizes what I can say at first blush, and perhaps my comrades and I can help you with further questions you might have. Brian?
All right, we'll take questions if you wait for the mic. Let's start with Roy Neal. First up.
Glenn, you described the situation accurately in terms of hardware. How critical is this situation right now, in your opinion?
Well, I think it is as critical, perhaps probably the most critical situation we've faced so far in the manned spaceflight program in flight. We are about 70 hours from home, and we think we have the situation in control. We've projected the consumables as I've described, and we have a plan for carrying out the rest of the mission, but there's going to be no relaxation at all as far as that goes from now until splash.
The oxygen situation.
The oxygen? I didn't bring in numbers. Marilyn, can you talk about
yes, the oxygen situation, we're, I think, in pretty good shape. We have about 160, or we should have enough to complete O2 requirements for an elapsed time of about 165, 170 hours elapsed.
In other words, we could fly that long with the lunar module oxygen. And I should be very careful to point out that we still have the normal command module oxygen supplies intact in the command module. Those are used for entry and post-entry work.
That last answer from Merlin Merritt.
What was the most critical single thing that had to be done last night? Was it getting that reference platform set up on the LEM before the collapse of the command and service module power?
Well, in my opinion, the most critical thing was people keeping cool and getting done what had to be done. And I think we were able to do that. I think especially the pilots remained cool throughout the whole thing, and so far we've been able to stabilize the situation, and we have every intention of keeping it that way.
I don't think he cast up any...
what happens if you do run out of water before you come back in? And secondly, it is my understanding that if you went on the suit loop, you might save some oxygen or conserve somewhat. Is there any consideration of this?
If we run out of oxygen, or if we run out of water, it will get warmer in the lunar module. We'll probably have to do something about orienting the vehicle to try to cool it. Usually we try to equally heat it on all sides, but I suspect if we really ran out of any coolant water, we would go to something like that. There's plenty of drinking water in the command module, although we have to pressurize the system to use it. There's some extra drinking water in the LEM. I don't recall how much. And you asked me a second question. The cooling in the command module is just fine. We just aren't using that system at all. That's buttoned up right now. But all the cooling capability in the command module is still there. And as I said before, the command module itself is completely intact.
That was Glenn Lunny answering that.
Oh, yes. Going on the suit, but we only have 2 connectors in the lunar module for 2 pilots. And Merlin, you want to comment on
if
the
I may, yes. No, I think that's incorrect. It'd be preferable to remain in an open atmosphere. That way the usage rate is not as much as if it would if you went on a closed suit loop. Besides that, we only have the capability to maintain 2 crewmen in the LEM in a closed suit loop.
No, in order to do anything now in the command module, we'd have to turn some equipment on. So we just got the door open between the 2 vehicles and letting the command module oxygen, or the lunar module oxygen, come over now. We've sealed up the command module system. Okay.
We have a suit compressor that circulates the air, the atmosphere in the cabin through the suit loop, which does move CO2. So.
Something last night about moving one of these hoses so it would move the carbon dioxide or something out of the command module.
Yes, we did move a LEM hose, stick it up through the tunnel area such that it would circulate O2 into the CSM.
That was to blow fresh oxygen into the CSM in order not to get a buildup of CO2 while the men were sleeping in, or one man last night.
And there's anywhere that'll give you a chance to draw some inferences about the condition of the heat shield after that explosion or impact behind it.
What? I didn't hear the first part of your question.
Do you have any grounds for drawing any inferences about the condition of the heat shield after you had this explosion or impact behind it?
I don't know whether we do or not. I assume people are looking into that, but I don't know.
Glenn Lunny answered that question.
Say the life of the astronaut that is complete security is the time.
I'm sorry, I didn't copy all
the
that.
life of the astronaut that is security, ship security, the life of the 3 crews. And the second question.
This is a correspondent from
the
South American news service, El Continental. He's asking if the astronauts are safe and secure.
They are safe in the sense that we have the situation stabilized now, we think. I think our only concern about safety is that we're now about 70 hours from home, and we have to continue to keep the situation that way and bring them on home. And you had a second part?
Second part, can you explain me what is the reason and don't start the return to the home before of the go to the moon? Before of the moon, can you return the commando module to the air?
If you're asking if we're bringing the command module back to Earth, we're gonna fire the engine and bring both vehicles back to the vicinity of the Earth. At some time, of course, the pilots will button up in the command module and power it up for entry, and they will separate from both the service module and the lunar module. Where exactly, I can't tell you. We've had some contingency procedures for where we would do that, and I'm sure they're being looked at and reworked right now to get an exact timeline as to how we would jettison both of those parts of the current stack.
Doing their thing.
After the dips burn, as you plan it now, what sort of mid-course correction capability do you have, and what sort of mid-course corrections do you think you'll need?
Okay, of course, the burn that we're going to do is, as I said, still being discussed in the sense that we could do a reasonably average size one of about 890 feet per second, or we could do a much larger one which would use most of the fuel in the dips burn. The difference in those two burns is that for the smaller burn we would land at an elapsed time of 142 hours. For the larger burn, which runs closer to dips depletion, we would land at 118 hours. And you wanted me to relate that to
the mid-course correction.
The mid-course as well. The way we plan and target the burn, we don't expect to have any, but with the shorter burn or the longer return time, we would have a considerable amount of delta V available in the lunar module to correct it. With the larger burn and the shorter return time, we would have less than that, on the order of a couple hundred feet per second in the LEM descent propulsion stage.
We have about 3 questions in the second row we'll pick up.
Can you tell me where Fred Hayes slept during the night, and can you also tell us if the ground controllers ordered the 2 LEM pilots into the lunar module last night, or did they go in on their own?
Can you hear me?
To the best of my knowledge, Fred slept in the command service module, probably on the couch or maybe on the floor.
On their way in now. And I think Jim McDivitt is
I don't think that we had to order them into the LEM last night. I think as the situation was stabilizing in the command module and we knew that we had the kind of problems that we did, I think they were on their way when we finally got around to talking to them about it. As a matter of fact, we were just picking up with the procedures to activate the LEM. And I assume that they were on their way with the hatch work by the time we got to talking to them about the procedures.
When you send them up the information for that small burn last night to get back on a free return trajectory, the kind of information usually includes a weight figure for the spacecraft, and that had obviously changed because of the venting. How did you know what weight to give them, and how are you going to handle that problem on this big burn?
Well, the weight that you're talking about is the weight of the total command service module. The purpose of giving that number is to have the guidance system do the most accurate job that it can in guiding the burn. Now, we have a number of people who try to make that number accurate to the nearest ounce, but in all truth, the guidance system can perform quite properly, even if it's off by a large amount, several hundred or several thousand pounds. So whatever we assumed about the weight when we sent it up, it really wouldn't make any difference to the burn.
Is it right to assume that whichever of these TEI burns you do, you will have reacquired the spacecraft after it's passed behind the moon?
Yes, sir. Let me say one more thing that you just indicated. These burns will be performed after we go around the moon and on the front side. They won't be conducted in the usual TEI fashion behind the moon. They'll be conducted about 2 hours after acquisition, after they come around. Okay?
Could you tell us, please, whether there have been any private conversations with the crew and whether any are planned?
There have not been any, and I don't know of any planned.
Do you gain any flexibility from the fact that the ascent propulsion system is there? Does that enter into your contingency planning at all?
We could use it. It's a more difficult task than the burn in the descent stage. Hal, you want to talk about it anymore?
Yeah, right now with the ascent propulsion, we have a neighborhood of 720 feet per second delta V capability. But to utilize that, you're going to get rid of the descent stage, which we don't want to do. And we do have adequate margin in the dips right now, so we're not really entertaining any idea of using the APS, but the capability is there if we need it.
APS is ascent engine.
If you do the super fast return, where would the splashdown approximately be?
Tom?
What was that question again?
He wants to know where we would land if we came back at the 118-hour time.
Okay, the longitude is about 179 east. The latitude's about 1258 south.
I'd ask General Jones to comment on that too, as to what his posture would be.
Well, in that particular case, as you will recognize, it's just a few hundred miles west of the normal landing point, and the position of the Iwo Jima is such that it can be positioned between the, well, in the center of several landing options, and at this point in time we see no problem in being able to reach the landing point ahead of landing. And by the same token, we can cover a normal aircraft dispersal from Hawaii or through Pango Pango if necessary.
Are you still contemplating a splashdown in the Atlantic area? And could you name the nations in that area that have offered to assist if necessary?
Well, I guess we're considering it, but it's probably on a pretty low priority. And I know that the recovery folks have been assessing what is there. General Jones, can you say anything about that?
Yes, we have aircraft, of course, at Ascension. We could not have a trained recovery ship in all areas of the Atlantic, but we could cover the landing with HC-130 type aircraft, and there's no reason to expect that we couldn't have fairly quick access.
This is General Davy Jones, Chief of Recovery Operations for the Manned Spacecraft Center.
Circuit ship in the Atlantic, or South Atlantic.
I have two questions. First, Glenn, I'm still a little confused over why you're using the LEM for this burn as opposed to the service modules. And secondly, is there the possibility that a meteorite hit could have caused the situation that you described earlier?
By this burn, Roy, are you referring to the one coming up or the one we just
Coming
did?
up, right.
Well, the reason we want to do the burn with the descent engine at this stage of the mission is primarily that we don't want to do it with the service propulsion system. We've had a problem, probably a physical rupturing kind of problem in the service module area. To attempt to burn would be to deal with just an area of the vehicle that wasn't as completely clean as we normally do the service propulsion burns. What I'm trying to say is something else may be wrong in the service module area. In addition, it would take power out of the batteries, which are used for entry and landing, in order to accomplish such a burn. We can transfer a certain amount of power from the lunar module, but that lunar module, of course, is critical. We can transfer 15 amps, but 15 amps doesn't do you much good at all when you're talking about powering up the control system and the gimbal motors to do a service propulsion burn. So for both of those kind of reasons, we are going to stick to the descent burn. And you asked me a second one.
So the second question was, could the situation have been brought on by meteorite or micrometeorite?
I don't know that. I guess it's conceivable, but I guess it's conceivable, but based on the fact that the cryo pressure, that is the pressure in the cryo tank, started to go up, reached what pressure it should have relieved at, and then went on down to zero. My personal opinion is that that probably has not occurred, but that again
which
really
we
remains
can
to
elect
be
to
seen.
either read to them before LOS.
On your priority list
or
of
we can
mode of
wait
returns,
and
where
get
does
the
your free
remaining hour and
return
a half
come
data
in
will be
without
coming to us, LOS is 7:70.
Free return is
More than that, it's
what we
2.5
have
hours
right
of
now.
data.
In other words, with
Good,
no
sharp
further
bend in the
burn,
projection, it'll really help us
we
nail it down.
are on a coast
Pop out on the
trajectory
other side,
which,
we'll have
with
the
the
vector
accuracy that we can
process
track
motor
it,
behind
will
it, and
return to
we'll
the
have
Earth
real maneuver ready to
and
go
land in the Indian Ocean.
Aquarius at AOS.
Our only purpose in doing further burns now would be to improve both of our landing area and our landing return time. In other words, the free return time lands what, about 155?
About 151.
151 GET in the Indian Ocean. And with the vehicle being well, the lunar module vehicle being well, I think we would choose to improve that situation. But not being able to do that, we have established by the burn a few hours ago the situation where we are returning to the Earth, and we wanted to establish that.
All right, we're going to be able to take just a few more.
On the, you said you could get 15 amps out of the LEM back into the command module. Is that sufficient to power up the optics?
Yes.
Do you think then you will use the CSM optics to try to
Yes.
get better angles?
We are writing a procedure and having one available to use the CSM optics either through the route I described or possibly even out of an entry battery on board the command module in order to possibly check the results of the program 52, which is the alignment program that the pilots will do when they go in the shadow of the moon. However, at this time, that possibility is exactly that. We are considering using that system or that technique to check the alignment results, and we have every confidence that the alignment itself, once we get in the shadow of the moon, will work out fine in the lunar. And I should say one more thing about that 15 amps. If we really return at the end of the flight and find that we do have the electrical margin in the LEM, we can charge up the batteries in the command module, the entry batteries. One of them is down, I think, about 22 amp hours out of 45 or 50. We could charge that battery back up if we indeed found ourselves close to entry with a comfortable margin on the LEM power.
Okay, we're going across the front here, and Mary Bob had one, and Harry P.
Well, at this point in time, where is your most serious concern to bring the crew safely home? Is it in what area of hardware or consumables, or in your opinion, where is the most serious area?
I guess the only way I can answer that is in the 70-some hours we have to go. I really couldn't pick anything that was more critical than anything else, but I think it's the time factor now that we're just going to have to watch and be sure that we continue to operate the vehicles in such a fashion that allows us to live and operate effectively that long in the lunar module, or else we're going to have to go in the command module and start using those batteries, which we don't want to do.
General Jones, can Iwo Jima reach the landing area, the 142-hour landing area, in time to meet him?
Okay, how about
I'm sure. Well, yes, we can reach the areas that have been mentioned in terms of planning.
Yeah, let's look at that too.
It is now somewhat south of that, so it'll move to now is moving toward a position which is will about split the difference between the two landing areas that have been mentioned. Not the free return, not the free return area, but the areas in mid-Pacific.
I'm speaking of the one with a landing at 142 hours GET, which is something like 600 miles south of Samoa, as I've plotted it for coordinates.
Yes, it'll be able to reach that.
Louis Alexander, second row.
Glenn, how fatigued are the astronauts, and how much rest are they likely to get?
Well, I guess you can tell as well as I from the sound of their voice. I think they've had a long day. This actually started to happen at about the end of their normally planned day yesterday or last night, and as everyone can tell, we've been working at a fairly busy pace since that time. We do have some sleep time or rest time scheduled for them, And I think they'll take advantage of that and continue to perform. I'm sure they'll be glad when the next burn, the one at 79.5 hours, is behind them, because that'll give them a little more opportunity to relax. And we'll just see how they sound as we go along, Louis.
This is going to have to be the last one that's done it. This has been a very long shift for these men. Zach, you have something, and then we can...
Glenn, when do you have to exercise these options? How much more time do you have to mull over all the problems and decide one way or another what you're going to do?
As you would expect, and I'm sure you who have covered the flight know, we'd like to be sure that we've thought out all options as long as possible. But I would suspect that within several hours of the planned burn, we will have to make up our minds what kind of a burn we want to do, and then concentrate on that. As a matter of fact, a number of times last night, we had a number of problems, but at some point you have to stop considering all the options and stick to getting the one thing that has the highest priority, getting that done, like securing the lunar module and getting it ready to take care of the pilots. And I think we're going to decide several hours before this upcoming propulsion opportunity, and then we're just going to press on fairly single-mindedly with that approach.
Thank you very much. You've just heard a press conference with Glenn Lunny and other members of the flight direction team at the Mission Control Center during the major hours of the very serious problems which are developed on Spaceship Aquarius and Odyssey. Odyssey is where the trouble began, the command and service module of Apollo 13, when something caused a rupture to a fuel tank, liquid oxygen tank on board the spacecraft last night, Houston time, and has caused the mission to be changed very drastically. The spacecraft are both now on a free return trajectory to Earth, meaning that they still must loop around the moon some 7 hours, 57 minutes from now, and then head back toward what is a present flight path toward the Indian Ocean. It's expected that this will be refined later today, and as you have heard in the press conference, there is considerable discussion on several contingencies on how the spacecraft will be brought back to which point on Earth, whether they will try for what's called a super fast return or take just a bit more leisurely route in order to use the consumables, the fuel, the power on board to get these astronauts home safely. The general trend of Lunny's report to us was that they expect to fire the Descent Propulsion System engine at about 2 hours 40 GMT. That'll be at 2 hours 40 GMT Wednesday morning around the world. And which direction that firing sends the spacecraft is yet to be determined, but it looks like they may head for the Pacific Ocean and a return to Earth on Friday. Certainly we expect to be on the air at 9:40 Eastern Standard Time in the United States at 2 hours 40 GMT Wednesday morning to report that for you. I believe we'll be coming on the air at 2 hours 30 GMT. We invite you to stay tuned to Voice of America announcements for further indications of exact timing. We also expect to be on the air at 1 hour GMT tonight, at 1 hour GMT tonight before the spacecraft disappears behind the moon. That's some 7 hours 55 minutes from now. Now, briefly summarizing the press conference and Lunny's report, this happened to be the worst part of a flight to the moon, this particular portion of the trajectory between the Earth and the moon, for this sort of problem to occur, because a maximum service propulsion system engine burn of some 6,000 feet per second would have been required in order to almost immediately turn the spacecraft around and send it toward Earth. The more expedient means has been chosen, and that is to let the docked command and service module swing around the moon and then pick one of several contingency methods of returning to Earth. A descent propulsion system burn last night was performed at 8 hours 43 GMT to assure that the spacecraft would indeed get back to the Earth. Before that, they were on a hybrid trajectory, which would have caused them to spin off into space after swinging around the moon. The command module apparently is an inert object at the moment. Fred Hayes is sleeping in it. The air is being circulated from the lunar module through the docking tunnel for him there. It is completely powered down. They're saving enough power in the command module itself for re-entry on Friday, and there is a Thursday possibility which may or may not be chosen for re-entry. Hayes will be waked up about now, I believe, and then one of the other men will sleep and Hayes will stand watch. But what was the most critical thing during the past events of the last half day? Glenn Lunny says keeping cool, and certainly the astronauts did that. How about water for drinking and cooling? Well, there's plenty of drinking water on board, he said. The only problem would be water for cooling the spacecraft as it's slowly rotating in the sun's heat. The re-entry batteries in the command module are ready. They're all charged up in good shape. They're trying to just conserve power now in the lunar module to stretch out what's needed for the next 3 days. How fatigued are the men? Well, they worked long into the night last night taking care of this problem. And how long will you have to exercise the options available to you? He says up until several hours, within several hours of the planned burn time, which occurs at 2 hours 40 GMT Wednesday morning. So by 0 hours GMT, we probably should know. You've just heard a press conference with Glenn Lunny and Harold Loden, LEM officer, Major General Davy Jones, in charge of recovery forces, coming to you from the Manned Spacecraft Center. This is Rhett Turner in Houston.
I'd like to bring them back in sync whenever we can lose 2 minutes worth of data. Okay, stand by. Okay, control, come here, we'll back to 2 feet on this data for a couple of minutes. No problem?
Roger, no problem. No problem.
Advanced flight. No problem. Okay, go ahead.
670, I'm moving them over to 1.
Go ahead.
You want to look at the rest of the flight?
Yeah. No, go ahead. Just show me the rest of the flight on the TV, please. Okay.
What we have on 58 now is the oxygen. The lower line is very, very thin line. Right there where you point the sensor is essentially our present usage rate. And the dark lines in the upper left are the actual points in the bottom.
Okay. And what does that mean left out here?
Okay, it's a lifetime of 143.5 hours. Now the trend now is that we're a little better off than 143.5 hours.
How much that consider? Strictly land?
Yeah, land descent method. That's not so we have something.
Okay. Go ahead. show that the copy of the put that picture in the show the picture a little better. Although that doesn't seem to be a problem. Okay, we're not devoting too much time to that right now, so we get this burn out of the way. That's a couple of days of working.
Back in there,
get the lithium hydroxide canisters out of the command module reasonably soon, just to make certain that they don't stay in there and possibly swell up so that they're hard to get out. I wouldn't wake up Fred for that, but it's something you should do possibly before you go to sleep. Over. Okay.
It'll be working into the flightplan by the FAO, and it's fairly straightforward to get the line all the way up, out of the way from the AOC. Why don't control flight? We'll just get a copy of it so you can look it over and see the building. Control flight.
Control flight.
You got a copy of the procedure instructions?
That's fine. I wanted to clear with you before.
Yeah, it's okay to me, but let's get it in the copy so we can go over some things.
Okay.
Jack, take a look at my button again. It's about dial down or something like that. Just say command module. And then get the food stuff and then go to that big screen. Okay, big screen. Every hour I've been changing attitude. Reads on this. It's a 90 now about.
place in the requirement to plug in and we just put something down and then we'll go let's get it plugged in and ready to crash. procedure for using the CSF cartridge in the lab?
No, I do my copy of the text.
Okay, the only point I want to make at this time is that we would like to go ahead and try to use this procedure whenever we use up the cartridges that are presently on. The reason being is to find out whether or not it's going to work.
Yes, I understand that.
I think we're good on this cartridge until at least about 7 hours.
Yeah, I think we're going to come to take it back.
Go ahead, flight.
We're trying to get that clear. We're taking a conversation clear until stop that. Okay, the most function still up for the morning.
Yes.
Just get some time and then we'll go back.
Yeah. Well, we told him a while ago that this is the first configuration.
Yes. flight.
Go ahead, flight.
What kind of propellant takes up to this mountain yaw?
Standby flight.
ahead.
Okay, it seems to be done through the e-memory. We don't know whether we're implementing it. We're checking on it with the fan. We'll get back to you momentarily.
Okay, let's go to surely, open up the electronic
We're working on it.
Who's calling me, Joe?
Aquarius, Houston to Joe. Not very good, Jack. Suggested that for communication here we go to power amplifier, circuit breaker in, and function switch to voice.
Okay, I didn't want to get through anything. I just wanted to check and see if we had it all in this mode.
Yes, we do have comm. You're extremely noisy, but if you read loud and slow, we can usually copy you.
Okay, Joe, I read you loud and clear on that mode.
Raj, we understand that. It's strictly a downlink problem, and you can stay in the down voice backup mode if you want. If we get involved in conversations, I think we'll want to go back to normal voice.
Flight network.
like to know the GET of your initial power-up. Is that correct?
Yeah, the second time in here.
Okay, stand by.
What was the question? Yeah, we appreciate that. Thanks so much. Tell you, ASD. Go ahead, ASD. Did I copy they want an approximation of when they originally went to internal power on the left? No, they want an estimate on when we're going to power up the LEM for the fifth burn. Yes. Do you have a feel for that? Okay, I'm spinning 60 plus 2 right here. Right, you need 2 hours before. Say again? You need 2 hours before the burn? What would you like to say? Well, assuming the burn is 60 plus 2. FAO flight. Okay.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
Go ahead.
Okay, we don't have a precise time of starting into that procedure for you yet. We're working on it real hard. It won't be for several hours, and we'll pass it up to you just as soon as we get it over.
Okay, and Terry, you want us to start our PTC maneuvers this time?
Stand by and I'll check.
Flight plan, are we ready for the yaw?
Okay, we're ready for another CP sequence, right? Control flight.
Go flight. About 6-minute flight.
Okay, so we're going to switch on these, when? Sometime during that maneuver?
Yeah, sometime after we start the maneuver.
We're going to do it as soon as we start the maneuver, or should we just wait for this call?
Probably wait like it's probably better.
We'll just wait for
Aquarius,
this
Houston.
cue.
Roger, Jim, we'd like the next yaw maneuver in about 6 minutes, over.
Roger, 6 minutes.
Okay. estimate is that we will start powering up for the dip's burn at about 76 hours elapsed, which is about 6 3/4 hours from now.
Okay, Joe, about 76 hours or so, and I guess you misunderstood. My question was, what was the GET way back when I first came across to the LEM and transferred to LEM power? How long have we been living on the LEM now?
Oh, Roger. Speed by, I'll get you that. Yeah, I did misunderstand.
Roger.
Flight on me. Right, go ahead. Okay, they switched to internal power at about 57 hours, 11 minutes. That doesn't agree with, and we have an analog. Okay, well, it's not, that's not for the TV path, the T pressure checkout. This is when they fly in the state. Okay, say that number again. 57, 11. Are you interested in the other number as well? Well, why don't we get it in case you want to know? 57 plus 11 is the last passing to the LEM. Right, and the initial entry was at 54, 46, 15, right? Okay. Copy this here. That's not right.
pressure limit are you looking at on that what pressure limit? Yeah, I think you relieved that once earlier. That's affirmative, and we're going to do it again pretty quick, probably when the pressure reaches about 950. Okay. It's a two-step thing that we voiced to them before we start calculating that. Close the beach, try and open it. That's right. We'll come to you in a little bit.
Yeah. There's got to be enough. There's the geometry. Eyeball is very careful. I don't know.
Okay, I'd like to have the crew go to aft Omni, please. Roger. Captain Alpha, go aft Omni, please. We'd like to aft Omni. Aft Omni.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, we request aft on me at this time, over.
Aft on me.
That's fine.
We're looking good, flight. Okay. We're looking good. Right.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Apollo 13 real-time simulation. Now we're starting flight day 4. We can say it already. So we've been doing PTC in phases of 90 degrees. Alright, and next one is approximately in 1 hour and 40 minutes. Okay, I am going to try to stop the little rates we have.
This is Apollo Control. It's
to
70
be
hours,
able
12
to
minutes.
save some gas.
Apollo 13 now 203,670 nautical miles from Earth. Velocity 2,910 feet per second. We'll continue to stay up live for any air-ground transmissions.
Okay, I am going to down 90 in half an hour.
flight controller, give me a amber light. Recon, are you with me? Recon flight. Flight recon. FAO, you up? Okay, guys?
Go ahead, fly.
Okay, let me summarize now what we, no big changes here, but I want to go over some things that we just discussed and read through. Okay, we're going to go with EC plus 2. Maneuver that's approximately 900 feet a second. We'll get us back to a landing in the Mississippi at 142 hours. Now, the big thing that we got to do now, FAO guidance that we want to do a sun assessment of the sun, the AOC. We got to give a analog power line the head right now. Now, we don't have to do this procedure right now. That's the one of the straight side. We're supposed to come and power up. We ought to be looking at the attitude that we're going through in the CC2 and the 61 station. got a good alignment sometime back and forth with it. Then we're going to go with the platform on the right now. That one is just straight. Okay, if we're outside of what we call a good alignment, and right now we're trying to have about plus or minus 1 degree. Then we'll want to do Earth, Sun, opposite alignment prior to going into darkness. Okay? We will then set them up in an attitude, pick a good bright star for it, so when they go into darkness, to get them set. So we'll see that the Earth Sun alignment is indeed good, much more color than the order of I think the only problem we've got to go through this constantly with the two is going through the Earth Sun. Everything I'll be right, that's what I'm thinking about it. Going through the position constantly. That's about it. Now, well,
in order to make this friendship active so we can really get from the point of view that AFC right at it's exactly as terrific. So it's not as smooth as through.
right, so you need it back in there. So you need to select the attitude too.
Still working.
Well, you got to check the attitude. I think we had a 15-minute period.
While everybody's looking at this, I assume you're going to bring the power in to do this, to talk to them?
When we do talk to them, yeah.
Okay, what we'd like to do is to go to normal voice at that time and go to ranges and get some PRN data from Fido while we're doing it. It might cost us a dB and a half, but I think we're going to be in good shape. No, well, you're going to have to bring the power amp in, okay?
This is Apollo Control at 70 hours, 24 minutes. A decision has been made to perform the pericynthion plus 2-hour maneuver. This will be a docked descent propulsion system burn.
Go ahead, Point.
Okay, Ken,
of approximately 900 feet a second.
Right with the FAO, you'll probably want to stay up with it because
we'll bring landing.
Hello again, welcome to Apollo 13 real-time simulation.
We'll be passing up
70 hours, 25 minutes.
For them to perform a sun check in the alignment optical telescope of the lunar module, so that
we are
may
going to make 90 degrees
what the present LEM inertial platform
yaw
alignment
now.
is. If as a result of this sun check the platform looks good, we will perform the maneuver without a platform realignment. If it does not look good, and the limits on this have been defined as plus or minus 1 degree, we will do what is termed an Earth-Sun option alignment before going into the dark behind the moon. and set up the attitude of the spacecraft so that the crew can mark on a good star while they're in the dark to check the Earth-Sun alignment that they will have performed previously. Apollo 13 now is 203,957 nautical miles from Earth. Velocity is 2,894 feet per
Hello.
second.
Good morning.
Jim Lovell, the spacecraft commander, and Jack Swigert, the command module pilot, have just started a 6-hour rest period. Lunar module pilot Fred Hayes is awake at the present time. We will be passing information on this decision up to the crew very shortly. This is Mission Control, Houston.
We got a photograph of the things that come to clear up the distance. Switch into this suspension back to it. Hopefully we'll lock it up. But it's nice to kind of look deeply at what we can do on this stuff. Is slow down or block the flow we have going. Yes, sir, but I'm thinking maybe heading on prior to the help. Flightplan in work is proven that we can latch up two suits together so we can run fans and replica hydraulic. There's any indication it doesn't be able to do it. So we might have that answer before we have to do this one.
So remember, the plan is now that we are again on a free return trajectory, the plan is approximately 9 hours and do a PC+2 burn to bring speed to get home faster, 10 hours faster. So we are now hearing the controllers discuss a sun check technique that we will perform behind the moon to check our platform alignment. We are listening to Apollo in real-time interactive experience from Stephen Slater and Ben Feist. Link in the description.
scope light.
Where's our 153 previous one?
It's off of Madagascar. Let me see. It's north channel 76, I think.
This is Apollo Control at 70 hours 32 minutes.
If you want to know more exact than that.
The elapsed time of this planned lunar module engine maneuver
Okay,
is
I'm.
approximately 79 hours 25 minutes.
I need to confess something.
We expect to do the sun check at about 74 hours elapsed time.
I mean, everything is fine now, but I needed to deviate a little bit from the flight plan
We'll go behind the moon.
today. Well, from the, not from the flight plan, but from the sleep schedule today. I guess I fall in a trap, but I was more tired than I thought, and yeah, the last sleep cycle I did, I overslept a little bit. This last wake up, I overslept a little bit. But well, no problem in that. Because on the actual mission they also did miss one 90-degree rotation, so no problem. And as long as we start activating for the PC+2 burn, I will feel better and better. So everything is good. Okay, and in approximately in 2 hours from now, we will calculate the PC+2 burn. Get a path for it, because in 2 hours and a half we will start some procedures for the sun check. The BR? What do you mean with the BR? Oh, nice to know that, Mister. We are recreating something that happened 55 years ago. This is the 55th anniversary of the actual mission.
get the power amplifier in normal voice so that we can hear the Now what about the ranges?
Okay, if we can get some PRN for Fido, it really would help us. Okay?
Fido flight?
Go flight.
Would you like some ranges?
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna bring up the power amplifier to make sure we have good comm with the crew to kind of go over the plane. So, the answer to your question, Capcom, is yes. We'll have to pick up the ranges. Yeah.
Okay. Amen.
Okay, power amp.
Circuit breaker closed and the voice switch to voice. No biomed, no low, and stay in low bit rate.
Okay, this has gotten out of control. Alejandro, how you are able to always do it, to put a smile on my face with your ridiculous comments. Alejandro, do you think we will be able to see PC+2 burns in your PC+2 park? I love this Capcom. I love this Capcom.
Okay, Fred, I have a few words for you on some things we want to do in the next few hours. And in order to get good comm for that, and also in order to give Fido a few minutes of raging, I want to have you put the power amplifier circuit breaker on panel 16 in, the voice function switch to voice, and the ranging function switch to ranging. Over.
Now I'm in normal voice, and ranging is up.
Okay, Fred, and you're loud and clear down here now. Okay, what we're getting a procedure ready for you is to do an AOT sun check at approximately 74 hours, or in just a little over 3 hours. That'll be in D10-2. We'll have a detailed procedure up shortly, and it will include the rendezvous radar redesignation to get it out of the way, and a P-52 maneuver to the attitude. It's our feeling that if that checks out within 1 degree, that your platform will be okay for the burn without a subsequent P-52. If it's not within 1 degree, we are working up an Earth-Sun alignment procedure to align the platform, and we'll have that up to you later. Okay, assuming that the sun check is okay, we will then give you a star for a confidence check on the backside when you're in the darkness. We'll be updating a burn pad to you prior to LOS going around the moon. We'll have another look at you after AOS, and we'll update the pad if required. Right now, that update should be very small. Over.
Also gets plenty of fuel. We're going to give him about 900 feet a second, 142-hour landing. I think you ought to just tell him that we're going to give him, it'll be about a 900 foot per second burn at 2 feet plus 2 and we'll land with the Mississippi down 142 hours.
Right.
Yeah, do that.
Flight control.
Go.
It's just convenient to like briefly on the RCS what we found out so far.
Okay, can it wait till after
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, Joe, as I read that, at 74 hours, we're going to do an AOT sun check at descent 2, which is going to require the rendezvous radar out of the way, and we'll use P-52 auto maneuver to get there, or at least the angles out of that. And if this passes within 1 degree, your sand platform is okay for the maneuver, and we won't need a subsequent P-52. But even if it is okay, you'll give us a star, which we can use for a check when we're in darkness. This check plumb, you'll pass us on up then, and Earth, Moon, and Alliance procedure.
And we'll still give him a star after that, too.
Okay, Fred, that's correct, except that the align procedure that we're working on is an Earth-Sun align. And other than that, that's correct. Incidentally, this PC plus 2 maneuver looks like it'll still be around a 900 foot per second maneuver, and it'll get you back to the Mid-Pacific line at 142 hours.
Okay, and that was an Earth sun check. Yeah, we're getting a little close.
Let's do a quick calculation of PC plus 2.
Plus 2 maneuver still looks about 900 foot per second to get us in mid-pack at about 142 hours.
That's right.
Wait, how long do you want to stay in this time mode? Let's hold it here for a second. Final flight. Flight.
We're getting in flight, but
I just want to know about how much this you're going to have to be useful. But we don't want to use any more power in your hand.
I understand, flight. It's coming in. We're not sure that it's valid. We're going to have him reapply it one more time. See if it doesn't help.
Have he who?
Madrid. Okay. Re-range, John.
Okay, there we have it. Let's look at the return to Earth digitals. Okay, it's this one, AST 103. And deep docked external DB. Reach 2 jets, 10 seconds. Okay, I need to increase the time by 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That is how our PC+2 is looking so far. The velocity total at 149.7 feet per second. Burn duration 4 minutes 32 seconds. And it will put us in the water at 142 hours 47 minutes 6 seconds. Entry interface at 142 hours 39 minutes. Max G 6.44 and entry angle minus 6.5. That is a preliminary.
Flight Captain.
Go ahead.
Roger, Fido tells me he's got enough ranging and within those currents, I'll go back to down voice backup.
Down voice backup, ranging to off.
And power amp, circuit breaker open.
Okay, 35 minutes for another Yaw 90.
Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, Fred, we've got a good batch of ranging, and now we'd like you to reverse the configuration, ranging to off, voice function to down, voice backup, power amplifier, circuit breaker out. We'll be talking to you.
Down voice backup with the power amp breaker open now. How do you read?
We read you satisfactorily, Fred.
Okay. Jim and Jack are in the upstairs bedroom taking a nap now.
I didn't know that was upstairs.
We're now at the first space station.
Company flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Okay, two things I want to cover with you. One, I understand that the next canister change is scheduled around 75 hours. We need to get on this other procedure for doing the scrubbing of the off-road procedure. I would like to do that after the burn if we can. It's a fairly involved thing. We need all this cleaning up, and we're going to have a necessary to get these guys up with them alone and stuff. So I prefer to do that after.
That's right. We changed our procedure a bit, and we also will let it go.
The other thing is that you and Stan also should be thinking about, once we do the thing and power down, we should just straight off the bat, we probably should use up at least some of the other oxygen supplies rather than the ship supply, because that's system not. Although you're going to start looking at the engine situation too, to save the oxygen, maybe take it over to the end modulation or not. But those type of things we ought to start getting people thinking about. That is turning off the land ship supply and using up some of the backpack stuff. And determine what we want to save to take over to the end modulation.
Right, Sebastian's already looking at that. And on the canisters, what we would like to do now is use this canister, then switch to secondary, and go ahead and use that one. Meanwhile, they're running testing on the CSM and the configuration. And by the time we get through the secondary lens canister, we should have some good word about how to use the CSM.
Okay, we'll wait for your call. We won't try to schedule a flight. When you're ready to switch to secondary, just
flight control.
Control, can you hold one?
Aquarius, Houston, go ahead.
One other thing you might have somebody look at, I don't want to bother the guys upstairs. The drain hose that we got in the command module, I wonder if somebody can find out if it will plug into the flip, and in which case we can keep transferring later on at least some command module water into the limb via the flip.
Okay, Fred, you're almost stuck with us. We're looking ahead, let me verify that.
Okay, control, flight. Control flight.
Go flight.
Okay, we're ready to maneuver?
Yes, sir, it is. As I'm sorted.
Is that what you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay, control flight, are we going to have an Omni switch?
Negative flight.
Okay, second Omni go.
Fred Houston, that's verified. You can go ahead with the yaw maneuver.
Okay, let's do another yaw maneuver now. 90 degrees to the right.
We're working. I'm working with FAO. We get these units up right away.
Okay?
Yeah, it's just a matter of getting out all of it.
Okay.
Flight retro.
Go ahead.
Recovery requested to turn the UAV back to the 142 main engine, and I said it was okay.
Okay, confirmed.
Right.
Hello Petri, 8 bars are off. Alejandro. Thank you very much, Petri. Thank you very much, friend. Thank you very much. And Petri, sorry for not saying hi to you before this morning. I was between very short sleep periods, so very short naps, and I was focused only on the yaw maneuvers. Sorry for that. 8 balls are off, Alejandro, for battery for power saving since the last burn, since the free return burn. Thank you very much. 1620. Disky 1620. Vamos a ver, tiene números. Oh, tiene números. ¿No te diste cuenta de que el disc tenía números? ¿Qué números eran? This is not a plane. This is more than a plane. This is a spacecraft that has become around half an hour ago by Fred Hayes the first space station, because he said that Jim and Jack Swigert are sleeping in the bedroom upstairs. So this now has 2 modules for like in a space hotel, so it's the first space station. Oh, come on, we have already the glitch of the mission. Can we see PC+2 burns on your PC+2 park? You didn't answer to that. Will we see PC+2 burns on your PC+2 park? Look at the sun, the sun shining. Yeah. Okay, it's probably true. I can see it on my blue meters. Let me adjust something here. Make me know if it's better like that. I don't want to decrease it very much, because it's just the static that is disturbing now. Let's try it like that. See if it's better. Holy moly, she's big. Yeah, sure. Wait a second, who says we are not landing at Fra Mauro in this mission?
Tell me, flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Do you have a latest oxygen remaining that I can put on this tray like that up here? I heard you gave it.
Roger, I'll give you 1 minute.
Alejandro, my dad is where I know it is. Alejandro, on the lunar module, roll is in R3. My goal was yaw 0. Hello again, Owen, how are you? Welcome back. About the sleep period, Owen. I don't know if you saw the ban yesterday also with the lunar module. But you missed a bad sleep period. Yao, 90-degree change in Yao. No, R3 is roll, R1 is Yao. Yao 0, roll 0 is what we have currently. I moved Yao to move R1, and I have to control roll and pitch with the TTCA. Roll is R3 and pitch is R2. But it depends on which way I am oriented, because if I roll 90 degrees Yao here, roll becomes R2 and pitch becomes R3. So it's a careful balance of fine pilot control.
fighter.
That range in knockout uncertainty position down from 40,000 feet to 100 feet. Verify 135 miles.
Oh, we're good.
Alejandro, I am coming to your house on Thursday. I gotta explain you how to add. I saw the indicator perfectly. They asked me to steer those tanks. I steer those tanks. Welcome back to Apollo 13 real-time simulation. We are 71 hours, 34 minutes, 37 seconds into the flight. Approximately 15 hours ago, if my maths are correct, we had an explosion on the command and service module Odyssey. I don't know if an explosion, but something very bad happened, and we have to shut down 2 fuel cells because we were losing oxygen on both tanks 2 and tanks 1. So as you know, we need oxygen and nitrogen to generate power for the fuel cells, so that the fuel cell can generate power, better said. We have to shut down 2. We still were losing oxygen, so we were forced to perform an emergency power down of the full command module. The full command module is shut down, and we had to move to the lunar module. As you know, the lunar module only has batteries, so it has a limited time of usage, and that is where we are now. We are on a low power profile, and yesterday, around 10 hours ago, we performed a burn with the DIPS engine to come back to a free return trajectory. And the plan now is to swing behind the moon and execute a PC+2 burn, which will put us in the South Pacific Ocean at 142 hours and 47 minutes into the flight. In case this burn doesn't happen, we will still come back to Earth at 152 hours into the flight. Was it yummy, Mr. Smith? You were eating that O2 tanks purposely, deliberately, so that you can land on the moon on 17, purposely, deliberately.
We're doing okay. I'm getting with FAO now. We're going to ride up to stuff we want voiced up.
Okay.
And the audio that you are listening on the background is the Apollo in real-time experience from Ben Haist and Stephen Slater. Link in the description. What? Okay, Alejandro, you want the internet.
Flight retro.
Go ahead.
This is Steve on board. We're about 4 feet per second of being pre-return at this time, and that's doing a burn like, 90 hours. So we achieved our goal. We got well within our CS capability of pre-return. We got first burn.
Okay.
Of course, we'll be updating this, but that's, what we got in this last traffic.
Okay.
Yep.
FAO flight.
Go flight.
Has Capcom got a copy of this yet?
I'm going to take one down to him right now.
Okay, and make sure guys got a copy of the flight plan update.
Roger.
Who is Hayes? Who is Hayes? Who is that guy?
control flight.
Go flight.
Okay, does the procedure you gave to me some time ago on redesignating the radar get it out of the way for defense for this?
Does it get it all the way to defense?
Out of the way.
Out of the way, yes.
Okay, that's the procedure you gave me before.
Yeah, there were a couple of ditches and circuit breakers that had to be closed up at the top. I think Charlie got it. Stand by.
flight.
Flight stand, go ahead.
Hey, do you have a phone number down in Main Street there? Can you talk to somebody down there?
Yeah, we'll see if we can get you on.
Listen, all I want to do is, I'm just going to Charlie Baker down there, and I'd like to get him up here in the message.
Okay.
I could show you something now, Alejandro, but that will be tremendously dangerous. Okay? 7 hours for the burn and a bunch of activity before. Alejandro, are you sure you don't want to stay with me? Bunch of frenetic activity starting in 1 hour for the PC+2 burn and the sun check. What is mobile phone? What does mobile mean? Well, the first step is to recognize it. The second step is to ask to work to prevent it. So that is what you are doing now, and I am happy for you. You are working in the correct trajectory. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome to our 72 Apollo in real time experience of the background on the Apollo 13 real-time simulation. 72 hours. It bangs.
tail flight.
Go flight.
So we've been looking at the CGC stuff. We're doing the thing where it's closed around 74 hours. Stopping things to have the minimum maneuver to get through.
And after looking at this, there wasn't but a few good attitudes close to here. None of them were close to the present CGC attitude. So we picked the best one.
We haven't got it. It's not in its place in echo, so I think we should stop CGC.
Allô, je t'entends.
Network flight?
Flight network.
What's that on Gus Compass?
We're checking flight right now.
Captain on flight.
Flight captain, go ahead.
Sounds like we've lost air ground.
That's right, we lost air ground, and the next second we got that crazy woman or whatever it was.
That is interesting. I don't know what happened there actually.
Dragnet 1. Roger, Madrid, contact to read you loud and clear. How many? I'll read you loud and clear. Roger, thank you.
Control flight. Go ahead, flight. Control. Go flight. Stand up.
flight, no flight.
Okay, you want to talk about the
Yeah, I was kind of brief you on what the status is, what we've found out so far, and somewhat of a recommendation. Almost back to if you pull up channel 64.
Okay, I am preparing my checklist and everything for later.
Okay. You'll see that we're pretty well following our predictions as far as the attitude hold the PCC that we're in right now. And we projected what we think, we looked at earlier as a P52, which I realized we need to start that time to do that. This is almost looking at the worst case I hope. The P52, this maneuver of 850 seconds. Going into pre-drift mode, okay? So watch it, doing we're sending another P52 before possible mid-course correction. And again, going pre-drift for the rest of the time until that's it. And projecting all that out, we come up with a margin of
Yeah, I guessed something happened there on the ground. I don't know what happened. I mean, I didn't look into it. If Ryan or Indy or Brian comes later, we will ask them what happened there.
The sunset time, just feel quite a bit too. The enumeration,
But yeah, definitely an issue on the ground of some sort.
We do have another procedure here, which would essentially be a sort of info. I think it would definitely save us some, but the thing I don't like about it is it requires a little bit more. It's free drift, really require like emulation control. It gives us only make this into right to the side. We are pretty close now. Why would you set us and all the things we'll have to watch next time it does is 90-degree yaw. We have to watch roll or simple hop. It's a little bit close, about 33.
We'll be right back.
try to switch it again. You want to just like you did last time?
Right. Yes, landing again.
Final flight. Get up this morning.
Right there.
Tell me flight. Tell me flight. We're going to power up the car.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
We're going to power up the car.
Go ahead, Joe.
Roger, listen, Charlie Duke wants to talk to you about the AOT star check, and so that we can have good comm, I'd like to reconfigure with the power amplifier circuit breaker in, and the voice function switch to voice, and while we're at it, I'd like the ranging function switch to ranging.
Okay.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
Houston, Aquarius.
Roger, Fredo, reading you.
Houston, Aquarius, go ahead.
Okay, Fredo, reading you 5-by. The procedure I'm going to read up to you is the sun check for the to see if we're going to need an alignment or not. If you'll get out your GNN dictionary and open it to P52, page 34, we'll start at the bottom, over.
Hey, flight control.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not for sure.
Capcom is Charlie
I think
Duke.
we may have an input
Okay,
here on
stand by
that
one.
that may change what he's getting ready to read up to the crew.
Okay, what is it?
Okay, I'm not sure what Charlie's getting read up, and I think he's talking about
Sounds
doing
like
a
you
deadband,
broke out, Charlie.
selecting a different deadband.
Yeah, finally,
Yeah.
Fredo, no longer got the red
Okay,
spots.
the dock gap deadband is going to be 1.4 degrees, regardless of what we do. Okay.
Charlie, you copy this?
Okay, stand by, Aquarius. We'll be back with you momentarily.
Oh, got a
Yeah.
input on the tape.
Okay, on the deadband, if we're in a dock depth deadband is going to be 1.4 degrees. Okay.
Okay, and that's in a 5018 program we call it maneuvers.
That's right. And what we're recommending is going ahead and taking the 1.4 degree deadband at a 5/10 of a degree per second rate, and having him call up his mode 2 errors on his disk if he can and monitor them. When he goes by, when he sees 0, then he can look through his AOT and check the angle. Does that make sense?
That's kind of tough, I think.
There's no way to tighten it down.
The dock, well, you do it in eMemory if you want to do that, but I don't recommend doing that.
No, I don't think we're going to do that either.
Okay, so the depth, when we're in a 5018 sitting there in a 5018 maneuver, flight 5018, we're going to be in a 1.4 degree deadband, right? Okay, and the mode 2 needles are verb 60? 62?
Yeah, I'll get those numbers for you, stand by. That's right, 6062, but I need to get the location.
Aquarius, Houston, you ready with your GNN dictionary on?
Okay, I'm on page 34 now, looking at P52.
Okay, Fredo, at the bottom of the page, we want step 1 on the flashing 0406. We want option 3, and that'll throw us over to 6. And on the 5025, we want you to do the enter on the 5025, and that'll bring up flashing 0170 and load in R1 200. Over.
Okay, let me see if I'm with you. We call up P52, and on the flashing 0406, we throw on a 3 rest length, which leads us to a flashing 5025. We enter on that. On the flashing 0170, we want to enter a 200.
That's affirmative. And after that, you pro on that, and you'll come up with a flashing 0688. And we'll have to load noun 88. And if you're ready to copy, I have the sun half unit vectors at 74 hours GET, over.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, at sun half unit vectors, X R1 is plus 0.45498. Y plus 19024. Z plus 08250. Over.
You have to have the points on the question.
Okay, we pro on after entering the 200, we'll get a flash in 0688. We then load the sun unit vectors for 74 hours, which are R1 plus 5, plus 45498, R2 plus 19024, R3 plus 08250.
Roger, that's good, Fredo. And that'll bring you to step 8. You get a flashing 5018 when you pro on the noun 88. Okay, at 5018, we want to do an auto maneuver to the attitude. So just do the pro with the guidance control pings, mode controls pings auto, and we'll take us to attitude. And that's going to put us at attitude for the sun check. Now, we're being a 1.4 degree deadband in this program in a dock configuration. So to help you out, you could call verb 62 to get your needles, and when the needles go through 0 or null out in that deadband, then you take a look in the AOT and see how close the sun is, and we want within plus or minus 1 degree, over.
Okay, so we pro on the noun 88, we end up with a flash in 5018, and you want an auto maneuver here rather than using the TTCA, so we pro with guidance things, mode control auto. We got a 1.4 degree deadband. Verb 62 will give us the needles to try to zero them in, and at that time look through the AOT. And if it's like Apollo 11 sun check, all we got to have is the sun somewhere in the crosshair somewhere on the sun, and it passes. Is that correct?
I think that's a little tight. That's about a 1/4 degree. We can go a little bit out of that and stand by one.
We'll get an answer on that.
Fred, we'll get you an answer on that one. And also, if you'll stand by, we'll give you a DAP load for this maneuver, over.
Slide FAL.
Yeah.
We also need to get the attitude.
Okay, well, you'll give us a DAP load.
Right, stand by.
Okay, flight. The DAP, we want to, looks like to me we could maneuver at 2/10 of a degree a second.
Yeah, that's good to me. Control. Control flight.
Go flight.
2/10 degrees per second for this DAP load, okay?
We would prefer 5/10, but why? Well, we know they ran one over there on 5/10. We know pretty well what we got on there. 2/10 is okay. Yeah.
Guidance flight.
That's fine. Sorry, flight.
Okay, 2/10 okay, Charlie. Stand by that pad.
Sorry,
How about once you got the speed in the AOT to pass the test?
plus or minus 1 degree.
Okay, where he was talking about the degrees coming in on
Yes, it's 15 center. Now, I guess we need to check the size of the sun. This time, too.
Right.
That's going to affect what he's saying. Okay, so he can be about, it's a 1/2 degree across, right? And he can be 1 diameter away and still. Is it a 1/2 degree across? Need to verify that.
Sun, is the sun dependent angle of question 1/2 degree? Okay, that's right. 1/2.
Okay.
So he could be a diameter off.
That's perfect.
flight, he can be 2 diameters off, still,
That's right, it would be 2 diameters from the center.
Aquarius, Houston, Fredo on that, to pass that check, the sun is at, will subtend an arc of 1/2 degree in the AOT, so you can be 2 diameters off and still pass the check, over.
Okay, it's a 1/2 degree, and so we can be 2 sun diameters off and still pass.
That's affirmative, and we want you to maneuver with a DAP of 0.2 of a degree a second, over.
flight can be a 31120.
Okay, you want us to use the DAP of 210.
Okay, that DAP load, Fredo, is 31120, over.
And 510, about a 210. Maneuver rate.
Okay, 31120.
Roger. Now, if we pass that check, you can just terminate P52 right there, and we'll give you an attitude to go to a burn attitude, and from thence we can get a start check. If you don't pass, we'd like you to do an alignment at 75 hours. And if you are ready to copy, we have some sun half-unit vectors and some earth half-unit vectors at 75 hours. Over.
Flight FAO. Now, did we get the attitude just for that first update yet? I'm gonna get that going.
Stand by, 1 Charlie. Okay, go ahead for 75 hours, sun and earth half-unit vectors.
Raj, first with the sun for X plus 45483. For Y plus 19053. For zebra plus 08262. Earth half-unit vector at 75 hours, plus 32120, minus 34155, minus 17370, over.
Okay, sun half-unit vectors, R1 plus 45483, R2 plus 19053, R3 plus 08262. Earth half-unit vectors, R1 plus 32120, R2 minus 34155, R3 minus 17370.
Roger, Fredo, good readback. Now, on the Earth, we estimate it will, if you have to do this alignment, that the Earth will be about a 2-degree Earth, and it'll be approximately 3/4 lighted. Now, to mark on the Earth, we'd like you to take an imaginary line between the horns of the crescent and mark midway between the horns, over.
Okay, we got a 2-degree Earth that's 3/4 lighted, and we're to imagine a line between the horns of the Earth and mark right at the center of that line.
That's affirmative. Now, on the start check, correction, the sun check, Fred, at on the 5018, I got some FDA angles for you if you're ready to copy, over.
Okay, you're talking about the check at 74 hours GT, right?
Roger. Okay, it's 74 hours. When you start this maneuver, the 5018 should look like R1 of 2703 degrees.
Flight control.
Pitch.
Go ahead.
R2 is 0903.
That he passed up, but it sounds like
and R3 of 2908.
Total
Over.
altitude errors on the needles, is that correct?
Okay.
Okay, you're going to have to close the circuit breaker.
Okay, how about making those all 5 digits read them again, Charlie?
Okay, pardon me, it's 27030, 09030,
I guess we
29080.
Reasonable, and it was,
What are you talking about?
well, this verb 16 nano 3 enter. And,
Okay, the 5018 should look like R1 plus 27030, R2 plus 09030, R3 plus 29080.
Roger, good readback. Now, we got one more procedure for you, and right now we got the rendezvous radar stowed, and we won't be able to see anything out of D102, so we'd like you to position the radar to 0283, and we have a procedure for that, and we'd like you to do that right before you get to attitude. Over.
Okay, stand by.
You guys listening down there on this rendezvous radar? Yeah, Charlie, this is another problem we got here too. In order to get these mode 2 needles, there's a circuit breaker we're going to have to close. Control?
CD11. Flight display.
Okay, go ahead.
Flight FAO.
Stand by.
Go ahead.
DDR FDAI. That maneuver to the P52 attitude should be a verb 49 rather than the P52. Otherwise, an FDAI angle to be on the pad won't be correct for a 2-axis maneuver. Strike them off. Maybe we ought to make it clear then, or have them remove one of the two.
Okay,
We'll just eliminate them.
FAO, can you get them for the...
No.
You can't get them for the 52? Why don't we just strike them?
Okay.
Aquarius, Houston, on those 5018 angles we had at 74 hours, Fred, that was based on a vert 49 to this attitude, and they will be incorrect for the 2-axis maneuver, so you can just scratch them over.
Okay, you're saying the angle she gave me for the 5018, that was for a verb 49, so they won't be good for the 5018, and we should scratch them.
That's permanent. Okay, if you're ready to copy, I've got this rendezvous radar procedure. Over.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, it's about a 10-stepper, but real easy. Okay, on CB16, EPS, inverter 2, close. CB11, AC bus A, bus tie, inverter 2, close. Panel 14, verify, inverter switch 2. CB11, rendezvous radar 2, close. Rendezvous radar release. Rendezvous radar to LGC on panel 3. You with me? Over.
Roger, I'm right up with you at step 6. Go ahead.
Okay, Fred, good show. Step 6, verb 41, down 72 enter, plus all balls, plus 28300.
Okay, welcome back to Apollo
Step
13 real-time simulation.
Monitor
We are listening to a briefing by Charlie Duke on the following procedures to be performed.
Step 8, CB 11, rendezvous radar 2, open. Are you with me, over?
Stand by 1. Okay, go ahead now.
Roger. Step 9
Sorry.
is a verb 44.
Sorry, guys.
Step 10, CB 16, EPS, inverter 2, open. Over.
Okay, I got it.
Manual burn is on Wednesday, I think,
You'll copy this and then
Madison.
give me it all on a readback.
The famous manual burn, mid-course correction 5, is at hour 105.
EPS, inverter 2,
32 hours from now.
CB 11, AC bus A, AOT lamp, close. After the P52, you can open CB 16 EPS inverter 2 and open CB 11 AC bus A AOT lamp and AC bus A bus tie inverter 2. Over.
Total spacecraft right now, let me try to tell you. $40 amps, more or less. We will reduce the power a lot more later. After the BC plus 2, we will get an average of 12 amps.
Flight, Capcom. Go ahead. On these needles, I think we got the needles with a 5018 without doing the verb 62. But we got to push the breakers in to get the needles onto the ball. But I don't think we have to do the verb 62 is what I'm saying.
Will the verb 62 hurt anything since you got him updated to do it that way?
No.
Okay,
I missed those two. Okay, we'll get a couple more. I'll be right with you. Okay.
Okay, let's see if I got it all. For rendezvous radar parking, first of all, we want CB16, EPS inverter 2 closed. CB11, AC bus A, bus tie inverter 2 closed. Then on panel 14, verify inverter 2 selected. Then CB11, rendezvous radar 2 closed, both breakers. Then we're to pull the rendezvous radar release panel. On panel 3, we then went rendezvous radar to LGC. Bird 41 down 72 enter with plus all zips, plus 28300 and registers 1 and 2. Controlling that, then we monitor movement with the 1672. After it gets parked, it's CB11, rendezvous radar 2 open, followed by a verb 44 enter. Then CB16, EPS inverter 2 open. Now when it comes time for the alignment to get an AOT lamp, CB16, EPS inverter 2 closed. CB11, AC bus A, AOT lamp closed. Then after the alignment is completed, it's CB16, EPS inverter 2 open. CB11, AC bus A, AOT lamp open. CB11, AC bus A, bus tie inverter 2 open.
Good read back, Aquarius. We'll, to get those needles on the Verb 62, we got to power up the commander's FDAI. We'll have that procedure for you shortly, over.
Okay.
Flight, you want to go back to the comm mode with the power info?
Before you do that, I've got about 3 inputs now. Last one from FAO that we ought to make it clear to him that if he has to do that Earth Sun alignment to do the sun-like burn as a sun.
Charlie, Jim here.
Roger, go ahead.
Have you run a Earth Sun alignment in a simulator with dock configuration?
Is the question, have we run an alignment in the dock configuration? That is affirmative.
Okay, did you have any trouble controlling the vehicle, and what techniques did you use?
Briefly, to control pitch and roll, use the TTCA as we've practiced. For y'all, you can use the ACA. Over.
Okay, you have no special techniques going back and forth between the yaw and the X and Y lines, huh?
Not right now, Jim. Dave Scott's been running these things, and we'll get them up to you shortly. Over.
Okay.
We think the alignment's going to be okay, so we don't have to do this P52 full-up alignment. We think the check is going to be okay. I'd like to remind you, since you are in if the check does not pass, since you are in attitude for the sun, that we want the sun half-unit vectors first. Over.
Roger, understand.
Okay, control flight. Control, you on a couple of circuit breakers.
Flight, another thing, I think we pull the AOT heater breaker earlier, and it would, could we verify that?
Okay, sure. Control flight.
Go flight.
Okay, you gonna tell us something about circuit breakers?
Yeah, okay.
And Charlie asked the question, we think we pull the AOT heater breaker. Can you verify that?
Yeah. I can't verify by TM, I can verify by what configuration I have, I think.
Charlie says he can verify it was left closed now.
Okay.
So we need to know what you want to close to get those needles.
Okay. We want to bring just the needles up as opposed to the whole display. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Flight, we also
Okay, Houston, it's been over an hour since we did our last PTC. You want us to go another one now?
Standby one, over.
You ready for another PTC?
Roger. Let's pay a little pass through on that.
Okay, we're going to need an omni switch. Let me do this.
Flight, want to make sure that he's very careful on his roll this time. So it isn't supposed to gimbal lock. It's about 30 degrees gimbal lock.
Okay, just tell me what you rolled in on this. Pretty close to last one. You want an omni switch?
Yes, I do, Flight.
After he starts the maneuver?
After he starts the maneuver, I'll come see you.
Okay, you'll call it.
Yes.
Okay, Charlie, we want him to go ahead and do his 90-degree yaw, keep an eye on his middle gimbal angle, it's kind of close. During the maneuver, we'll call an omni switch when we're going to have to happen.
Okay, let's do another 90
Houston,
degrees.
we'd like you to go ahead and yaw 90 for the PTC. Keep a close eye out on your middle gimbal angle. We're about 30 degrees from gimbal lock, and we'll call you an omni switch halfway through the maneuver. Over.
Roger.
Okay, Flight, one other question. I think we ought to get this radar out of the way before we maneuver to P-52. That's affirmative. We can do it anytime. Okay. Control? Go. You ready to go and make that radar anything, Richard? Right. Okay. Tell them to do that if they're when they're ready. Tell me your flight. Tell me your flight. Great flight. Have we got a, I'm asking you, you'll have to look at controlling this, but you know, right here, right? Have we got a checklist for the power down post burn? That's affirmative, flight, this thing works. Okay, flight, one other point. This 5018 auto maneuver can carry you to gimbal lock. We can either...
That is what I wanted to listen.
To monitor on the disc, or we can power up the ball. I think we ought to power up the ball. Control, you control that?
Right, he's got the procedure there to map the total ball.
That is what got me worried.
I think that's a good idea.
What I wanted to listen.
Okay, in Houston, Aquarius, you might know when you've had enough ranging so we can get the power amp back off again.
Okay, I think we're about, as soon as you get that...
Roger, Fredo, we got one more procedure and we can shut it down, and that's to get the needles and the FDAI for this maneuver. That 5018 could take you to gimbal lock, and we think it's a good idea to power up the commander's ball. We got a 4-stepper if you're ready to copy, over.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, verify that you got AC power. In other words, the inverter 2 selected and the bus tie inverter 2 AC bus A closed. Okay, under flight displays, GASTA closed. Commander FDAI closed. On the AC bus A, CB's GASTA closed. Commander FDAI closed. Over.
Okay, it's verify we have AC, which is panel 16 inverter 2 closed, CB inverter 2 closed. Then on panel 11 under flight displays, we want the GASTA and the commander's FDAI breakers closed. Also under panel 11, AC bus A, GASTA and commander's FDAI breakers closed.
That's affirmative, over.
Power amp off and everybody? Okay, everybody, we're going... Okay.
Go for it.
3 switches.
Right.
I'm not familiar with those.
Okay, range function switch off. The voice function switch is voice. Down voice back up. And the power amp for the function breakers forward.
Do we have an Omni switch down?
Yeah, we're coming up on it.
Say when.
Roger.
Aquarius, Houston, after the Omni switch, we'd like you to get the ranging off, the voice switch to down voice back up, and the power amp CB on 16 open. Over.
Okay, after the Omni switch, we'll get the power amp off and go down back to down voice, back up FPA and the ranging off. It's your call.
Right, stand by.
Okay, so sending out
Can you tell how much time on that Omni switch? Oh, about 2 minutes. Well, why don't we just have to go ahead and I'll call it now. Go ahead, call it. We're close.
Fredo, we got about 2 minutes to the Omni switch. You can go ahead and power the ranging down, the down voice back up, and we'll give you a call on Omni switch, over.
Okay.
Raj, Aquarius, we're reading you about the same, about 2 by. Aquarius, Houston, select forward on me, over.
Okay, in a moment we will be powering up the rendezvous radar to get it out of the way so that we can look through the AOT for our start check or sun check.
You want to talk about the FDII and not being valid?
Sun check is similar to what we did before the Apollo 11 PDI to make sure that our platform was correct. It's very similar. It's used to use one reference around to make sure that our alignment is good, that we are pointing where we should. And it's not simulated in NASSP, but in real life they couldn't see stars around because of all the debris from the service module, so they have to use big and bright objects, for example the sun, of course with a filter on the telescope, the Earth or the Moon, one of the three elements.
Apollo 13, Houston, we reach you weekly, go ahead.
Okay, Vance, if Buzz or Neil are around, you might ask them if they had to use the AOT lamp to keep the sun, like they did at 11. Oh, where's the, I'll get that going for you. Right down below me there.
Fred, breaking in. You're very weak. Understand if Buzz or Neil are down here, you would like to ask them if they use the AOT lamp to what? Over.
To see the sun, man, it might be possible to see the reticle without even having
They are asking the Apollo 11 crew if they are around.
See the reticle without the light on. Okay, we'll make a check.
For if they needed to use the AOT lamp or not for the sun check.
Starting time you want.
Okay. Why don't we get that out of the way? Okay, let me put this on here. Take that off.
I think they are starting the procedure now to...
13, Houston.
Yeah, in 2 minutes, okay.
Jim, Neil is here. He advises that you will not need the lamp on for the sun check, but that you will need it on for the earth check. Over.
Understand.
Okay, let's park the radar.
Okay, first of all, let me see how we're doing here. That's going down, that's nice. That's filling up, that's nice. Okay, let's find the radar. How long is it going to take? Half an hour. Okay, and mirror 2, here, hold the light, okay? Right here, over there, the middle. Oh, the middle.
Okay, let's go.
Who's this? Hi there, Sam. Who's playing saxophone there? Oh, is Charlie Bruce there? Okay. You know you can do a 250 summit. You can do a 250 summit and take the place of 51 52.
Let's drive the radar. Okay, it's moving. Very good.
Roger, one correction.
Radar
we
parked.
think that the cheapest way for you to maneuver and change attitude is with minimum impulse, ACA. That's to do the star marks on it. Sorry, Jim, we're only reading you about one by one. Look at that big piece out there. Look at that big piece floating out there.
Center Rapids, full line. You're watching that, right? something different than I copied on this DAP load. It's register 1, supposed to be 31120.
Let's load this up.
That's correct, Fred. That was to be 31120. 31120, that's correct, Flight.
Okay.
John, normal engine over dramatically. Go ahead, Jim.
I just want to get a time check with you. When do you want us to start piling up the ball? We just got our BTC attitude.
I understand you'd like to know when to power up.
We figure take about 15. Yeah, the ball inside the maneuver, we figure take us about 15 minutes to get there, and we'd like you to confirm that.
Okay, we'll do that. Okay, on flight.
Stand by one.
He's saying from this attitude, he figures it'll take him about 15 minutes to get to his sunset attitude. And once he's trying to know about when the power up, the ball has started to move.
About 10 minutes, about 8 minutes.
2 minutes to move.
Okay, let's go to do the sun start check. We are 6 hours away approximately for the PC+2 burn that will make our trajectory faster towards Earth for a splashdown at 142 hours and 47 minutes.
5 to 10 minutes prior to the takeoff. We want to start it at 73:35.
What is it? Foot check time. 74 hours.
We're on its way back 73:50, so tell us to go ahead and start.
Okay, Houston Aquarius, I'd like to maneuver for the sun check. If you want me to do it now?
Jim, Roger, we just came up with maneuver time of approximately 15 minutes. So if you start any time between now and about the next 2 minutes, it would get you into attitude by 73:50.
Roger, we'll start the maneuver at this time. Okay, let's go. Come on. Hey, if we don't keep working, we'll never develop.
Everybody, we're starting to maneuver there. Keep up with what we're doing.
Okay, let's power up the ball. Let's see. Okay, we have a ball there. Now let's do the P-52. Okay, the vector.
Data flight.
Proceeds. 5018.
Apollo 13. Jim, that's negative. We don't have any data on you. Low bit rate.
High bit rate. We got low bit rate. No high bit rate.
We don't have high bit rate.
Houston, do you read Aquarius?
Raj, reading you, Fred, go ahead. Aquarius, Houston's reading.
You read Aquarius.
Reading you loud and clear, go ahead.
Flight info. We're now getting go from
Are you monitoring our P-52 technique?
That's negative, Jim. We do not have high bit rate data on you now. Over.
Yeah, I don't know without that phone.
Okay, thank you.
Roger.
And be advised, Vance, that we're getting several echoes in our comm downlink here.
I think you'll get it.
Okay, Capcom, we went over
Raj,
the
we'll
Goldstone.
check into it.
Capcom, we went over the Goldstone. We got a 210. We may be able to get some high bit rate data. The planes go to high bit rate and we'll give it a check. The region is moving. We'll see if we can get some high bit rate data without the call.
Well, are you okay? No alignment?
Apollo 13, Houston.
Got an echo.
Go ahead, Flight.
Got an echo in the circuit. 3 here and 2. Can you check that out?
Jim, request you give us high bit rate now. We might be able to pick you up on the 120 antenna.
Okay, high bit rate.
Roger.
Okay, and so it looks like he's going high bit rate with last data.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and see that thing.
Flight, just stand by.
Yep.
Flight, you got voice in back a little bit, Rick.
Okay, Capcom, back to low bit rate. We can't lock up on the high bit rate. Back to low bit rate. We can't lock up on the high bit rate.
Apollo 13, Houston.
Go ahead.
Fred, we can't lock up on your high bit rate. Request you go back low bit rate.
Okay, we lost you there, Ren.
Roger, advise we're not locking up on your high bit rate, so you can go back low bit rate, over.
Low bit rate.
Okay, there's our low bit rate data back.
Yep.
Control, how are we doing on middle demo?
We're in good shape. He's out there. We're almost right to
Where's the sun? I hope. Up right here, okay. There it is. Looking to be good. times I screwed up on my arithmetic. Well, got your chicken with your head. What's it on that? Going to be 2 diameters out, huh? Yep. Okay, tell me what that technique is to get the lamp on in case I don't see it.
Yeah, I'll have to give you AC again, and you punch in your breaker over there. Let's see, I still got AC on for the FDI, so you're in business there.
What, buddy?
All you need is the lamp breaker.
You're handing over telling me. Second, you're going to hand over telling me.
The AC bus A. The lamp breaker, that is.
Never mind, okay, just go ahead. I got it, never mind.
Reticle brightness, 1 and up. Got the reticle?
I got the reticle without the...
Yeah, it's about. Call it, Jack, you can see it better.
Okay.
Needle's a little fire picked up, though.
Gentlemen, we got it, I think. Take a look.
It's coming out, it's coming out.
Yeah, I showed about maybe a third of a diameter to the left.
Okay, take a look.
Check the needles, see you're off and roll, Jim.
Sounds like you're going to be pretty good.
It brings it in. See when. Okay, we got it. I think we got it. We have 1 diameter with it.
There is the sun. Needs to be closer to the center.
Yeah, y'all come back in. Oh, just about in. What do you got?
Yeah, right in the upper right corner of the sun.
We got it.
You're hot, Mike.
Houston, Aquarius?
Almost there for us,
Go
since
ahead,
we
Aquarius.
started the maneuver a little bit later.
Okay, looks like the sun check passes.
We understand it checks out. We're kind of glad to hear that.
It's not not quite centered, but it's about a diameter or a little bit less, around a diameter just on one side.
Sounds good.
Okay, there's no reason to wait till it's right on the wire. I mean, the deck is close enough.
Now, let's get the AOT lamp off. Okay, Jim. What you have to do is just let the AOT lamp off. Okay, pull your 18-bus lamp.
Let's see, almost there.
And Houston, can we proceed with our power down now, get the ball back off, and AOT lamp, etc., AC security?
Stand by just 1 second.
Stand by on that one, Fred.
The ball and get back to our...
the start ready to power down. I'd like to ask you if something can do to get the deadband widened out.
Okay.
Okay, what we'd like now, I got the next attitude to go to, Vance, and we'll work on getting there while we still have the ball.
Go ahead and power down the AOT and SDA.
Roger, we copy.
That's correct.
Okay. You go ahead and pull the SDA down and the AOT.
Yeah, looks like it passes.
Okay, yeah, that's going to get traffic on of it.
Okay, can we go ahead and get to burn attitude now, FAO? Very close to it in there. We can go back to that original tab. Just get closer, I'll probably burn attitude going to do, and then we'll widen up the deadband and stick there.
Yeah, we're not there yet, really. Another 11 minutes to check really valid.
Got it, right?
Go ahead, Frank.
Can you give us the approximate attitude for the burn?
Translation.
Let's let him get the right attitude of 10, and then we'll power down the FBI and we'll stick in attitude. FAO, you might take a look at how the burn attitude is. FAO flight. Take a look to the burn attitude and see how we are with respect to the instrument sun. In other words, are we turning sideways to the sun, or are we looking down the vortex? So we have to do a CPC.
Bring the flight down.
Well, how are they going to maneuver this attitude?
How do you want them
On the ball?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, I'll just do the ball on this one.
Yes, do that.
They should just be able to take it to this SDA.
Okay, let's calculate again.
So, if you got the idea for me? Okay, let's go with start there.
Like that. Well, the crew gets the word that they don't have to wait until they're doing other protection practice.
I'm not sure we're telling that, but yeah.
It's better to do it slow now.
Because it's not sure it's the same schedule. I think they know that. They're not moving yet. We're going to get them some attitude and go for it. And then keep the ball up to that. We're going to get the ride to that man. And we're putting this attitude
Apollo 13, Houston.
Go ahead.
Jim, in a moment we'll have an attitude for you to go to, and recommend that you keep your FDI up while maneuvering to that attitude. After you get there, then we'll have you widen the deadband and eventually go into a PTC about the burn attitude.
You're cut out slightly, Vance.
Roger, we'll have attitude for you to maneuver to in a moment, and you should leave your FDI up for that. The attitude as follows if you're ready to copy, over.
Go ahead, man.
Okay, this is FDAI attitudes for the maneuver. Yaw, 060 degrees. Pitch, 083 degrees. Roll, 272 degrees.
Okay, got it.
Why not leave you sunshine?
I don't want to verb
the logo on verb 49.
I want verb 49.
Yeah, those are not verb 49.
5018 that I can fly the needle.
Jim, those are not verb 49 angles. Those are strictly FDAI attitudes, over.
Okay, I understand, man. It's much easier if the ball is up to fly the
Okay,
needles,
now since I know what will happen in a moment in the mission,
we can fly that manually.
I am going to go ahead and manually maneuver to the ball angles from the start. It's a yaw 060, pitch 083, roll 272. I am going to take that advantage because if I do that, if I do like they did, it's very easy to mess up. And I don't want to mess up, I don't want to get into gimbal lock, so I am going to fly manually to the ball angles, because now in a moment you will listen on the Apollo in real-time experience by Stephen Slater and Ben Feist that they got into a little problem here because they were confused by the angles. So in a bit I am going to maneuver to these ball angles.
Okay, control, you have control flight. Control flight.
Go flight.
Okay, when you get into attitude here, I don't see a reason why it's mistake from RCS is to widen the deadband to something wider than 5 degrees. How about running them through your switch brake first and see if there's not something we can do there to, if it's overlook the 10 degrees, it's really lower on here over the next 5 or 6 hours. You want configuration to run with a wide deadband and still stay aligned. Well, not so much that, I know, is there any problem when we're just putting in current attitude, we're calling it opening up a bit, man. We can 10 and say 10 degrees, so maybe that's a bit more control. Just control.
On that last check, what did it look like?
That's the way you don't do it.
I don't need it. You mean any reason, probably reason that wouldn't be good?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that even like there's a chance to go.
You did. You're talking about 5 hours ago, right?
Yeah, 5 or 6 hours. About 5 or 6. Stand by one. Did we get the
three-man web we've had?
Okay, let's do this.
And
Apollo 13.
What hack you got now on GET?
Fido flight.
Okay, stand by on that, Fred. First, let me read up your verb 49 attitude, if you're ready to copy.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yaw, 27100. Pitch, 35500. Roll, 33000. Over.
Cheaper to auto maneuver there. Okay, verb 49, yaw plus 27100, pitch plus 35500, roll plus 33000.
airplane.
You want him to go on it?
One back. 15 degrees. So to the wagon if they can.
Hey, wait a minute. He's asking Commander Cornell to find the maneuver auto.
Right.
That's the way we got to the program. We didn't use a lot of fuel, did we?
Okay. Fred, we're recommending auto maneuver. Over.
Okay, auto maneuver, and could you give me a GET right now?
GET of the burn, I think is what he wants.
Okay, understand. You want GET of the burn? Stand by 1.
That's negative, man. What is your clock reading right now?
I'll give it to you.
Okay. When I give you a hack, it will be 7359. That's about 40 seconds away.
Okay, I think we'll make one last check here. We had the ambient detectors for 74 hours before we leave the Saturday.
Okay, and I'm going to calculate in the 2 seconds in giving you the time hack coming up on 735900 when I give the mark. Okay, stand by, mark.
Okay.
Good.
Go ahead. Right on your question. We have no data.
Okay, understand, you got it.
You want me to proceed one more time for the check?
Roger. Yeah, go ahead. Flight control.
Go ahead.
Okay, we got an input from MIT. They have never checked the stop load and wave batteries or system capacity.
Come on, the news will
Okay. We're expanding this dead man from 1.4 to 9 degrees.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay.
5 degrees. Let's go with the procedure.
Oh, it's on. It's the center. That's it. She's right on still. Okay. I am too. That's better than I expected.
Okay, let's do the first 34 and then get out of here.
If we can. Yes, we can. I go to blue. Okay, I'm going to go to 20.
Okay, I am going to do that they just did.
Flight.
Good flight.
Hey,
okay, that's...
FAA tells me that hold on a minute.
Off engine home.
FAA tells me that in this attitude, we're set to turn looking at the rear of the land. How about running up through the people and see if that's going to see it in
How's that show up? Yeah, well, okay, let me see. We're going to proceed.
The rear of the land, huh? Yeah, kind of looking at the
That's
side
roll,
there. Yeah. See, you might want to talk to the FAA people.
Okay. We got a different answer on dead band than you just got through. I couldn't find anybody in 45 that was alarmed, but I guess we got an alarm input that it's not great from the depth point of view.
Okay. Hey, Arnie, disregard the what I had there about the plane. Yeah, and on the dead band,
the roll's going to be down here. The yaw will be off the belly band.
I was glad to do that.
As long as they don't proceed to it, don't get them to proceed.
On the dead band, if there's any further, I have to program the plane down and then get it back to.
Okay, well, I have none in my hand. I need that the concern. I would think the better just to not take the chance unless you get down to
Oh, mention yaw, but
Okay.
this for one. That would be gimbal line. It wasn't for being off the vicinity.
Flight control.
Yeah.
Okay, something else what happened in cases we lose time or something before the burn. I think we'll put on the procedure that he has to go back 1.4 degrees. Got to go back in there.
And Houston, see that this maneuver gives us a roll of 27172, a pitch of 08301. Is that what they gave us?
This is Houston. Please repeat.
Houston, did you give us verb 49 in yaw, pitch, and roll on register 1, 2, and 3?
We gave it as yaw, pitch, and roll.
It's register 1, 2, 3.
Okay, we learned it as roll, pitch, and yaw.
Okay, what order do you want them in? R1, R2, R3?
That is the difficulty with verb 49 there.
Which way do you want it?
Okay,
Jim,
it's a center indeed.
We read it to you as yaw, pitch, and roll, and we should have given it to you registers 1, 2, and 3, but we did not. So register 1 is 33000, register 2 is 35500, and register 3 is 27100.
Yes, it passes. Okay.
Okay, Vance, register 1 will be 33000, register 2, 35500, register 3, 27100.
Okay.
Hey, Fred, stand by on this.
355. Okay. Plus 27100. Okay, stand by right now. You can enter.
No, that doesn't work.
Okay, Holland 13, Houston.
Go ahead.
Okay, Jim, we sorted it out in the... It is correct the way we gave you the first time. So, R1, 27100, and in the LEM, that's yaw. R2, 35500, that's pitch. R3, 33000, and that's roll in the LEM. Over.
I agree with you. Okay, 5018, you say that 5018, that's what it'll be, okay?
That's right, that's verb 49.
Okay, plus 27100. Plus 35500. Plus 33000. Okay.
Flight retro.
Flight.
Flight.
No, what do
we do about it?
Flight heading, watch it roll angle. Good copy, 311, 310.
Say again, control.
Heavy and watch is roll angle is getting pretty close to gimbal lock.
Okay, turn back down there.
Negative.
Okay,
Got a warning.
Capcom, tell him to watch middle gimbal.
Apollo 13, Houston, you better watch that middle gimbal, over.
Roger, we're watching that middle gimbal. You have it, a roll of 27172. Yaw is,
Weak gimbal.
let's register 3300. How do we get this? That way.
Right, you got something? Hey, it's still hitting there, isn't it?
Doctor is right up.
Say again?
And Apollo 13, we have a procedure for you describing how to widen the deadband to 5 degrees later on, but stand by for that.
Stop. Tell him he's heading for gimbal lock. Stop. Don't get that thing locked up.
Apollo 13, you're heading for gimbal lock. You better stop everything.
Bye, John. Well, I think we have loaded those registers now.
Roger.
Okay, let's get him away from gimbal lock and then,
Yeah, I'm going to roll it.
He's 15 degrees away, flying.
moving back there.
Yeah, that one did.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like it moves back a little bit.
Fine, John. Go ahead.
I don't understand how we got that.
If he had loaded it wrong, he'd have got a closing line. Yeah, he must have loaded right. That doesn't have gimbal lock and register. He's just taking it through it. And we give him, when we tell him that it just looked like the bird 49 is 10 and the gimbal lock, that's the same problem. Right, right. He just has to go around it. Make sure he goes around it.
George? Left.
Apollo 13, Houston, looks like Verb 49 maneuver will just take you right through there. You're going to have to go around it, over.
Yeah, that's what we're in the process of doing.
CC.
We're manually working our way around it, man.
Okay.
6083.
That's John Young talking about Apollo 13 now.
Oh, 5018. I went to Yaw. 631, huh? I think they screwed up on our numbers again. We'll zero out the needle if we're heading that way, and then we'll stop and talk about it. There's no way to get that daisy back. Well, pitch is 83. Pitch should be up here. That's the pitch
Okay.
needle. It should be right up.
I was getting a little bit confused also, but I think I know what I need to do.
It should be 83 degrees. On 60. Roll 232. It's going the wrong way, I'm rolling. On the main.
guidance flight. I'd like to find out who's going to the FDAI and that sound like you?
Rob, what happens is when he loads those 49, when he lands on it, he gets a 58 team, which is FDAI. Maybe that's what's confusing. He loads gimbal in it, but he gets this place in FDAI.
58 team. He gets FDAI.
Take control.
Like, you might tell him, thing says 57 and the checklist is the same, what a bird 49 was.
How's he doing now, guys? Can you tell?
We don't have any data.
Well, we got the... So how's he looking at his off?
He's over here.
Control flight.
Here's the 13.
Let's go ahead. Well, 13. He's not a burn attitude, though.
There's something screwed up in our burn attitude. We're not getting the proper readings of the ball when the needles are centered. I'm not too sure what's wrong. Let's go through this procedure again.
Okay, tell him stand I will clean it up.
Okay, stand by. Let's look at it.
Carly with the
bird 57. Am I cleared for him? Okay, we'll check into it.
Okay, if he's got his CNN dictionary on ping 57, man. CNN dictionary, ping 57. That's the 349, or bird 49, through the plane division. Tell him to go to that on the checklist.
We know the ball is good.
Okay. That may read through it and then clear it up to what we've given you here. Okay? The 58 team.
Why don't we just go to 40?
The 58 team shows his angle strength in FDAI. He loads gimbal angle, but he gets FDAI on 58 team. Alright? That's right. And he may be confused on that, so tell him to turn in his UNM dictionary to ping 57. And there's a... Okay?
Watch out, it does that way. Yep.
Apollo 13, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Okay, Jim, to answer your last question, do you have Ping's checklist, page 57, handy?
We do, I'll check it.
As soon as you open up to that, I'll explain.
How are we doing on little gimbal angle control? Control flight.
Go flight.
How are we doing on middle gimbal angle?
Okay, go ahead, man.
Okay, under verb 49, crew defined maneuver, the flashing 0622 are the angles that we gave you that were loaded. The flashing 5018 actually represents FDAI angles, and so what you read on 5018 should not correspond with the now 22.
Yeah, we appreciate that, Vance. It's just that right now we're trying to follow steer needles that appear to be possibly taking us away from the place we know we want to be in the ball.
Okay, you're tending toward the gimbal lock area again. Heads up.
Roger.
flight.
That flight.
Can we get high bit rate up?
Flight, self-flight.
Capcom, let's pull the car end up.
Flight.
Close the go control.
Okay, heading one.
Okay. Before the towing got it one. What do we got to do to get the car in?
Just put in the power amp circuit breaker.
Okay, put the power amp circuit breaker in. Let's try to get the high bit rate data and see if it's turn on up. Okay.
110 flight, this mode every time.
Let's go. Let's just get
Apollo
the
13, Houston.
Go ahead.
13, request you put in the power amp circuit breaker so we can take a look at your angles.
I'm getting confused.
You got it.
Thank you.
Okay, now you want him to go high bit rate?
Right, high bit rate now.
Okay, go high bit rate.
And now high bit rate.
Oh, wait a moment. I think I got it.
Okay, that's your signal strength there.
Okay.
You got low bit rate or high? You're coming in high bit rate now. Okay, guys.
Looks like I got high bit rate.
Okay, Capcom, tell them we got a high bit rate now, and we'll take a look at these GNN points, see if we can figure out anything.
Okay, 13, we're getting your high bit rate now and taking a look at your angles.
Right, Resto.
Yeah.
Yeah, I called earlier. I want to let you know I have a backup TIG time as a PC +4 maneuver. The delta V increased by about 24 delta V over the PC +2.
Okay, Retro, thank you. Guidance, you see anything wrong?
Negative flight.
Okay, how are we doing on staying out of gimbal lock? Control flight?
No flight.
How are we on gimbal lock?
Oh, we're okay flight, but we're closer than I like to be. We're about 29 degrees from.
You going toward it or away from it?
No, we're holding steady.
Flight guidance, everything looks good here. Okay, we've lost data, it looks like. It looks like we got it back now. Okay, guidance, you got any suggestions for tell me what to do here?
Stand by 15.
Okay.
Let the auto maneuver go.
Okay, what
And watch it. Capcom here, good if anybody has any words though on why his attitude error needles are acting differently. That'd be nice.
Can you see his attitude errors? Guys,
Go ahead.
what does the attitude errors look like to you? Are they trending in
We
the
don't
right
see
direction?
attitude errors. We see him maneuvering. He's doing all right.
See maneuvering now?
Yes.
Perfect. I have it under control now.
Is he doing a auto maneuver or can you tell?
I can't tell. We're in attitude hold flight.
You're not maneuvering?
Yes, we're all maneuvering.
Okay, are we going in the right direction? Somebody just tell me that. Are we going toward the front end, FAO says it looks that way.
He's looking good flight.
Okay.
Flight.
Okay, what you're telling me is we noticed that he's going in the right direction. We can't see anything wrong with the GNN. It looks good on high bit rate. Ask him how he's doing, what he's seeing on board now.
Follow 13, Houston.
Flight gun.
Go.
Looks like he's done it manually and he's doing great. If he just keeps going the way he is.
He's done things minimum impulse flight.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, Jim, we just took a look at your angles and you're looking good here. Your pings is looking good. We can't yet explain the attitude error needle thing, but I suggest you continue on in your maneuver.
Roger, okay. You just about got roll.
He's probably using his TTCA flight. Getting close flight. Getting close to attitude. Burn attitude, I'm sorry.
Roger, did you notice any echo that time on your transmission?
No.
Roger, okay.
Hi, Dan. It's Dave. Is Charlie still around?
How much is up?
Okay.
Flight gun. Go. He's already passed through the point we want to go in yaw, and he should be maneuvering one axis at a time in a yaw roll.
Yeah.
He's not here right now.
That is what I am doing, but I learned to do that with training.
Well, okay.
How are we doing?
Okay.
Just let him work the problem, Mr. Secretary.
As the sun check, going back to PTC and burn
He's slowing up the yaw at all.
PTC and a burnout.
There again, flight.
He's slowing up the yaw maneuver at all.
Yeah, they are going to PTC it there.
He's already gone up to 38.
Got it under control.
Oh, really? They're not going to rotate it?
Well, yeah, every hour next.
Oh, my.
And he's also gone past 350.
I mean, they're not going to spin it up? You don't know about that, huh? Spin it up. Turn it up. Make it.
How about range function switch to range? We can get us some good data here. We got
We are doing our fuel.
Every hour, and I guess I really haven't checked into that.
Oh.
We got other problems.
In theory, we are okay. In theory.
My, I can't believe it. I thought they were hard up for RTS.
He's coming back.
Let me look at the graph.
Well, listen, I'll catch Charlie. I'll call him back in 10 minutes or so.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you.
He's doing auto maneuver now, flight.
Okay, back auto.
That's firm flight.
Right.
Okay, Capcom, tell him we've noticed he's back in auto maneuver and ask him how his attitude error is when he's looking down.
13, Houston, we see you now in the auto maneuver. How are your air needles looking now?
Okay, they look like they're working their way in, man.
Okay, you think maybe they're working right, huh?
Yeah, because we got a 270-degree roll, our pitch and yaw needles are reversed.
Okay.
Guidance? Guidance flight? Any mountain switch intel?
Hey, flight, I think we have her on me.
Which one?
Fred, you're starting to fade out. Request aft, Omni aft.
Okay, you got aft on me.
Thank you.
Flight gun sees it attitude.
Okay, it's in attitude. We're going to widen this deadband out to 5 degrees. I guess you want to watch that, don't you, if you can? We'll hold the power amp up for another minute or so.
Right.
Okay, let's go with the widen the deadband down to 5.
Flight from control.
Go.
Okay, on that, I think we have an official answer back there. It says they have done it, or somebody has done it at 20 degrees. If we want to go that far, I'm willing.
There's some uncertainty right now. Let's just go ahead and go to 5. We're only talking
okay.
About 3 or 4 hours here. Okay, let's go with the 5 degrees.
13, Houston.
Flight, we did add the note on there that if we lose comm, that he knows he's got to go back to 1.4 before the burn. Is that affirmed?
Okay, Houston, Aquarius, we appear to be there at the burn altitude. And now do you want us to change the depth?
Roger, Jim. We have a procedure to give you for widening the dead band to 5 degrees for the PTC in the next 3 or 4 hours, if you're ready to copy.
Okay, stand by.
Guidance flight.
Go ahead, fly.
How about having Ken step up here?
Go ahead.
Okay. Verb 2-1, noun 0-1, enter. 3011, enter. 44,
Recovery
enter.
network on network call.
Now, that's a procedure for widening the dead band to 5 degrees with the DAP. Later on, prior to the burn, you would return the dead band to 1.4 degrees, and if you're ready to copy, I'll read you that.
Stand by.
Okay.
Okay, intel.
Go ahead, flight.
I guess you want to go in this order. Low bit rate.
Flight standby 1. Guidance is talking about uplinking commands.
Guidance flight.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, flight.
Okay, to return the dead band later to 1.4 degrees, verb 2-1, noun 0-1, enter.
Give me the switches you want to go back and where you want to
3011, enter. 200, enter. Over.
Same mode, flight.
Okay, advance to widen the dead band. We'll enter a verb 21, noun 01, enter. 3011, enter. 44, enter. Before the burn, to go back to narrow dead band, it's verb 21, noun 01, enter. 3011, enter. 200, enter.
Raj, read back correct.
Do they know why we're doing that, flight?
Say again?
Do they know why we're doing that?
Why we're doing what?
The widening the dead band. I assume they do.
Oh, yeah. Okay, guidance flight. You ready to go back a little bit, right? You hadn't done the dead band yet, but every time we can do that correctly. I'd like to get the power amp off if you can. Okay, we'll hold it a second. Looks like he's playing in the disc. There he goes.
And Houston, I guess we'll do the PTC and yaw. And if you want the ball powered down.
Okay, tell him, let's do it in this order. Go back to low bit rate. Go back to down voice back up.
Stand by.
Power amp off. Power the FPAI down. Just a minute. Yeah, we'll do it in yaw, and we'll cue him when we try to rotate 90 degrees.
Okay, Apollo 13, over.
Go ahead.
Okay, that's affirm. You'll be doing the PTC in yaw, and we'll give you a call at each time you change yaw attitude. Aside from that, request low bit rate off, then down voice backup off, then power amp off, and then FDA off.
Okay, man, so the power down, we'll go low bit rate, down voice backup, we'll pull the power amp breaker, and we'll power down the FDI and the AC.
That's firm, and the AOT, Joe.
Control, can you kind of give me a rough hack of how much RCS we used doing all that? Control flight. Control flight.
Go flight.
Can you kind of give me a hack of how much RCS you used?
Roger. Thanks to get a man standing right here by me.
Okay, I just want to know.
It took about...
Okay, all set for, okay, Houston, Aquarius, how do you read down voice backup?
Reading you loud and clear now, Fred.
Okay. Van, do you want to stay at this altitude for a certain length of time before we start maneuvering?
Yeah, he just might as well stay there, and we'll stay there for about an hour, and then we'll...
Raj, Jim, we'll keep you there for about an hour, and then we'll have our first 90-degree rotation.
Okay. How wide did it make the dip in?
Second.
Okay, let's power down the ball and the AC.
Go ahead. Okay, it took about 1.5 about 3.5. The total of about 5.
So it's not a bad state up there. It's not doing it this way. Perfect. Okay. Can you update the clock based on that and get me a copy?
I hope it's updated right here in front of me, right?
Okay, good.
All right, the sun check passed. We are on the PC plus 2 burn attitude.
Yes, forward
We have a 5 degrees depth balance.
13, Houston, forward Omni should be best.
And now we are going to coast around the moon.
Yes, I got it.
Okay, next up we will copy the changes to the contingency checklist And in approximately 1 hour we will receive the maneuver path for PC plus 2, and we will load the state vector and the target load for Schutzbahn. We will get sunset in 2 hours. Hello Indy. LOI. LOI in 3 hours.
Very important point here on when he does his 90-degree yaw. Most we're talking about now before the burn. That burn attitude. We want to make sure that he does this in auto mode.
Flight retro. Go ahead. I have a PC plus 2 maneuver computing. I'm padding it now. Okay?
The reason is that he does it in that hole.
So I'm kind of got 300.
Right. Okay. You want to make sure when he does his 90-degree yaw, PCC, that he does it in auto mode, as opposed to the attitude.
Perfect. Indeed, perfect. Forgetting the verse 65, everything works. No difficulties, as far as I recall.
Okay, it's just another 129 with a different yaw in it. But rolling yaw.
Negative, right? It's actually good at this axis override.
Yeah, PC plus 2, look at it.
Oh, you want to do it?
Yeah, this PC plus 2. Yep.
I don't know. It's here.
Yep, correct. I know. Okay, I am going to set up the external view, guys, so you can see a little different thing, since we are going to be holding the attitude.
They don't think you have some of that.
Let's go over this question about crew performing 90-degree yaw maneuver. See what you're saying is using King's Auto because as soon as you go down hold, you establish a new point for your deck landing.
Indy, question. Jim Kranz is back on mission control. Got a question for Indy. My S4B looks like it's missing the moon again as in my practice run, so I don't know what I am doing wrong with it, or if it's normal, I don't know.
monitor that throughout the entire uplink here to make sure the crew gets them right and see if they got any questions. At the same time, I'd like to, I got John up here. I'd like to talk to him about establishing monitoring limits and mission roll limits for the dock skip turn. And I think we ought to take an approach similar to what we've got on SPF burn and establish a set of tight limits. And I've got a preliminary set here I'd like you to review and come back to me in about 15 minutes to give you a comment on it.
I show you now. Let me 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I show you in 5 minutes.
Go ahead, Flight. How you doing from the standpoint of your state and target load?
We're working on that now.
You're going to go through 2 iterations, preliminary and final?
That's fine.
Okay, when do you expect to have your preliminary setup?
In just 2 minutes. As soon as we get the maneuver to be on full, we're going to wait the load. There's our tracking.
Okay. And you're going to have pads available at the same time?
Well, it's what we do after.
We're shooting for an elapsed time of 78 hours for the final pad, final state vector target.
Okay, 78 final pad, state vector target.
Right, and there's a possibility of updating all of that based on 30 minutes of post ALS tracking. About
one point on the PTC, request that about an hour or less from now when you make your 90-degree change, that you do it in pings auto as opposed to at hold. The reason is that if you're in at hold, it establishes a new null point each time you stop the maneuver control.
Okay, you wanted to make the maneuver with pings auto rather than the pings at hold, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, we want to get it set right. You said use pings auto as opposed to not on the meter though, but you're going to use that. Use yacht auto. And use yacht auto.
And Fred advised that it is a manual maneuver. 13, Houston, you'd be using X-axis override. It'd be a manual maneuver, but with pings auto mode.
Okay.
And if you're ready to copy, Charlie's going to be on in a minute with some recommended checklist changes for your upcoming burn. Over.
Stand by one. We got a range trip.
That time I'm ready to start on the procedures. Everybody should listen.
Roger. Echo control and telling you to stand by for the reading. Guidance, you want to monitor the voice, the changes we're making to the dock dip burn procedures.
This is Apollo Control, Houston. It's 74 hours, 53 minutes.
Well, Charlie's going to start reading up the changes to the dock dip burn procedures. The checklist are going to be used for the next maneuver.
In mission control, we've had a change of shift. Gene Kranz.
Okay, so I have.
Space digital display. This Houston, do you read over?
This here, this is from this morning. It missed pericynthion altitude 136, and now it even increased more, 148. So that is what is happening there with the S4B.
Okay. If you're talking about powering down a term, it is possible to power down the intervals that we could put down and talk about.
Okay, I'd like some kind of post-burn traffic plan with that. I want to know what do we do after the burn.
This is Houston, Aquarius, a second, over.
I think the same.
Okay, Fredo, we'd like you to get out the contingency checklist. Turn to page 1, the 2-hour activation, over.
You want to make sure we get those times set up and clock right. Third jam and info, we get a green light.
Okay, on page 1, the only thing we have to do is EPS activation, step 2, CB16, EPS display closed, over.
We are listening to Apollo in real-time experience from Stephen Slater and Ben Feist. Link in the description.
Turning over to page 2, we'd like you to complete steps 5 and step 6 with the following changes. Power temp monitor, AC bus, inverter 2, then inverter 1. Fourth line, CB11, EPS, inverter 2, open, over.
Okay, on step page 2, we should do step 5 and modify step 6. Second line to read inverter 2 and inverter 1. And the last line under that step, CB11 EPS inverter 2 open.
Okay, that will be on CB16, Fredo, but it's inverter 2 open. Okay, under mission timer activation, do step 1, correction, lines 1 and 2, omit set mission timer on CSM mark, and insert verb 16, noun 65, set mission timer, over.
Okay, we'll do the mission timer activation, except we'll set it on verb 16, noun 65.
Okay, proceeding on to step, correction, page 3, CWE checkout. Step 1, perform step 1. Our warning lights will be ascent press, CES AC, and CES DC. Under the caution lights, we may have a heater light, and that's all. Okay, perform under the circuit breaker 16. Say again, over.
We coming up on an on-mid circuit.
Understand switching on me's, over. Okay, you're a little better, huh, me, over.
Okay, you're coming in loud and clear. I got you caution warning checkout, step 1, 2. The warning lights we'll have will be ascent press, CSAC, CSDC. The only caution
Okay, good. The component light, we won't have the H2O SEP. Okay, on CB16, right under that, heater display closed. You can scratch that out. Perform all of step 2 and perform step 4 with the following changes. On panel 11, under AC bus B, are you ready to copy? Over.
Go ahead.
Okay, under AC bus B, S-band antenna open, ordeal open. Under AC bus A, tape recorder open. Row 2, under RCS system A, main SOV, starting with the quad TCAs, all 4 closed. Under flight displays, commander cross pointer open, COAS open, ordeal open. For row 3, under heaters, rendezvous radar standby open, landing radar open, under stab control, attitude direct control close. Under ED, logic power A open, and under lighting, utility open. Are you with me? Over.
Yeah, I'm go with you, Charlie. Go ahead.
Okay, Fredo, good show. On row 4, starting with ECS, suit fan 1, close. Glycol pump, auto transfer, close. Under COM, VHF-B transmitter open, VHF-A receiver open. Under pings, signal strength display open. IMU operate close. Under EPS, row 5, cross tie bus open, and inverter 1 close. Over.
Okay, stand by this one.
That's Charlie Duke at the capsule communicator's position, passing up changes to the contingency procedures to Fred Hayes aboard Aquarius. We're at 75 hours, 2 minutes now into the flight, continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control.
Okay, panel 11 configuration, top row. AC bus B, I want the S-band antenna open, RDO open. AC bus A, tape recorder open. Second row. Under RCS system A, I want main SOV through quad 1 TCA, all closed. Commander's X-pointer under flight displays open. COAS open, RDO open. Third row. Rendezvous radar, standby heater open. Landing radar heater open. Under stab control, attitude direct breaker closed. ED, logic power A open. Lighting utility open. Under ECS, suit fan 1 closed. Auto transfer closed. Under COM, VHF-B transmitter open. VHF-A receiver open. Under paint, signal strength display open. IMU operate closed. Bottom row, EPS cross-side bus open. Inverter 1 closed.
Roger, Fred. Good read back, starting with panel 16. Under flight displays, row 1. SE cross pointers open. RCS System Bravo. Quad 1 TCAs close. Quad 2 close. Quad 3 close. Quad 4 close. Second row. Under lighting. Flood is your choice. You can either use them or not. Under ED, logic power, Bravo, open. ECS, suit flow control, open. Third row, under comm, display, open. VHF-A transmitter, open. VHF-B receiver, open. S-band antenna, open. Fourth row, under heaters, display, open. Under EPS, inverter 2, open. And that's it. Read back, over.
Okay, panel 16, top row, flight displays, system engineer cross pointer open. RCS system B, quads 1 through 4 TCAs all closed. Second row, lighting, flood, we'll probably have open our choice. ED logic power B, open. ECS, suit flow control, open. Under comm, display, open. VHF-A transmitter, open. VHF-B receiver, open. S-band antenna, open. Bottom row, heaters, display, open. Under EPS, inverter
Okay, I just finished reviewing my checklist. I know it's right for here onwards.
Continuing on. Nothing on page 6, nothing on page 7, nothing on page 8 or 9. Nothing on page 10.
Okay, making of Apollo 13 real-time simulation.
We went
I just edited some PDFs of the mission based on the transcript and created my own checklists. You can see there the markings I did. 1 second.
Okay, Fredo, on page 12, we want the misfin update. We got some vectors
for example.
And a P30 pad. And we'll, when you get to that state, we'll let you know when we want to uplink. Okay, under AGS activation and self-test, perform the entire procedure.
Unless you want to use a little bit more time. Usually during a long conversation we have been going to normal voice like now.
Under AGS align.
We'll stay with it now.
Do step 1.
Making of Apollo 13 real-time simulation.
Do step 1 with the following change. Under throttle control, we want it auto. Over.
Okay, I'll catch up here on page 12. You'll give us a misfin update, some vectors, and a P30. And we're to do the entire AGS activation and self-test. On page 13, we'll do the AGS align. And under DAP set, gimbal throttle test, step 1, I changed throttle control manual to throttle control auto.
Good read back. Turning over to page 14, step 2. We want you to change the DAP noun 46 to 31021. Then after the noun 47, insert verb 34 enter. Over.
Okay, on page 14 of verb 48 DAP load, noun 46, changed to 31021. I assume you'll give us any updated weights if we need any. And after the down 47, a verb 34 enter. So you're saying our gimbals look all right?
That's affirmative on the gimbals, Fred. Nothing else on page 14. Proceed to page 15. And under RCS checkout, we'd like to scratch that wording and just say verify the following switches. Guidance control pings. Step 3 is correction is line 3. Change attitude control 3 to mode control. Mode control both to auto. Verify ACA prop LMP enable. ACA 4-jet LMP enable. TTCA translation LMP enable. That is all on page 15. Over.
Okay, on page 15, we'll change the heading RCS checkout to verify following switches. And those switches are guidance control to pings. Third line attitude control 3 to mode control now. And then mode control both to auto. Then ACA prop LMP enable, ACA 4-jet LMP enable, and TTCA translation LMP enable.
Roger. Now stand by 1.
Okay, hand me the eyepiece. I got Scorpio. Yeah? Yeah, Command Terry's. Where's the other one? I'll put it back in here.
Hello, Aquarius. Houston on activation page 16 if you're ready. Over.
Okay, stand by just 1, Charlie.
Surgeon from flight. Give me a green, please.
Jim's gonna fish around and thinks he's got Scorpio. I'm the AOT
flight.
now.
Go fly. Give me a green, please. Got it.
Okay, Charlie, go ahead. I'm on 16 now.
Okay, Fred, on page 16, perform the docked dips burn pings, that entire sequence down down through the end of the page, except cross out that CSM maneuver to burn attitude, then CMC free. Over.
Yeah, I kind of deduced that one, Charlie. Page 16, dock dips burn pings, except we'll forget the CSM maneuver.
Okay, and you can forget the apps follow-up too. Okay, on page 17, perform all of the AGS entries.
Go ahead,
and at 4 minutes, we got to change.
Shortly, I'm going to be reviewing a few of the ground rules we want to use for the conduct
inverter
of
2,
this burn.
close.
And what I'd like to do
Line
for
2,
you would be to write up in
select
very brief
inverter
form for
1.
updating to the crew between you and Retro. The effect of no burn, which is obviously free
Proceeding
return
on down
and
the
landing
page
at
after
certain
attitude
time,
monitor,
and the effect
we'd like you to
of,
place the rate
cutoff
scale
sometime during the
to
course of the
25
burn,
degrees a second.
Generally, the size of mid-course corrections it would be to
Okay, proceeding on down 4 more lines to balance couple. We'd like to turn balance couple off. That's to keep the upfiring jets off of the CSM in case we have to damp any rates and AGS, but we don't think we will. Then perform the rest of that page as written. Over.
SPS burn.
Identify you take over the eggs and terminate.
Okay, on page 17, do the AGS load at -4 minutes. It's CB11 inverter 2 closed. It's scratch select inverter 1. Rate scale changed to 25 degrees a second. Balance couple will turn off. And incidentally, on the AGS dampen rates point, it brings up the discussion we'd had before, Charlie, on takeovers. You might discuss what it's going to cost us Delta V-wise if we get a control problem to just shut her off and take 30 minutes to regroup for a good manual burn.
Fred, we already got that story for you pretty well in hand. We're reviewing it right now, and I'd like to defer that question until later on. Basically, we're just going to shut down and take what we got, and we got a mid-course of about the maximum of 5 foot per second anywhere in the burn to get back to free return. That's basically the story. We'll give you the mission rules for this burn momentarily. I'd like to proceed on to page 18 at minus 1 minute. Scratch master arm on. Stand by.
I believe.
Okay, I'm page 18, and I've already done that at 1 minute. Master arm on, I'll scratch. Slip it up. I've already scratched CB16 abort stage closed for the previous burn.
John,
okay, we want you to close the CB16 abort stage, over.
Talking about 4 minute call out, CB16 inverted too close.
Okay, you got some special reason for that?
Yes, sir. We like, in case we don't get a manual on, a auto on, we're going to back up using the abort stage and the descent engine command override at ignition plus 1 second. Backing up to page 17, at minus 4 minutes, you read CB11 inverter 2. It should be CB16 inverter 2. Over.
Okay, I got you, Charlie. 17, CB16 inverter 2 closed.
Okay, back to page 18. We'll continue on as is at 30 seconds, 10 seconds, 7 seconds, minus 5 seconds. At ignition, no ignition, and we'll add here, no ignition, start push button, push. Still no ignition, descent engine command, override, on, over. Good readback, Fredo. At plus 15 seconds, scratch, master arm off, and at proceeding on down to at engine cutoff. It's after the mode control pings to at hold, we'd like a verb 76 and then damp excessive rates via the LEM YZ translation. Over. Negative at this burn. We're looking at not reaching 37%, so I don't think we'll have to perform that step, but we will verify that for you.
Yeah.
Okay, one other statement. At engine cutoff. If manual start,
I think it's not just shifting the landing point, it's enabling to come home earlier.
To 40%.
I mean accelerating the comeback.
Equals 0. Stop, push button, push, over. At 30 foot per second to go.
This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Push button and Vigo equals 0.
That's affirmative. What we want to do, if we got a manual start, we're going to have to shut down manually, and to get a better guided cutoff at 30 foot per second to go, we want you to throttle a 40, and acceleration is within reason there, and we feel like we get a good manual cutoff. Over.
And letting the LGC throttle up and then switch back to manual. Okay, we'll correct that.
Okay, now Fred, that was good in the checklist. That's all. We'll have the power down checklist for you momentarily, and we'd like to ask you if you're planning to use the DIPS burn card. If you do, we have some changes to that. Over.
That's time, let's start forward on here.
Okay, let me get a hold of it and I'll write them on there. I got it right now.
Let me know when you're ready to copy. Over.
I'm ready.
Okay, first two lines are okay. CB, third line, CB 11 and 16, staff control all closed except CB 11, AEA open, abort stage open, AELD open. CB 16, AELD open. Over. Okay, good readback. Proceeding on down the page. Balance couple switch. Balance couple off. Okay, down to the TTCA at the last line before -2 minutes. TTCA commander, throttle minimum. LMP TTCA to jets at -2 minutes. Scratch 400 +1. At -1 minute, scratch master arm on. At -10 seconds, add manual ullage. At +5 seconds, scratch descent engine command override on. Add TTCA 40%. Okay, the same comments apply about the manual start. At the ignition time, if no start, manual start push button push. If still no start, descent engine command override on. And the same comments apply to shutting down if manual start. Over.
Okay, the same comments. I'll start at the top again here. Okay, balance couple should be changed to off. Under TTCA, it should be LMP TTCA to jet. Scratch 400 +1 at -2. Scratch master arm on at -1. Add at -10 seconds manual ullage. At ignition, can add the comment about if no start, start push button push, still no start, descent engine command override on. At the +5 second point, scratch descent engine command override on and add TTCA to 40%. And the same comment applies at engine stop as before. We really don't use this card at that time.
Roger, Fredo. Now we aren't also at -30 seconds. We aren't looking at an AGS burn, so you can scratch abort push button push, and at delta V equal 0, scratch abort push button reset. Over.
We estimate the change of shift briefing to start in about 10 minutes. Dr. Payne will be available to meet with newsmen in the auditorium immediately after the change of shift briefing.
Okay, you got it, babe. We'll have some mission rules for you momentarily, and the power down checklist, and also a PTC setup. Over.
Assuming nominal execution is
Okay.
Okay, what if we get no maneuver?
Houston, Aquarius.
We do have that. We've looked at a PC.
Go ahead,
That's
Jim.
what I really have to know.
As early as possible time.
Roger, be advised, I'm now seeing Terry's
The question we get into, Bill, here is the obvious one. What happens if we don't pass our AOT start check?
and just let us
We
know
don't
what
burn, we gotta come up with another new maneuver, and we gotta provide time for alignment.
Roger, stand by. We copy the stars you're seeing. Stand by on the P-52.
Probably much better off than trying to hurry and get a
Okay, what would be that? 8130 rough take time?
Roger, fine.
card back up here. Better than Terry's Sola.
Okay, and rough Bellevue?
It went up about 20
That's Jim Lovell reporting star sightings through the eyepiece in the lunar module. We're at 75 hours, 24 minutes.
We don't.
Yeah, bring a lemon out. There's a lot of P-52 and Terry. That's where we'll get it up there.
Okay, Houston, correction, Aquarius, Houston, we're satisfied with our present alignment. We don't want you to waste any more RCS gas trying to do this P-52. And be advised, you guys are hot mic if you haven't heard of them.
Okay, understand. Hard to remember though, Charlie.
Aircraft flight info. You want to give me a configuration
Okay, we're putting Vance back on standby.
The state vector and target load updates to the crew. Roger, you want me to voice it to you or I'll take it? Get it to me on top of it. Okay, two breakers. Update the link circuit breaker on panel 11. Primary power amp circuit breaker on okay, primary power amp circuit breaker, panel 16. Okay, then you what voice functions to voice, range functions to range, and telemetry bit rate to high.
Oh, you straight off? Yeah.
Capcom flight. Go ahead. Charlie, are you through with your checklist updates now? Okay.
And you got the CNN dictionary. I got 6320 going. Wait a minute.
Apollo Control Houston, 75 hours, 26 minutes. Apollo 13, now 4,968 nautical miles out from the moon, traveling at a speed of 4,631 feet per second.
Up here. Not here.
Control from flight. Just had an interesting thought here. We're getting ready to give the crew a P-27 update. Now, is this going to collapse our dispatch or do anything clever to us as we do this? Maybe. Okay, it does all funny kinds of funny things in the CSM. That's why I'm sort of suspicious about it going on. Like that. Well, can you double check and call your guys to make sure that we're not trying to develop our stick band? We kind of block stick bands in the CSM. Okay, I'll check that.
Why not? And Houston Aquarius?
Go ahead, Fred. Flight span. Go span. 45 miles to change.
About how long we got programmed to go to work here, Vance? Kind of like to get a bite to eat, maybe.
Okay, we have a couple of pads to give you, and stand by us. We'll check to see if we have anything else.
Okay, you hang on to that, baby. Where's that GNN book? You got her over there? Here we go.
Go ahead, Hale.
Here, you want me to start copying off there?
Stay in our present attitude right now, no PTC. Okay, yeah, I'm aware of that. Right.
Okay, about all we have to do is to send up your state vectors and target loads and that'll have to wait a couple of minutes till we get ready to do so. And if you're ready to copy, I can give you P30 maneuver pad for PC +2, and after that, probably
let's
you
compare it.
should be, and then we'll regroup again to send up other things. Over.
Okay, I'm ready to copy a P30 PC +2.
Okay. Okay, this is preliminary P30 LEM maneuver PC +2. Starting down 33, 079, 27, 4007, plus 08192, minus 00200,
Okay.
minus 02189, NA,
Okay. Hey, you know how John's
plus
doing that,
00209,
for this burn?
08482,
I wrote out what I thought the mission roll should be,
420,
and asked him to review it.
274, 082, plus 08203, minus 00200, minus 02150. Comments. All ages 2 jets for 10 seconds. CSM weight 62480. LEM weight 33576. And the following is the DIPS throttle profile. 5 seconds at minimum, followed by 21 seconds at 40%, and the remainder at max. Over.
Okay, a PC +2, 079er, 2740007, plus 081er 2, minus 00200, minus 02189er, in flash A, plus 00209er, 08482, 420, 274, 082, plus 08203, minus 00200, minus 02150. Rest in flash A, under remarks. Knowledge, 2 jet, 10 seconds. CSM weight, 62480.
Yep, yes.
3576. Dip throttle profile. 5 seconds at idle. 21 seconds at 40%.
I don't think that is a mistake. I know what you will say. I should have picked the pericynthion that I have, but I mean, on the trainings, nothing bad happened, and I prefer to do this way, in a manner to synchronize with the recordings better.
Okay, you're talking in the CSM update book?
Yeah, that's a firm.
Yeah, but I don't know if that is a mistake or not. Yeah, okay.
flight. So you have that communications configuration to give us high bit rate data necessary for uplinking 27 updates when we get a chance launch to go through that guidance, and will you stand by for uplinking state vector and highland loads?
That's affirmative, fine.
Okay, tell them you're in control.
Okay, which one we want?
We're going to be getting a batch of some high bit rate data here.
We'll get on whatever band you want.
In a period of time, we're making the P27 uplink, so you might have you guys watch
This is a CSM maneuver pad to monitor PC+2. And it's going to be mainly blank,
yeah,
except
for
I
sure.
want to give you
Electros, the
61
mission is
latitude,
going to
longitude,
return
range to go for the EMS
soon
and,
to Earth,
Okay,
because
okay, at the top, purpose is monitor PC plus
you know
2.
we have to talk with Diego, and
Everything
so
is blank until you get down
I decided
to
to
61.
return early to
Latitude
planet
as
Earth.
follows. Minus 2147. Minus 16500. 11660. 36291.
This one other we are listening
142
is
20. Over.
it's like
Okay,
a monitor path for the CSM.
pad, down 81, minus 2147, minus 16500, 11660, 36291, 142, 3920.
Roger, that's correct, Fredo, and we now would like to get you in a configuration to uplink your state vector and target load. So if you're ready to copy, have some circuit breaker changes for you. Over.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, circuit breaker panel 11, up data link close. Primary power amp panel 16, close.
Voice function.
We have a reminder announcement. The change of shift briefing is ready to start right now. The participants are in the auditorium, ready to start right now.
Who and data.
Okay, let's
We're now
let's
in data and switches and breakers are configured. You got it.
uplink.
Okay, thank you. You're coming in loud and clear.
Guidance flight ready.
State vector and target load.
Ground flight controllers, we have high bit rate data.
Flight, guys.
Go guidance.
Wait about a minute. Go away.
Okay. Flight retro. No retro.
I don't plan to pass GDA drive angles with this trim on control. You want to use the lamb engine where it is now.
Apollo Control Houston, 75 hours, 37 minutes.
Okay, time for a
that
maneuver here.
Preliminary
my understanding, building
PC
45
plus
just gave us
2-hour
clearance.
pad indicated a time of ignition for the DIPS burn of 79 hours, 27 minutes, 40 seconds. Burn duration 4 minutes, 20 seconds. Delta V 850 feet per second. Standing by, continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control Houston.
Ain't open flight. How do you back out of this thing? PM bit rate low and you go the reverse of that sequence? That's coming. Okay.
Okay.
Got that step down.
Now the target load.
So once flight, say it again. Yeah, Vance, once we give the computer back to them, just back out of the procedure, just the reverse of the way you wrote it up.
Yeah, got that. New voice function switches down voice back up and range into off.
Okay.
Low bit rate, of course.
Apollo Control Houston, 75 hours, 38 minutes. Our LOS clock in mission control shows we're 1 hour, 29 minutes, 45 seconds from time of loss of signal from 13 as the spacecraft passes over the backside of the moon. This is Apollo Control Houston, continuing to monitor.
All right. With this, I am going to leave until 16:45 UTC, more or less, which is approximately 76 hours 35 minutes. So I leave you with Apollo in real-time interactive experience by Stephen Slater and Ben Feist.
Guidance from flight.
Go, flight.
You take a look over the various alarm codes once we get into this burn that are still a go from a standpoint of continuing the burn.
That's
I
fair.
assume they'd be very similar to what you've got for PDI.
Right.
Flight from yaw. Go yaw.
His machine.
Okay. Capcom, it's his computer. Control and Telemu, are you ready now to go back to low bit rate data?
Affirmative. Telemu, affirmative.
Okay, Capcom, you can back out of the procedure, and you could also give them that data they've got for checking their alignment there, and also tell them that we don't anticipate that we're going to require PTC from now through the burn.
Flight FAO.
So,
John just brought up something good on this. We don't have a go, no-go limit on this. And if it's off, what do we do? And that's something we have to look into before it backs up.
okay. Well, he'll be here for the next couple of hours.
770821.
Okay, we can run that one down. Why don't you get those other things?
We should acquire at 773310.
PTC, and the computer's his.
The burn is scheduled right now at 792740.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
And the delta V of that burn is 848 feet per second.
Go ahead, Houston. Okay, Jim, I have about three things. First thing,
as you can well imagine, we've looked
yours again.
at trade-offs after this
thing,
burn, what we've got left in front of us after that.
Maneuvering will be required.
Of course, the prime thing to drive that will be our analysis of the consumable situation on board the spacecraft.
And the third thing
present
is,
indications are that if things hold as they are, we'll have no problem making the 142 landing. Our most critical consumable is the water.
High back to
and
low.
We expect as soon as we make this burn, we're going to power down to a almost minimal level. There's a couple of things we could do to get a little bit more power off the spacecraft, but we won't do those unless we have to, and that involves UV cycling the comm and things like that rather than keep the comm up the whole time. Right now we're going to cut down to about 17 amps, which will keep all, at that level we'll have the ECS system fully operational, the fan, the glycol pump. We'll also have PM and voice.
Up that link switch off to set that bit.
And we expect that
Roger, we concur on that.
At that rate,
I'll read this back to
we
you
expect
a little more
that the
slowly.
water usage predictions are that we will be able to get past 142 hours without using any supplemental water out of the plisses or out of the command module. But that is still an alternative available to us. We can use some water out of the pliss, or both of the plisses, and we can also get some water out of the command module. And don't ask me how much, because I forgot. Have to check it before I left.
Power amp, off. That's on panel 16.
I think that's about all we got. If you've got questions concerning trajectory and the options available to us, I'd rather Chuck answer those
circuit
questions
breaker
directly.
11,
He's got the numbers.
Up,
And,
down, link.
We do have some
to
options
close,
available
to
to us that
open.
we'll be looking at.
Do you have a timeline yet at which point you jettison the LEM and the service module?
We've got that in a preliminary fashion, Paul. Right now we're planning to jettison the service module at 2 hours prior to entry interface, and to get rid of the LEM at approximately 1 hour prior to entry interface. Those numbers are subject to update. The techniques for doing all that is being gone over right now by the mission planning analysis people and the flight control people and the flight crew. People with the detailed procedures of how to do that. So those numbers may change, but that's order of magnitude of what we're talking about.
So does that mean you're going to use the platform in the LEM to scamper back and kind of gauge the entry angle and burn and hold on to it for the last minute?
No. We'll bring the CSM platform up for a normal entry, and we will be over into the CSM. It won't be a case of running over to the CSM at the last minute. We'll be over there plenty early enough to make the timeline comfortable.
Jerry, are you running these abort procedures on simulators right now? And if so, can you tell us who's doing it and where they're doing it?
We've run these simulators both here and at the Cape and at the contractors continuously ever since last night. I can't tell you exactly
this last
who is that ever placed it on. Gene Cernan and Dave Scott have done a lot of work for us here. I think Dick Gordon's done some work for us at the Cape. We've tried to simulate virtually everything that we've had the crew to do that is non-normal that they've done. And we've proven most everything that we've been able to run on the simulator prior to passing it up to them. There may be some details we haven't done, but at least we've checked the feasibility of everything we've done, and we'll continue to do that.
Right here in the front.
Can you give us some information on the crew's status, and how many hours of sleep that they've had and how they feel and so on?
I can kind of tell you what was scheduled. I don't know how much they got because we did this sun check, and I know Jim Lovell was up a little earlier than he was supposed to be, but we had scheduled, I think, about a 6-hour sleep period for both Jack Swigert and Jim Lovell. And as I say, they were up a little bit early, or at least Jim Lovell was up a little early. I imagine Jack was too.
Go ahead, Mike. Roger. Give me your RCSA B and dip
We haven't
status.
quizzed them
Like
as far as
across the
status.
board and tag up.
They sound okay to me.
We're 71% in A right now and 72% in B.
I'm sure this shift may get into that eventually. There may be a crew status report scheduled, but we haven't got a detailed trip report or anything yet.
How far will the spacecraft be from the moon when the burn is performed?
Okay, give me your dips propellant remaining.
Sure. That's pretty tough to answer. I really don't think I have the data here, but it will be past the front side of the moon. I can assure that. It'll be 2 hours past the closest approach to the back of the moon, so it'll be out from the moon probably some several thousand miles and off to the side.
More or less between the Earth and the moon, then, is that what you mean?
Yeah. The burn.
Right. Several thousand miles.
Yes, I'm sure at least.
Roger, Bill. Mind give me your consumable status?
The
O2.
Okay. O2 rate. You want rates or just quantity?
Both.
Degree.
Okay, let me briefly, for those of you who didn't hear, he was asking what we plan to do with the platform after the burn and then how we realign it, really is what he says. We plan, yes, to turn everything down after the burn. The exact procedure for how we're going to establish, let me call it a pseudo PTC, we haven't completely zeroed in on yet, but what it'll amount to is we'll do something like stabilize the vehicle and maybe start a slow roll rate and then turn everything off. And the vehicle dynamics are somewhat unpredictable because of all the slosh problems that you have with that much coming on board. But we'll just let that go and drift until we had, if we had to make a subsequent maneuver, then we would repower the LGC and the IMU and the LEM. And we got some options available to us there. Probably what we'd do is do this Earth-Sun alignment if we can't see stars in the AOT. We'd do an Earth-Sun alignment and at least get ourselves to a P51 status. Maybe try the AOT again on some stars if we couldn't see it, and we'd do a P52 using the Earth-Sun. And that should give you, yes, an alignment to a half a degree. Now there's some other options there. You mentioned one. You could power up the command module and align its computer and then do a docked line like we did last night. But of course that takes power out of the command module, which we don't want to do unless we have to. But that is another option available to you.
Jerry, what is the rationale behind getting rid of the service module first and then followed by the lunar module?
Go ahead, Enco.
Com configuration for the burn.
Why don't you tell? I think it's probably because we have to push-pull with the service module. We don't do that earlier.
The point is the normal function of the service module jettison logic won't work. In other words, the service module won't jettison itself. So we have to use the LEM to actually get away from the service module, and then we plan to use the pressure in the tunnel to blow the LEM away from the command module.
All out, Apollo 10.
And the point is we will do all these things will be done in non-critical directions for quarter control. In other words, we won't change the conditions at entry, just the 2 or 3 miles of this distance as we come in. So in other words, the LEM will be separated in distance, but the entry flight path angle of the command module
controllers,
will be relatively
checkpoint,
unaffected.
30 seconds. If you don't want it, give me an amber.
Give us any examples of the kinds of tests that were run in these simulators, and
okay, procedures. You want to hold off
what kinds of things you learned from these tests?
Well, we did. We simulated a dot dips burn, both with the service module on and off. We did some Earth-Sun alignment techniques. We tried different attitude control modes, using either the hand controller, the ACA in the LEM, or using the TTCA, the translation controller, in the LEM. to evaluate those different handling techniques and qualities. Let's see. We've done this thing that I mentioned a while ago about establishing PTC and then turning everything off. We've done some work on that. I haven't seen the results of it, but I know it's going to be run this afternoon. That's about all I can think of right off.
Was there anything special you learned from these, that something that just wouldn't work that you thought might otherwise work in this kind of situation?
I can't tell you of any big surprises that we ran into. I know we found out that that it was a little quicker to move the vehicles around using the translation controller as opposed to the ACA, although you could use a little less propellant using the ACA. So we learned a little more about that trade-off, and we told Jim to use the one that was most comfortable to him, if you remember when we did the sun check. So no big surprises, though, out of any of those tests.
Jim Lovell made a rather cryptic remark concerning the possibility that Apollo 13 may be the last moon mission for a long time, and the reception over the radio was such that we didn't get anything but garbles afterwards, or for that matter, just immediately beforehand. And I was wondering if he made any further comments concerning this particular comment, and if he elaborated on that theme at all, and if not, what you think he may have meant by the statement.
Control from flight.
Well, I didn't hear any of that. I've been in control center since 6:30 this morning.
Conclude your comments.
I wouldn't try to speculate on what he was saying
here, because I want to start going around the horn.
Why don't you ask me to Vivid, he'll be around.
Make sure everybody understands the rules and all agree to them.
I don't mean to avoid your question. It's just that I really don't know. I don't have any idea what he's talking about.
We keep hearing that the object of all the saving of power is to save power for the command module.
Press conference.
What is the margin?
A very interesting one, by the way. In the Apollo in real-time experience by Stephen Slater and Ben Feist. Link in the description.
The nominal entry is on the order of half of that, or a little less, 40 to 50 amp hours. So we've got a margin of about twice what we require in the command module. If you want those numbers any closer, you send me afterwards or talk to the query desk and they can get it for you.
Okay, we got that intake hose.
What is the duration of the burn, and will this quick reentry increase the reentry speed?
I don't know what the length of the burn is, Mark. They were working on the different. I know they're going to ullage for 5 seconds, and then for 10 seconds, and then 5 seconds at idle. And you got the whole burn time?
Yeah.
Good.
The burn is about, plus or minus a few seconds, 4 minutes and 19 seconds long, and it will be 10 seconds of 2-quart ullage prior to the burn. The burn is basically pointed towards the Earth, and it will speed up the entry conditions as opposed to the free return trajectory. Speed them up to what? Okay. This burn will put us at roughly 36,210 feet per second.
I guess that item isn't going to
as opposed to
so much, Fredo.
I don't know.
Let's hope not.
But it was somewhat less than that, probably 100 feet per second less. Not much. Didn't speed it up much. Oh, just very small amount. Yes. This, in fact, we've entered at higher velocities than this.
Do you want to take it for a minute?
John Lannon.
Could you give us some kind of a feel for what the situation is with the lithium hydroxide canisters, the numbers aboard, and what the maximum operational period on what you have will be? And also, how is the command module PCS handling the CO2 up there? Is it cycling through the command module canisters, or is it going in some other direction?
Let me answer your second question first. No, we're doing all of the scrubbing with the CO2 with the LEM system, and we've come up with a procedure, and I'm not sure whether it's been read to the crew yet or not, but we've come up with a procedure where we can fix up the command module
canisters and use them by flowing. We'd have to do some taping of hoses to these things, and that incidentally is, in answer to this gentleman's question, is something else that's being simulated. In fact, I imagine that's probably been finished by now, but that's another thing that's been simulated here at Houston. In order to use the CO2 canisters in the command module up, as opposed to using the LEM system up. Now, at around 75 hours, which I guess is just now passed, or a little while ago, 75 to 76 hours, the canister that's in the LEM now would be, the primary canister anyway, would be used, and the plan was to just switch over to the secondary canister and stay with the LEM system until after, or with the LEM canisters, until after this burn, when we get things settled down. And then at that time, we'll implement this procedure, and based on that, there would be all kinds of, if that procedure works okay, there would be all kinds of lithium hydroxide canisters available. I don't know the exact number, but there would be a lot more than we'd use if we can use the command module gear.
Baxter.
Command module.
Then we'd have to look at minimizing the usage there on the thing. I haven't looked at all the procedures that we would go to, but I don't think we're not out in left field, even if we couldn't do that. It just means that we'd have to push that thing probably a little further than nominal.
Basic approach to the entire burn monitoring.
This means that the millimeters of mercury of the PCO2 would probably get a little higher than you'd like to have it, but not to a dangerous level.
Or in some kind of return to earth trajectory right now.
Chuck, could you go into a little bit of detail as to how you will
I think we ought to use
unload the service module since it can't do it itself? You said it'd be a push-pull arrangement. Would you explain that just a little bit more?
Okay, they're running relative motion studies for recontact. Basically, they align the spacecraft with the
go down the line.
LEM pointing straight away from the Earth.
These will be limits for
and then we'll yaw 45 degrees out of plane. Do 1 foot per second forward,
or less,
then do a service module jettison, and 1 foot per second backwards. So now we have a velocity of 1 foot per second between the command module, and the LEM combination in the service module.
Okay.
Prior to at 1 hour, so prior to 1 hour, we'll put the LEM in its jettison attitude, which is also the command module pointed out along the radius vector, yard 45 degrees out of plane. Get out of the LEM, seal it back up, and then with the pressure in the tunnel, pop it off, and then come in and do the entry.
I'd like to ask a further question about water. This morning, Lenny said that the water usage seemed to be settling down to a much more satisfactory rate. At that time, we had a figure around 2.7 pounds per hour after the 17 amp-hour down-configuration, and that, he said, would give us about a 13-hour margin on a 142-hour entry. Now, can you update those figures?
The best we know right now, that's still a pretty good estimate. We're going to have to just get down to that level, which is a level we really haven't been to yet, and really monitor the system before we know exactly what that rate is. But that's a good estimate for right now, the stuff that Lenny gave you this morning.
Well, Jerry, are there any special plans to try to recover the RTG or to track it?
Converter light after switching inverters.
Yes, in answer to the tracking, not to recover.
The LEM
should, as Chuck mentioned, the LEM should impact somewhere like 500 to 600 miles uprange, about the place that the service module does, in nice deep water.
Right there in the dome there, Brian.
How long has the LEM been tested on the ground under these powered-up conditions that it's under now? Has it been tested for 60, 70 hours, full power?
I can't answer. Gee, I don't know. 2TV1 ran for an awful long time, I know, in the chamber over here. That data's probably available. I can't give you an answer.
Basically constitutes the cutoff criteria. If the engine shuts down
You mentioned the word flossing before. During the course of this burn, are you satisfied that you know the containment of all the fluids in the SM so that there's not likely to be any large shifting of the CG during the course of that burn?
Yeah, that's one reason we do this ullage maneuver, of course, is to settle all the liquids that are free-floating, settle all the liquids in the bottom of the tank. As long as you keep a constant G on it, then, except for the changes CG just due to the propellant that you're burning out of the engine itself, we wouldn't expect anything, and we didn't see anything adverse on the first burn, so
We'll get you a number on that.
I think we got that followed. Okay.
The throttle will be at 40% at that time.
You're going to jettison the service module as you come in. As far as we understand, that was the primary scene of the accident that occurred. Your telemetry systems or electronic systems sufficiently good that you will be able to learn or to know exactly what did happen on this voyage at the end of it when you have dumped, in effect, the thing that you could examine?
I wouldn't say unequivocally sitting here right now that we can tell you exactly what happened without just from the data. But I would say this. I think the people in the program office are extremely good at taking data, not only here but hopefully in other places. In fact, they amaze me what they can tell with it. I think we've got a real good chance, after we get a real good close look at all of the data, to be able to put together, if not one, at least maybe 2 or 3 most likely things that happen.
We should not have any problems.
Of course, without retrieving the thing, you'll never know exactly the specifics, but I think we can get the major events and from that determine what happened to the level it will need to.
Okay, we are going to fight over what do you have now from a standpoint of backup maneuvers?
In line with that, Jerry, is there any new thinking on what did happen?
No.
We'll have that.
It appears that something let go back there, probably in the area of the clouds, and that's in that bay, bay 4, I think it is. I'm not sure. But anyway, it's something let go, and the cause of why it let go, I'm not even up on that. I'm not real sure what they've looked into, but something just came apart.
I'm harping on the platform this afternoon. Having the platform closed down, how will that affect getting into your slot on re-entry?
Okay, now...
Will they power it up, for example, for mid-course correction?
You should not use any RCS during the course of the burn.
Yes, we would power up the platform to do a mid-course correction, to get us back for car to control. Is that what you're speaking of? Or in the event that we want to speed it up.
They won't seriously have trouble getting in the corridor then?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
They won't have trouble getting into the corridor then?
No, we don't expect any anyway. And incidentally, that's a good point. The Carter-type control maneuvers that we make are fairly insensitive to attitude errors. In other words, a gross alignment is good enough. So that's a point in our favor, which I'm glad we can say that now. But they're relatively insensitive to pretty large platforms.
Could you explain exactly how you're going to utilize the lithium hydroxide canisters in the command module? Someone told me there's an engineer here, or at least one man, who's worked up some kind of cardboard adapter with tape and cardboard. And they may be looking at something like this to use in the capsule.
There is something like that, and the reason I can't give you the details is because I didn't have time to go over it. Gene Trans was about ready to talk to them about that procedure, but that might not even be talked about to the crew until this post-burn, or post-time of the burn. So,
can you tell us what jets are
it does involve
some
rather crew, if you want to call it, taping of hoses and canisters together, and I'm not quite sure of the configuration. That was a problem that was well past this shift's activity, so I turned it over and let other people work on it. We can find out what that is for you. In fact, if you listen to the air ground, I'm sure you're going to hear it in the next hour or so. And you'll hear the details of what they're proposing to do.
Or you're really control.
Jerry, are the astronauts eating the sandwiches out of the LEM, or did they bring some food over from the command module?
I don't know, Louis. We haven't asked them about that. They're eating. I assume they're eating something.
Attitude problem. Yeah, that's very good.
Do you know what the present level of carbon dioxide is in the atmosphere and what they consider the danger level to be?
Do I know what the... Did you say, do I know what the current level is in the atmosphere, the cabin atmosphere?
Those notes down.
We gave that information to the query desk about an hour ago.
If we
I don't know what the number is.
They know over at the
return
query
landing
desk
time
that we
is
passed that over.
152 hours.
You can find several answers
John
on
Landon
the second part of your question. It depends on,
Does crew know there are recovery forces out in the Indian Ocean, and there are forces capable of recovery?
Jerry, this morning there was some commentary relating to filling some bags with water just about the time they evacuated the command module. Can you tell us what that involves? How many bags there were?
So we don't have to tell them what they're...
I didn't hear that myself. It sounds like probably what they were doing is putting water in. We want them to take drinking water from the CSM, of course, and leave all the water we can in the LEM for personal food. It sounds like probably what they were doing is taking water over to the LEM to drink and just taking it in bags so that they wouldn't have to go over there to get a drink of water.
And you've got the data
That's the only reason
that gave you previously shut down during the maneuver. We feel the earliest time we could.
Has Swigert been in the command module all the time since last night?
4 hours.
And will they remain like this? And if so, how do the two in the LEM sleep? Or are they standing up all the time for 80 hours?
What we're doing here, we've got one guy up all the time. You know, Jack just had his night watch duty, and the other two guys are sleeping over in the LEM, or over in the CSM.
And I guess that's
yes. So the guy that's awake, the people that are awake are over. If there's two awake, they're over in the LEM. And Jack has been in the LEM also.
Whoever is sleeping is in the coach.
That's right. They're back in the CSM. I don't know whether they're sleeping in the couches or whether they're sleeping in the under the couches, but they're somewhere in the CSM.
Go ahead. Procedure for getting back in there. Okay.
On the burn, is it going to be a full thrust burn all the way?
Well, Chuck Miller it starts out at low thrust and then goes to 40% and then goes to full thrust.
Yeah, it's 5 seconds at 10% and 21 seconds at 40, and then the rest of the burn will be at full throttle.
Okay, Capcom.
Okay, and
criteria for terminating.
have you looked into the situation of an underburn or an overburn? Would it affect
the IP moves, if I can call it the IP, moves from its present pre-return in the Indian Ocean, moves across Australia to the Pacific. And during this time, if the burn would have shut down any time in there, the IP
what we're
would
talking
be
about is we've lost our auto engine on. Discrete.
And all this time, we're only no more than 5 feet per second from the quarter.
Using our,
so if we shut down, we can always get back to the quarter with no problem.
And what he has to do, he has to hit a proceed there.
The burn would be scheduled if I guess
it's on a flashing
ended up on Australia.
97, I think.
And I know this is a way out thing, but this is sort of a way out mission. It's conceivable that you could have an underburn which would bring them in
I guess that's just
to an impact point on land without another maneuver.
I guess the one item that's open is
if you couldn't get the dip started, what would you try to do then? Use the apps or the RCS or what?
You're talking about if you couldn't get the dip started at all?
I assume if he does not pass his AOT start check,
a second time to have another burn.
Correct?
You got several options too. You got service module RCS and the
we don't want to get
CSM that you could use.
Okay.
Trading off
when you're going to give him a start check and burn attitude and he does not pass, no go for the burn.
In the LEM, you also can ascent speed and column those RCS stretchers to get quite a large maneuver.
Okay, and I think for that particular case, we'd come back. This is why we set up this backup maneuver. +4, we'd have to figure out some way to re-verify our alignment. And we've got the maneuver and all the data.
To go back to the question of partial pressure CO2 in the command module again, is that continuously being monitored while Swigert is in there so he may sleep there for 5 or 6 hours?
No-go for the burn.
Watching that
that
not in the command module while it's powered down, because we've got the instrumentation powered down on the PCO2.
We're still determining the limits.
It is active in the LEM.
Sleep?
No, this is a meter. It's a meter that I'm talking about. There's a meter in the
What if it flunks?
in the CSM that is powered down now, so he can't.
We can take a 5-degree misalignment, right?
Well, if you can't sense PCO2 levels in the command module, are you permitting Swigert to sleep there?
Yes,
Or are you bringing him back to sleep and keeping him awake?
Yes, we are permitting him to sleep there. We've got a hose, two hoses, stuck down into the thing to create, down into the command module to create a flow and circulate that same air through the LEM system. So we're scrubbing both the command module and the LEM with the LEM system.
Start check. I think we ought to
Of course, you know, PCO2 is first detected by stuffiness, so I mean, it's not something that's going to sneak up on you all of a sudden. It's a level
I don't see how it's going to be such an easy way to get a start.
You might move the hose around to slow it
We got a
for a while.
1.5 degree deadpan or 1.4 degrees thereabouts.
You see what I mean?
Can we find
Jerry,
a star
assuming a
that's
good dip
close
burn,
to the center of an ALT or
feet
another
per second,
coax?
right on the
How
money.
far off it
Would
is?
you dump, jettison the dips right away, or hang on to it?
It seems to me that if you're
Would you jettison the descent stage, assuming a good dips burn, right? 850 feet per second.
Oh no.
Okay, but now this
Because the water in the stage is
the water and
saturated.
because we've had some big air
in the
current
battery.
spiral. It's been right
Down
on
the
the
deeper
surface.
stage.
I don't know if it's the same thing.
What's the total time they'll be on the consumables of the command module?
When? From now to the end of the mission?
On re-entry.
We're talking about a complete power-up somewhere around 2 hours prior to entry interface. That's about the time that we're getting rid of the service module. Now, we're going to have to start back. The checklist is now undergoing development, but we're going to have to start back prior to that. So we'll probably start powering up the command module back in the area 3 to 4 hours prior to entry. And so we'll partially be on some of those consumables as early as that time. However, we won't be fully up in the LEM until, or in the command module until we're pretty close to this 2 hour time period. Then we'll be fully on the command module.
Is the reason for the burn on the front side of the moon have to do with communications or with the trajectory itself, or neither?
You're talking about the PC plus 2?
The dips burn coming up tonight.
Well, the reason for that is primarily that we plan this kind of burn for a case where LOI is not performed. But it may be a case where you go behind the moon with LOI being intended to be performed and not performed. You've got 2 hours to do this before it burns. That's where we've done those report studies from. So happens that from LOI out to the PC plus 2, there's not much change in delta V required to get you out. And there is change, it grows. The further out you go, the more it costs you to get back. But it's primarily a case here where we can get it is a pretty good trade-off. We can see the burn from the ground down on the front. It's a relaxed timeline in the LOI attempt case where you end up not going. Gives you 2 hours to get into the LEM and power it up. That's why last night, if you remember, we used what we call a 2 hour activation to get the LEM powered up. And that's where that was developed, is for this new LOI case. So that's the case that we've trained a lot for that case too. So we've got checklists written for it.
We're going to also get back with you shortly, Jim.
When you start to power up the LEM, will one of the steps be to set up the platform in the LEM and then transfer the reference to the CM platform? In other words, to reverse last night's procedure?
No. Well, let me say no. That set of procedures is now undergoing. After we get past this next burn, then we'll start looking toward the entry case and how we're exactly going to power that up. But our best bet there is to, I think probably, and this is my own opinion, is probably just to do a cold start, just like we were powering up from any other power down. That is, do a P51 and a P52 using the CSM.
Get his 3 requests, sir. Yeah, we got that. He wanted LOS time, acquisition time, and
do you have an
power up
estimate
time
on
and
the entry velocity and how this might compare with the previous Apollo missions?
Yeah, it's 36,210, and we have flown. In fact, one of the unmanned missions came back at 36,500, and I think one of the manned missions came back at a velocity higher than this. This is perfectly acceptable.
Yes, still some question in my mind about when you will switch over entirely to the entry batteries and the CM, and how long you'll be on those batteries, and how many ampere hours are in the batteries now.
I can't give it to you exactly because we haven't gotten all the details worked out, but it'll be on the order. If we're going to jettison the LEM,
flight, I have to have
30, it's
1
hour
this
prior to entry
prop
interface.
tank pressure, inlet
I
pressure
would
here
think
is
that you're
150
talking
on
about
board,
a number of
as well
an
as
hour and a half
160 on board.
to 2 hours
160, it's 150.
that you'll be fully on the command module batteries. Now, you're going to be on command module batteries to some extent prior to that, but I don't think you'll be fully powered up prior to that. So that number will be available for you later.
You know, what surplus do you think you have in those batteries?
Well, as I mentioned, we've got about 100% pad right now, something on that order. So we can afford to use some.
On the front row right here on the corner.
What chance have you got of, let's say, using the astronauts' cameras or some other means of getting data about what happened, perhaps pictures of a rupture on the outside of the service module, things of that kind?
I would say virtually none. That would be a very difficult thing to have to do. You'd have to jettison the service module, and then you'd have to go after it to get a picture of it. And at that point in time, of course, we're interested in controlling the Carter closely, and it just wouldn't be a good trade-off. And I doubt the value of the pictures, too. That's my personal opinion. You may see a hole there, but we'll have to tell you much.
Mark Bloom. Jerry, you say you came on around 6:30 this morning. During the day, did it look like a tougher situation, this abort mission coming back, or did it grow in complexity as you learned more and more, or did you get a feeling that it would be that it should level off and it shouldn't be really too rough?
That's a good question. In fact, I might say one of the reasons it seems like, I'm sure to some of you that I'm uncertain about a lot of things that I should be more certain about. Actually, today was a case where we had an awful lot of options at the beginning of the day that we had to wade through, and then as the day went on, we weeded out some of the things that we said we weren't going to do, and as when we finally got down to it, we're not still in a complex situation. At least to me, I understand now, and I'm sure that I hope you guys are beginning to understand that the kind of plan that we're pursuing here. We're a lot more relaxed, if you want to call it that, than we were at 11 o'clock last night, for sure. And I can also say that from this morning too. But that's primarily because we've had time to work the problem, and we've had time to look at some trade-offs, and the situation hasn't looked any worse to me today at all. In fact, I'm beginning to see the light a little bit, but I can see that we've weeded out some of the stuff that we were thinking about earlier. But that's one of the reasons. You just can't imagine how many different facets that we've looked at. Maybe
Jim, we were just discussing burn star monitoring, and we were curious to know if you can see Monkey in detent 2 at this time. Over.
Let's take one more, and then Dr. Payne will be available to you later.
Jerry, you say you are planning now for the crew to go over to the CM about 2 hours out for re-entry. How far out could they re-enter the CM and have enough consumables on board to reach Earth safely in case something went wrong with the LEM?
I haven't looked at that. I would imagine that, and of course there's some trade-offs there because you could not power some things up that you normally would in order to get more lifetime. I really don't know. I would put it out in an area of something past 4 or 5 hours, I think. But I don't know exactly where you'd be limited because it would depend on, you could, for instance, trade off making a GNN entry and strictly decide to go with the EMS. Well, therefore, you're not going to go nearly the power with the EMS. Or you could even power down the EMS and go with a constant G entry using some sort of window router. So there's too many trade-offs there to really answer your question. It would be out several hours away from entry interface, but I don't know how far.
The figure given in the book is about 15 hours on oxygen for all 3 men. And this has been used in some wire copy. I saw it at 15 hours. Do you disagree with this, or is that too long? You think
it may even be longer than that. We got 9 pounds of oxygen.
What I'm really getting at is, when do you feel that you will have again the capability of the command module as a backup system to the LEM, saying, 9 o'clock Thursday evening, 15 hours before reentry? Would you feel at that time, if you lost the LEM, that the men could get on board the CM, jettison the LEM, and come in safely from that point?
I think you're in the ballpark there. That's probably not too far from wrong.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Fung is here. He'll be available.
Give him a cursor spiral angle. Instead of maneuvering the spacecraft, I'll give him a cursor spiral. That's for eggs.
Before I accept your questions, I'd like to make a few observations. First and foremost, on my mind, ever since the onset of our difficulties last night, has been the remarkably cool, calm, and collected reaction of the flight crew and the excellent teamwork of the people here on the ground and manned spacecraft center. This afternoon, I spent a little time with Mary Hayes. I think that throughout the NASA family, the manner in which people are pulling together to get on top of this problem, contain it, come up with a solution, is very gratifying. I'd also like to thank the many people, the length and breadth of the United States and from overseas, who have been sending us messages of encouragement and hope. We certainly appreciate the support which is coming into us from all quarters. We also, in NASA, very much appreciate the support and confidence which President Nixon is showing in the personnel in NASA and our associates in industry who are working to solve the problem that we have. We have constituted a special Flight Progress Review Council, which is meeting at the end of every shift and is going intensively into the decisions that have been made and the decisions that open up in the next 8 hours and then for the duration of the flight. We're making absolutely sure that we're bringing the best expertise across the length and breadth of the country there on the problem,
saying if he lost attitude control, he's got no other way to point that out. No other way.
To bring the crew of Apollo 13 safely back to Earth.
Spiral angle up.
The members of this team are Dale Myers, the Associate Administrator for Manned Spaceflight, the Chairman,
Roger, Jim. According to our calculations, Lumpy should
formerly
be
the Director of the Apollo Program,
pretty close to the
astronaut
center
Frank
of
Warman,
We've been talking
Charles
that
Matthews,
possibility over.
Deputy Associate Administrator for Manned Spaceflight, Bill Bergen, the President of North American Aviation, Lou Evans, the
Also, as a
President
matter of
Grumman,
general interest,
Lou Gavin, the
The
Senior
sun
Vice
should
President
be
of Space
in
Programs.
at the bottom part of the CDR's
Group
window,
meeting
at the bottom of the LPD vertical
several
line.
observers, including the Deputy Administrator, George Lowe, and myself, and I'm confident that everything is being done that can be done to bring the mission to a successful conclusion. I'd be very glad to address myself to any questions you may have.
You must be that, yeah, right.
I have two questions, Dr. Payne. The first in reference to Jim Lovell's remark about it looks like this will be the last Apollo flight for a time. I wonder if you share his opinion. And second, your appointment or calling together of this executive committee, if I understand you correctly, they're reviewing the decisions made every 8 hours. It sounds like sort of a super management thing that's looking over somebody's shoulder. I wonder if this came at the suggestion of some person, perhaps the administration or what your feelings are about the function of this council.
It is not a super operational group of any sort. It is just what the name implies, namely a review and advisory council which reports to the Associate Administrator for Manned Spaceflight. It has no line authority whatsoever. The directors retain this, but it is a group which helps them make sure that everything possible is being done. With respect to your first question, I think that you're touching here on the future of lunar exploration, and there's no question at all that we have had a setback in this mission. There's no question at all that we will very thoroughly review all of our equipment, procedures. But beyond that, I can say unequivocally that man will explore the moon.
Go ahead.
Risks are involved.
Jim, whenever
These
you're
risks are risks which
through
we
eating
have
and ready
accepted
to
in the past, not only in lunar exploration, but in all areas of exploration where man has pressed forward into the unknown. These risks are faced by the astronauts, their families, indeed all the members of the NASA team, and these risks will continue to be borne as we move forward into the future. I have no doubt whatsoever.
Dr. Payne, could you be a little more specific? You stated there's no question we have a setback. For example, do you foresee this having some effect on 14?
Okay, first of all, general philosophy is that these rules should be similar to LOI Mode 1 aboard with the tight limits.
By returning the astronauts safely to Earth.
Now, I'll go through them one by one for you to copy.
Thinking about Apollo 14.
Okay, you should shut down if any of the following happen.
Doctor, perspective has been something that's been rather elusive at times.
77% or below.
Hours. Can you, for us, place in what appears to be their proper
tank pressure, that's the inlet pressure,
most critical
onboard readout,
parts of the mission now until we get the men back home?
160
We're talking
or
about
below.
100% pad and the water supply, the electricity looks fine, and the burn looks like it's coming up good. In perspective,
fuel to Ox Delta P greater than 25 psi, and that would have to be a ground call.
The degree to which the expendables which we have on board will last through the return time of the flight. As you know, the most critical of these is the cooling water and the LEM,
with the exception of the start transient.
The LEM power, another critical item. The oxygen supply is yet another. These are in order of decreasing criticality.
Limits,
and the question
plus
of the
or minus
lithium
10 degrees
hydroxide
a
for
second.
scrubbing CO2, which we have a plentiful supply of.
And you
The thing
should
that we are
shut
watching
down if you get any of the following
ability
alarms.
which we will have after the burn this evening to power down the
Engine
LEM,
gimbal.
cut down both the power requirement and more particularly the cooling water requirement.
ISS
As we
plus
review the
program
status
alarm.
of the expendables and the amount of thrust which we have to shorten the mission, we do at the present time have a margin which should assure that barring...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Apollo 13 real-time simulation. We just passed behind the moon.
We have your spacecraft
after switching inverters.
Apparently, which
We are behind the
later
moon.
malfunction, perhaps on a lunar landing flight, could have caused a fatal accident. Do you have any indication from Congress that is somewhat hesitant already to to give funds,
proceeding on.
messages perhaps that
If
they might not
during
look
the
upon
burn
this
the
as an
engine
omen to
stops,
get out of the space.
you have a flashing now
I think that
97.
the question of
You should
the
proceed.
resolve of the
Then all
American
age.
people is expressed by the Congress to press onward in the
Engine start
conquest of
to
space
push.
is something that time will tell. My own view of this is that the problems that we
And
encountered on this
descent
mission
engine override
are
on.
certainly things that will be reviewed by the Congress. I think to be perfectly candid with you, the
Okay, now
performance
just
of the
general
entire NASSP team
information.
for the remainder of the duration of this mission will undoubtedly have an effect on
If
the
you didn't
view
burn PC plus 2,
Congress has of the
probably
activities that we're
PC
proposing
plus
for
4
the future.
would be
But
the
in the longer range
earliest
sense, I'm quite confident that the American
MCC.
space program will rise above this setback, and there's really no question in my mind.
Ags is going to back up in a rate fail mode only, as you know.
Has this advisory board made any
We're
recommendations
talking
yet?
over the start check.
At the
We'll
present time, the
have to,
advisory
get
board
back
has
with you on
been
that.
reviewing the decisions that have been made and the amount of additional data which should be obtained. These
If
are the
for some reason there is
primary
no
activities of
PC2,
gathering additional information,
you
reviewing
have a free
the
return trajectory.
and obtain these decisions. So far, there's been no veto action or major change as a result
With
of
a
this.
landing
I think it's more a case
at
of just making
152.
absolutely certain that we're doing everything we should be doing.
0200.
You mentioned veto action. Does this board have the authority to veto?
And that would be
action
after a
taken
small
by,
mid-course 5.
flight directors?
No, the board has only the
Which would,
authority to advise the
probably be around 4
associate
feet per
administrator
second
of
at
manned
93
space
hours.
flight. He, however, does have line authority, of course.
Dr.
And
you may
you
consider
have
the point
recovery
of
forces
determination
in the
of
Indian Ocean.
accepting the risks
You're in good shape there.
space travel.
And the Indian Ocean
sure
is
you
where
don't
this landing would be.
take on any unnecessary risks. In the light of what's happened with this flight, would you reconsider the decision you made to send the Apollo 8 off without a LEM?
Okay.
I think it's a little late for me to reconsider that decision at this time.
Okay, after PC plus 2, there are no trim requirements.
I think that our concern for the moment is with future missions, and it is perfectly true that the casualty of this sort,
if you have a
occurring
shutdown
in a mission like
during
Apollo 8,
PC plus
didn't have
2,
a LAM, or occurring in a mission at a time when we had
subsequent
down the
mid-course
surface, would indeed have been
maneuvers
a good deal more serious.
required would, well, the earliest one would be PC plus 4.
It was an extremely serious casualty, but it could have been worse.
If you don't do a PC plus 2,
discussion of setting up some type of commission?
but we still want
Dr.
to do
Dr.
one,
Payne was the
MCC
administrator of
later.
NASA
At
in
PC plus 4, the
1970.
increase in delta.
We are listening to the Apollo in real-time experience from Stephen Slater and Ben Feist.
Very intensive reviews after the flight, but this is not the appropriate time for that.
4630.
Apollo 13 do get back, and there's every indication that they will. Would you consider
Now
the
you
mission
should
as a whole
expect
to
new
qualify
paths,
failure?
state vectors, and targets for PC plus 2 at about GET 78. Over. Okay, everybody stand by and I'll get the crew.
We leave a certain amount of discretion to the families. They are welcome to come into mission control if they choose to do so. I talked to Mary Hayes about this afternoon, and we both agreed that at least for the moment, she's probably best at home with the children.
Okay, how do you read? Loud and clear.
Dr. Payne, there's been some speculation that at the Washington level you've been thinking at least about the possibility of canceling perhaps 18 and 19, Apollo 18 and 19, concentrating on Skyland. With a
However,
$375 million
we are on the shadow of the moon, but communications remains with Earth because we can see Earth on the other side. Only the sun is blocked. There is still communication.
I would imagine that as we review the Apollo 13 mission, it probably will have some impact on our thinking, but it's far too early to speculate whether we would indeed contemplate probably future missions.
rate limits are plus or minus 10 degrees per second.
Yesterday, it was indicated here that Vice President Agnew was going to visit here, tour here today, and remain through Wednesday night. Did he by chance discuss his change of plans with you? I was told that he did not come.
He did not specifically discuss his change of plans. Originally, Vice President Agnew had intended to make a visit to Houston during the time of the Apollo 13 mission, and I believe that he considered it inappropriate to do so in the great press of the business that he had last day. The only message I got was that he had canceled his plans, but he joined President Nixon in wishing us the very best success in bringing this mission to conclusion.
Backup rate command or rate damping, I guess. And,
considering the advisors you have at your disposal, North American and Grumman and so on, what have they told you about what went wrong? What is your best understanding of what happened?
I believe that you've heard a number of discussions of, quote, what went wrong, unquote. It does seem to pinpoint down to the oxygen bottle. In my own view, I'm postponing a judgment on that. There'll be plenty of time after the mission is concluded to go back in infinite detail and look at every indication from every sensor. I would rather expect that we probably will be able to pinpoint the sequence of events that led to this failure with some degree of precision later. As I said, though, at the moment, we are concentrating on completing the mission and not wasting a lot of time on post-mortem, except insofar as it may tell us something about the present capability of the spacecraft and the options open to us to bring the fellows home. Thank you.
Okay, Fred, your readback was corrected.
Okay.
By Gene Kranz with his flight control team and support rooms in mission control. These rules are akin.
Did you ever have any LOS, AOS times and a startup time for us to jump into this activation checklist?
A minute for you, flight.
Okay, let me poll the house again on that one.
What's that one, the LOS?
No LOS yet, Indy. No LOS yet. Just on the shadow.
One word is in an optimal fashion, going through that 2-hour activation generally took somewhere about an hour 15 to an hour 20.
Okay, I guess then we ought to allow you a little more than that, huh?
No, I was thinking since we don't have to do about 4 pages of it, that we probably need just about that. And that'll make up for the difference in the added time we need maneuvering, etc.
You are always allowed.
The mission rules for the burn are akin to those on an LOI-1.
This morning I was grumpy. But you are allowed to talk. Not on grumpy, not only with you, with the world.
6 hours, 42 minutes into the flight.
Because I lost a CM, you know? Well, a service module, better said. Yeah, I did some changes to my sleep schedule this morning, but that I shouldn't have done, so that is why I was grumpy this morning.
Yeah, look at those stars.
Go ahead, Grayson.
Roger, we're entering the shadow of the moon now. The sun is just about set as far as I can see, and the stars are all coming out.
Okay, and if you're ready to copy, we have
Yep.
LOS, AOS times for you.
Exactly, I like that comment.
Flight. Go ahead, man.
Okay, LOS 770835. AOS 773310. Sunrise.
How are you guys doing from a standpoint of power?
First I'll give you sunset, which is past, but that was supposed to be at 763245.
have LOS here. I'd like to go over there.
And sunrise 771648.
Flight open flight. Let's go, flight. You nailed down your post-burn sucking requirement. Right, flight. If we give it to Intel.
Okay, LOS at 770835. AOS
for total power requirement here.
3310.
That is a map update. I am going to try to do it.
771648.
Roger. We'll get back with you on the power up time, and if you're ready to copy, have angles to load into noun 22 for your verb 49 maneuver to burn attitude.
Okay, go ahead with verb 49 value.
Okay. R1 plus 27210. R2 plus 355.
The prime meridian, should I change it or not?
R3 plus 33010.
Have you seen this procedure?
Second item, as you know, do the maneuver with a proceed and a proceed, and after your
Okay, so that's it.
a reminder that P40
Sunset
will not
we
set you back
passed
to a
was
narrow deadband. To get back to the 1.4 degree deadband, you have to use
like
procedure
15 minutes ago.
which is
LOS will be at 77 hours, 7 minutes and 19 seconds.
Enter.
And sunrise 77 hours, 15 minutes, 36 seconds. If I set up the external camera correctly, you should be able to get amazing views of the moon.
Register 2 plus 35570. Register 3 plus 33010.
What is this? Let me check the transcript.
21 now 01 enter. 3011 enter. 200 enter.
Roger, and a correction on your first number for register 1, that should be plus 27210. And another comment after you get into the narrow deadband at that attitude, why you might tell us where you see Nunki.
Roger, will do, man.
Thank you.
Okay, you corrected. Register 1 is plus 27210.
Roger.
And would you like us to make that maneuver this time?
Okay, I will try that bar 49.
Stand by.
Control for flight. Red flight. Any objections to making the maneuver to burn attitude now?
I have objections. I have objections, flight. Fuel conservation.
Yeah, we want to get
So I have it there, but I am not going to do the bar 49
I
now.
don't think we want to narrow the gap.
I need fuel.
Guidance, do you have any knowledge of any problems associated with making this maneuver in wide deadband?
I don't know of any known sections back then.
Okay. Control, have you got that sheet I just gave you?
Flying J?
Go ahead.
I don't know of any reason why I should. There's an overland trying to read that thing.
Okay. How close are we to burn out of feet now, Dick?
Stars. Yeah. Looks like the light is coming.
We're about 20 degrees beyond, 20 degrees tip, 10 degrees roll off the burn.
Well, we won't get AOS, LOS, 37.
That's close to the attitude. Before we have to go to a yaw of 180 degrees and fly a stabilize. Okay.
Apollo Control Houston, 76 hours, 49 minutes, less than 20 minutes now away from LOS. Apollo 13 now 1,184 nautical miles away from the moon, traveling at a velocity of 6,218 feet per second.
Control, when we make this burn to burn out of here, are there any specific procedures or constraints you want to walk through?
Let's see, AOS is at 2 hours for burn.
Sometime, why don't we go ahead and make the burn?
Okay, and I guess we never got back to talking. We thought an hour and a quarter was good, but it is as far as we're concerned for power up, right?
Yeah, you've given them the half an hour last night.
Apollo 13, Houston. Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, we recommend you go ahead and make your Vert 49 maneuver, but just stay there in Vert 49 and don't go ahead to narrow the dead band just yet. And when you're in that attitude, why, of course, then you can make your star check. And one other item is, I don't think we got back with you, but that hour 15 for power up sounds fine with us.
Okay, at this time I'll start my Vert 49 maneuver, but will not nail the dead band, and I will take a look at Nucky.
Okay, guidance and control is going to start his Vert 49 maneuver to burn out of feet.
Right.
Almost.
Control, keep monitoring up there so we don't come close to the launch. Right.
I will leave the Vert 49 for later in case I need it. Don't want to do it now.
I was below that turbine before. That's a good idea. Lights you're going to see. You can coach Jim on that. Here. We're there. Terry's much better. Well, that's the white dead band, though. Stand by it. Yeah. Scorpio moves down. That cloud I see over this, now it looks like a Milky Way. Here's the... Huh. Here's the Aquarius.
Aquarius, Houston, go ahead.
Okay, we have completed our maneuver. We're in that wide dead band. Nucky is close to the top of my display of the AOT. Right now, I and Terry seem to be more closer towards the center. However, we are in that wide dead band.
Right, I understand. We'll have to make a better check later, I guess. I can't for the life of me figure out what that dark stuff is. Did you look at it, Jake? Yeah, could be. But I didn't recall one being in that part of the sky.
clearing. Like big black clouds. Well, you know what this bird is flying at 10 hours. Yeah. 10 hours.
Less than 10 minutes away now from predicted time of LOS. We're at 76 hours, 59 minutes into the mission. We see the velocity on our displays for Apollo 13 really building up now, reading 6,736 feet per second relative to the moon. Apollo 13 now 750 nautical miles away from the moon.
Does it look like we're in burn attitude now? GMC flight. Excuse me. Oh, flight. Okay. Okay, why don't you give me a quick status check on your systems here before we have LOS? About 7 minutes. Follow me, how about you? How are you looking? Okay, somewhere along the evening, I'd like you to make up some kind of summary and total consumables to give to the crew as soon as we finish this burn and when we start going through our power down checklist. I'd like you to be predicting all the way
7 minutes away now from loss of signal. Gene Crash going around the room checking with his flight controllers as to the status of systems. We now show 77 hours, 1 minute into the flight of Apollo 13. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Well, it looks fine as far as we can tell. Although we couldn't get much on what he's doing.
Okay, what's number? What did he say?
He said that Unky was at the top one period about 30 seconds.
Fine, Rafael. That looks fairly close to what we figured out. He was off the energy. That's pretty close to what we figured out. Okay.
Might be the debris that was thrown out there.
That into the cloud?
It's all dark now. The explosion.
Okay, let's how you looking at your approach LOS here. Everything happy down in the area? Affirmative, flight. How about you, Fido? You feel you got a good picture now?
Covered the wide
Flight,
area.
Fido, go ahead. Raj, how you looking at it?
You look real good, Flight. No
Less
problems
than
at all.
5 minutes away now from
Here, getting our
loss of
data
signal.
ready for this,
77 hours, 4 minutes into the flight.
To the limit, 78 hours.
Raj, how about you guys? How you looking?
Good, good, Flight.
Raj, control? No problem.
I'll make
Raj,
you
telling
switch
you?
the decent thing going around.
Telling me how you looking?
Feel that?
Surgeon, you got anything happening on that? I don't think so, Flight. I think that's in good shape. How about you, Income? No, Flight. Do you see anything that suggests anything that you want to be talking about right now? Nothing else. How about you? Nothing until after AOS, Flight. Okay, and AOS, what are you supposed to be doing? Talking about Star 6 and all that there? Roger. Network, how's our network?
77 hours, 4 minutes. Apollo 13, 526 nautical miles away from the moon, traveling at a speed of 7,122 feet per second.
Computer soup.
4 minutes now from time of loss of signal with Apollo 13 as it passes over the backside of the moon.
Yeah, if there's anything you want to be talking to the crew here, if you come tell all us, they're tagged up in front of all positions.
Flight time.
Go final.
The Saturday morning people are reporting on
775-632. I don't think there's any open space there. Okay. Flight restaurant, sorry. Not that one, but to use I believe we discussed that with them previously. It's kind of the back of my mind, but we identified you as not we reviewed the existing first setting. Flight FAL. The jet was right up to that way. Okay. Okay, Capcom, on us, still about 2.5 minutes, LOS, standing by, everything's looking good here.
Aquarius, Houston, over. Okay, Jim, we have a little over 2 minutes till LOS, and everything's looking good here. That's correct.
QAOS. Roger.
We've had lost backside of the moon. We're at 77 hours, 9 minutes, now on the
Okay, I
flight of Apollo
suggest if
13.
anyone wants to take a break or stretch or do something, have at it. We'll be coming back in about 40 minutes with acquisition and setting up for this flight mid-course burn here. Go procedures 23 minutes. Roger, 23 minutes, sorry about that. You're right. Hey Vance, we got a minor checklist change to close descent helium rigs 10 seconds prior to predicted cutoff. And what page is that on? I was looking for it originally and lost it.
Rotation. Translation.
Flight network. Go network. Sure like to recycle these two CPs now. Boy, I think that's a great idea. Fido, do you want to kind of restart tape also? We're doing it right now, Fido. Okay. Tell them you where art thou?
Okay. Sunrise. I shouldn't have touched the attitude. Damn. I tried to make a final line with the attitude and then I got into a mess. Yes. It's a constraint. Yes, it is. Sorry for answering like that. But yes, it is. And I had a lot of issues during training. I had on the practice run, I always have to refill the tanks once or twice. Now I am right on the line of the actual, but a little bit below again on the... It's here, it's on these hours where I lost all the fuel. But I made a mess. I made a mistake before. I tried to fine-tune the attitude, but I ended up doing a mess. Yes, I think. I don't know why it is, but you can see on the mission report. I'll give you the page now.
Control, do you know where Ptolemy is? Okay, he's probably down in the LIOH meeting. Control for flight. Have you and the guidance guys worked out the time when you're willing to power down the inertial system?
I don't know if I just came in. I'll ask Doris when he gets here, he counts down.
Okay. Go, guidance.
Was all this data passed up to the crew about where the sun was, where the Earth was?
Yeah, it was. I think we'll summarize it for him again briefly at burn attitude.
I think we probably ought to retract all that, because we have been trying to verify all this to the RTC and we can't.
Is that right?
Not right.
Okay.
Flight button.
Be interesting to check the source of that data. Okay, go, Fido.
You got about 2 minutes. I want to explain to you what we're going to do down here with this tracking data in terms of this maneuver coming up.
Okay.
All right. I don't know the root cause of the high fuel usage during this part of the mission, this particular part, but it always gets me.
Go ahead.
Moon.
L55. Okay, they're a little haphazardly out here. I'll see if I can round one up. Okay.
Not in attitude hold, because in attitude hold I found out that I waste more fuel
Yeah, here's one.
than manually fine-tuning it.
Control, you're on the loop.
Yeah, correct. I am in that, I applied that procedure, but what happened now is a mistake I did. What happened now is just a mistake I did. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Do you have the Apollo 13 mission ops report document? Page page 365. PDF page 365. I am using that as a reference to know if I am good on fuel or not. On this one I am above, slightly above than on my previous trainings. But I want to reduce the jet firings to the minimum. I want to reduce the jet firings to the minimum. And these jet firings we had earlier with the Bird 49, and which I call because I made the mistake, were too much. And I am on that DAP with a white deathband, but it's that it overshoots, you know, it overshoots because the CSM is on the back, so it overshoots always. The LGC always overshoots, so I control it better, fully manual with tiny poof, poof, poof of jets. But I made a mistake earlier and I didn't know how to control the gimbal angles, which inputs, and I ended up in a mess.
Shortly after acquisition, the crew should be starting into their activation checklist for this maneuver.
I don't know if I explain myself in the...
We'll be able to follow this activation. We'll be using the contingency checklist to our activation, starting at page 1. There have been a relatively large amount of minor
But you can see there on the page I showed you, you can see that at the parts of the mission where they do long RCS firings, the scale goes to the floor. I experienced the same, but it's like this LGC overshoots always, gives big RCS fires, very long RCS fires, and I don't like them, and I control it a lot better manually with these tiny poofs of RCS firing. Now I have it almost under control again.
Major burn error that's going to require some short-term correction. Almost intermediate correction.
If we had 2 hours of solid track, I'd probably feel pretty good about that. We could tell something then. Now, if we did have a major error, we'd want to keep tracking, but 2 hours should tell us whether we're in real good or do have a problem.
Okay, guidance flight.
But, well, okay, let's talk about this on the debriefing, because I already discussed these issues that I am having with, but yeah, I understand it's hard to explain. So I mentioned that I had RCS fuel usage issues, but maybe it's hard to give all the information, you know.
We should have the S4B out of your way about 77, 56, 27.
Right, thank you.
Okay, now which one controls R3? Let's see. This one controls R3, okay.
Apollo Control Houston, we're 2 minutes now from time of reacquiring Apollo 13.
You saw earlier, right, when I called Bird 49 in like desperation to make the computer point me to where I needed to be. You saw those big long jet firings, So it was like, if this is the center point, the computer was like doing
latitude 28 degrees, 27 minutes
better said.
west. Coming up now, 1 minute to
I don't know
AOS.
if I explain myself. And when I take manual control, I can, the ship is moving like this, but I can be able to and slowly stop it and control it, you know.
Okay, I'll flight controller in about 60 seconds acquisition.
Tell me if I am explaining properly Hindi, because it's a little bit frustrating, this issue. Okay. See, tiny poof, and I can control it perfectly, almost.
Standing by now for acquisition.
Yes, sir. We haven't got two-way lock yet. Well, flight controllers, we should be in our AOS. Okay, thank you.
We are in AOS.
Aquarius, Houston, how do you read? Well, flight controllers, we got some GM. Give you about 2 minutes to look at your thing, and then I want to put status report.
Are we running the LGC software from Apollo 13 or from an earlier or different mission? Okay, perfect. Great.
Aquarius, Houston. Okay, control, how you looking? Okay, how about you? Evaluate Aquarius. Aquarius, Houston, reading you about 3 by 3. Telling you how you looking. Okay. All right.
Okay, no touch. Don't touch the attitude. That's it. That's it. That's it.
Okay, I read you loud clear, man.
Don't touch the attitude.
Roger.
I think so. How could we check that? The upfiring jets are disabled with this special DAP configuration. I am on this DAP load 31120 now. Right, people, we passed behind the moon and the external view didn't work.
Apollo Control,
all right.
Houston, 77 hours, 38 minutes into the flight. Apollo 13 is now rounded the corner, headed back towards Earth. We show a velocity of... velocity of 7,062 feet per second.
Tell him you're in control. If you can track him as he's going through his activation, he should be starting in probably about another...
and a distance from the moon of
Peter Saiskowski.
566 nautical miles.
I think it does.
Alright, we're coming up on Mars 50 now.
Okay, so better said, I have upfiring jets disabled for translation, probably with that configuration, and all jets for rotation, but because we have a damaged CM on top, usage of ACA is restricted. I have to use TTCA and ACA only in yaw.
Our ignition clock shows 1 hour 47 minutes.
Okay, going to have dinner.
Until start of the descent propulsion system burn.
So be right back. 15 minutes. Indy, thanks for the help. Yeah, this view is absolutely amazing. And I think only on Apollo 13.
That might be Christian over there, Oh yeah, way off on the right. would be very thrilled to have. Well, this thing's a good biggest good that you can can't afford the amp, the heater.
Are you going to come out with some kind of a final check here on the burn attitude using the collapse AOP or some other function? I don't think we can. I'm going to do it. Can't use the sun and the earth or something like that? Stand by on that. I don't think the sun is in the
Up here. Here's for the Aquarius.
Go ahead, Aquarius.
Roger, we still wanted activation start time for our burn.
Understand, you want a power-up time, is that affirmed?
Yeah, that's he wants an activation start time. He had requested an hour and a quarter previously.
Okay, stand by.
Yeah, that's what he requested previously. At least Charlie, we talked that over briefly in the field, that an hour should be an adequate amount of pad there. So it's really, I think, in the area of 2 seconds at this point. I think he knows. Well, tell him that we understood that he felt that an hour and a quarter.
Okay, let's get the camera squared away.
That an hour and a quarter would be adequate for them to do the job. And from this standpoint, that's 2 seconds, and we feel that's a reasonable time.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, regarding the start time for the power-up, you mentioned an hour and 15 minutes. We think that's adequate. This is crew preference. Depending on how much time you think you need, we would go along with an hour and 15 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. Hour and 15 minutes.
That's the power-up activation time for the descent propulsion system engine burn.
That's what we wanted, isn't it?
We're now at 77 hours, 46 minutes into the flight to Apollo 13. Apollo 13 now 872 nautical miles away from the moon. Meanwhile, in Mission Control Center, one of our special purpose clocks is counting down to the predicted time of S4B impact. We show
based on the data you hear
10 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
Good alignment. What's your qualitative estimate of alignment factor? Well, based on the transcript, I would say it's probably about a 30. Okay. Till we get to that point in the checklist, I'll give you some idea as to when that'll be. It'll probably be about another 20 minutes, I'd say.
Okay, Pedro, you didn't go to that checklist for an hour? Let's get out and slow down.
I'd estimate something like 30 to 45 minutes.
Really want to wake that down and try to get it all ready to go. It looks like that down.
Oh, I think we ought to pass and all that stuff up. I agree there.
Right.
But I'd just as soon go down the normal activation procedure we gave with that powering up the and then powering back down to wake. All right. Why don't we pass it, though?
Flight captain, stuff like that. Have we ever changed LIOH up to this point, as far as anybody knows? I haven't heard.
That's the note I had from the previous ship to make sure that gets done and the power down. Is that still the status?
Apollo Control Houston, 77 hours, 49 minutes now into the mission. We presently show Apollo 13, 1,007 nautical miles away from the moon.
Okay, we're still holding
this velocity slowing down now relative to the moon, now reading 6,399 feet per second.
LIOH cartridges and planning to send it up after the burn, but I wanted to still want to do anything.
Yeah, I'd say that's one item we got to cover. I think the two items we got to cover now. You got a couple pads, you got a pad to read up. Let's get that up. Let's make that one checklist change in the decent medium range 1. And let's tell them that we had got some sighting data. And we gave them the COAS and sun and wind. So that is knocked out. Okay, how about AOT data? I believe they're still looking for it, but I don't think they're going to find it. Think you're still working on it?
We had stars flying all along. They could use services. Are we going to have one past that point? We're going to get some sun in the window or something got a lake. No, the sun is shielded by the limb. On that window, the area is along the front tank axis of the limb. So there would be an engine bell in the center part. Okay, how about this empty in the AOT at the center track that we saw? That wasn't right.
That wasn't right. So what we're doing is going in the sun check we get early. Chance maybe have to do. Right. So I think we ought to clear that up so that COAS data and the sun and the window stuff is wrong. Give me the update. Keep the descent medium rate.
Right, Madam.
Go, Madam.
We're ready to go down.
Okay.
Snapping the lamp and all on most of that.
Right.
Apollo Control Houston, 77 hours, 52 minutes now into the flight. We show 5 minutes away now from time of predicted impact of the S4B.
Yeah.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Okay, Jim, we have about 3 items for you. We have maneuver pads, P30 LEM maneuver again, and the maneuver pad for the CM for splashdown. We also have a checklist change in the LEM contingency checklist. And I'll stand by while you're gathering the books.
Okay, I got the contingency book, so give me that one first.
Okay, page 18.
Okay, I'm at page 18.
Okay, about halfway down, when propellant quantity equals 30%, or rather 37%, we would like to change that line.
Hello everybody.
When time to go.
Welcome back to Apollo 13 real-time simulation with audio in the background from Apollo in real-time experience by Stephen Slater and Ben Feist. Links in the description. We passed behind the moon, and in a few moments we are going to prepare
the general indications that we gave you before about the sun,
the PC+2 barn.
Being in the commander's window, and about stars in the AOT, such as that might be used for general indication of your attitude for the burn. That's all out the window. We're just going on the sun check that we made earlier, and we don't feel we have information that's good enough to give you the star and the sun in the window information. Okay, you're very weak now. When you're ready to take the P30 LEM maneuver pad, why I'll be reading it up. Okay, this is P30 LEM maneuver pad. PC plus 2 hours, starting with noun 33, 079, 27, 38,
1 hour and a half from now, approximately.
Plus 08330, minus 00509, minus 02139, NA, plus 00205, 08615, 424, 272, 081, and the rest is NA except for comments as follows. Ullage, 2 jet, 10 seconds. CSM weight, 62480. LEM weight, 33452. And the dips throttle profile.
Indie network.
5 seconds at minimum. 21
Indie
seconds
network.
at 40%, and the remainder of the time at max. Over.
S4B has not impacted. Uh-huh. This S4B thing is done on other missions or only on 13?
Okay, Aquarius, Houston, you're coming in about 1 by 1
I
now.
believe in other missions they also did it, right?
I heard everything except the beginning noun 33 values and the comments. Please repeat them.
I don't think which thing. That is a quote from the actual mission. Uh-huh. And is there any report on the user base about S4Bs missing the impact point?
Houston, how do you read Aquarius now?
Hey, you're loud and clear now.
Okay, I got power amp now. PC plus 2 hours. 079er 27 3830 plus 08330 minus 00509er minus 02139er in slash A plus 00205 08615 424 272 081 rest in slash A ullage to jet 10 seconds CSM weight 62480 limb weight 33452 dips throttle profile the same 5 seconds idle 40% 21 seconds remainder at max.
Roger. 40% for 21 seconds, I believe is what you read back, and all the rest is correct. Now for the maneuver pad for the CSM.
We are going very fast, Madison, and we are going to even increase our speed more after this burn.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Fredo, this is maneuver pad monitor PC plus 2 hours, all NA till you get to noun 61, latitude minus 2165, minus 16500, 11635. 36292 142 3922. Over.
Monitor plane change plus 2 noun 81 minus 2165 minus 16500.
How about you,
11635 36292 142 3922.
Raj, that was starting with noun 61, and that's correct.
Yeah.
By the way, Aquarius, we see the results now from 12's seismometer. Looks like your booster just hit the moon, and it's
rocking it a little bit.
Indeed, did I do something wrong with the S4B maneuvers or something? I think you got to see them. This also happened to me during the practice run in July. Remember, in July. Because I did two practice runs, one from launch in July towards almost LEM jettison. I interrupted that practice run because I was very bad, and then repeated from the accident towards splashdown in December.
You understand that
so
the sun check you made earlier in the AOT was that's what we're riding on.
Correct.
Anything we told you in the past about looking at the sun in the front left window or looking at stars like Numke through the AOT, why we want to forget.
Okay, let's see.
Roger, understand, Vance. I think Nuke would be kind of hard to see anyway with the moon right here.
Right.
Apollo Control Houston, 78 hours 4 minutes. Apollo 13 now 1,704 nautical miles away from the moon. Velocity now reading 5,768 feet per second. Vance Brand passed up a
I believe it was showing impact up to including flight day 2 and
27 minutes 38 seconds.
Good on I mean, I don't know how to say it in English. Very late on flight day 2 we could see that it was going to impact, so I don't know what happened.
Tell him to send him out.
You made a couple of tests.
Descent propulsion system. The burn should produce a posigrade delta V of 861 feet per second with this pad. Burn duration 4 minutes 24 seconds. We're at 78 hours 5 minutes now into the flight, and this is Apollo Control Houston.
Once you get into the checklist configuration, what do you expect your main bus current to be?
I'll go up another 10 amps.
Expect it to be running about 38 amps?
38, 40.
Okay, let's start the checklist already. Yeah, let's go. GPS display closed.
Flight open, flight. Go, flight. I think Phil Tyndall's got a good item here. It might be worthwhile to pass up to the crew. I think we ought to identify to the crew that the burn we're setting up for is not really time critical. You could afford to delay it or slip take. How far do you think you could slip take?
Let me talk to Retroflight. I'll be right back with you. If push came to shove, I think we'd rather delay the maneuver like an hour than keep slipping big, but we'll talk about it.
Yeah, if we're talking like a couple of minutes, then I think it should bother.
I don't think so either, Flight. I'll get right back to you.
Okay.
Got AC.
Flight bottom.
Apollo 13, or Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead.
Fred, after the burn, we'll get the power down
pressure
instructions or checklist changes to you. At the same time, we'd like to
AC
get
and
a
60C.
consumable
I
status
don't
to
see
you.
those lights.
All I'll say right now is that we think you look in reasonably good shape.
Heater.
Okay, very good.
Possible heater lights. Preamps. That Fred will ask now about the preamps.
Flight bottom.
Okay, that's it. Those were those lights.
Got the inverter turned on, flight.
We're on page 3, flight. Roger, page 3.
Okay,
All flight controllers,
Houston,
we're in page
first.
3 activation.
Go ahead.
Okay, one caution and warning light here, Sean. If you didn't call out the preamps, I suppose because we don't have the ATC breaker in yet.
That's okay, Capcom.
Okay, that's okay.
procedures, flight. Go flight. In the upper RTA, put my entry interface time. I want to start looking at that one from now on. How's that? Control, or guidance from flight. Guidance from flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Roger. When during this activation checklist do we want to collapse dead band down to 1.4 degrees?
Just prior to the maneuver. Why don't you ask Control when he would like to do it?
Control from flight.
Because I see
Yeah, we'd like to probably see it a good time frame before flight. Say, let's say 20 minutes or so. 15 to 20 minutes, make sure he gets it in. Okay. Now, guidance, is he going to have to go through this vert 49 again here?
Well, he needed to, yeah, he should do that.
No, he'll get a 50, he'll get a 50 when he calls
he's
40. Will he guide?
No, he can just go through P40.
Okay, but he won't be doing that until about 6 minutes. So what you want to do is collapse the dead band down prior to the time he goes into P40. And then go through the 5018.
Right.
Tell you what, guidance and control, I'm going to be back beyond that.
Line control.
Go ahead.
Looks like we're going to be done with this thing pretty soon, so we probably do it about 15 minutes before TIG. Maybe he doesn't call P40 until the timeline then.
Yeah, I think he'll probably be well ahead the timeline there. Get into P40, I bet he's in the P40 around about 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
Yeah, if he waits for 6 minutes, we'll be in good shape.
Okay.
Are you planning to give us a state next update?
That's a firm flight.
Yeah, we're ready whenever they get to the step on the activation where they bring up their S-band. Looks like they got the power amplifier up now. Enco, give me a configuration for commanding to the LGC.
That's the
one we used before?
Yes, but he's almost there. All we need is update a link. Circuit breaker closed on panel 11. He'll be there.
That's a firm, Jim. All we need is update a link. Circuit breaker closed on panel 11, and who and accept, and we can ship it up to you. Who and data.
Both telling you?
Yeah, it looks like they made it 685.
Okay.
Okay, let's manage this uplink.
Flight procedures. No procedures. Roger, we're configured for command. Okay. Guidance for flight. Go ahead, Brian.
Okay, Dan, we're in data and Boo, and the circuit breaker's in. Go ahead.
Okay.
Roger, they're configured for you.
Okay, this is the one that is
Echo, you got a
timed.
problem?
Negative flight. Data's live.
High bit rate. Is LGC static though?
I can't tell.
Looks like I got an asterisk in my column there.
Well, I know. We still LGC static coming into the building.
Okay, let's run it down, man.
Roger.
We got it flying. LGC data flying. Okay. Okay, guidance, you're cleared to start up blinking.
Roger, we're going.
Okay, we have to wait a little bit.
This is Apollo Control Houston, 78 hours, 20 minutes now into the flight of Apollo 13. At present, the Apollo 13 spacecraft is 2,461 nautical miles away from the moon and traveling at a speed of 5,343 feet per second. We show 1 hour, 7 minutes away from time of ignition of the descent propulsion system burn.
Okay, uplink complete.
Flight income.
Go ahead.
We need the range function. Switch to range.
Access status standby.
Would you verify range function?
Master
Switch to range,
alarm.
please.
Aquarius Houston.
Button max light.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, request verify ranging function switches
Okay,
and
Verb
ranging. We need that.
66.
It's not there now.
Panel 16, stabilization control.
You got it, man. Thank you.
AEA close. Max warning light off. Max close.
Roger. Okay, all flight controllers, we're in phase 12 of the activation.
Max operate.
Phase 13 also body action line.
Okay.
Caution and warning reset, then distant.
Apollo Control Houston, 78 hours, 23 minutes now into the flight. The crew of Apollo 13 continuing to proceed on their activation checklist.
Aquarius Houston, computer's yours.
Flight Fido.
Go, Fido.
There'll be no necessary pad now, except the one I already have. We won't have to.
Okay, good. Except the one the crew's already got, right?
Right.
Okay.
We ran a mid-course based on our host AOS tracking data, and looks real good.
Flight Dynamics advises Flight Director Gene Kranz that there will be no requirement to update the PC plus 2-hour maneuver pad.
Okay, as a matter of interest, I checked the LGC clock. It's good within about 5-10 seconds to the ground.
Okay.
Only open item or the main thing that has been done is that weight. Or that weight update.
Okay, they'll be doing that on the checklist.
Got to wait for the axe body align.
Fine, Jared.
Go ahead, guys.
Easiest one.
Be right back.
Okay. Is it correct? That's a Verb 21.901.
That's fine.
Okay.
Flight info.
Go and go.
If everybody's good with a high bit rate, since it's a minimum deadband, we can turn the power amp off again. And go to down voice back up a little bit rate.
See what other functions we got.
Okay, welcome back.
How many amps is that going to save me?
That's 3.4.
See, it would seem the next thing he's going to be doing, Enco, is go through his P30, P40 targeting there, and it'd probably be good to watch him as he goes through it here. Guidance, do you have any feel for that? Would you like to watch him go through P30 and P40?
I am not
keep it up, Enco.
Roger, Mike.
going to P40 yet.
30.
Aquarius Houston, did you come?
816.
Roger.
We didn't call you.
Okay.
Yep, correct. Yeah, indeed. One second, let me stabilize this.
Flight, have you seen them load the
Roger, I'd like to confirm that you're getting drinking water out of, potable water out of the command module. And if you can make any estimates of how much you use as time goes on and how much you have used, we'd appreciate it for our consumables analysis.
No, negative.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control Houston at 78 hours 30 minutes. We now show Apollo 13 at 2900.
Jack tried the procedure, and out of that pressure, we got 10 drinks made. That's roughly 80 ounces.
We now show Apollo 13, 2958 nautical miles away.
We had a little static on that one, but I think you said 80 ounces of water has been used out of the CM. Is that right?
Yeah, Jack worked the procedure and filled as many of the drinks as he could, and he made up 10 bags, approximately 8 ounces a bag.
Okay, we copy that.
Okay.
Apollo 13
Let's
now
go
traveling
ahead.
at a speed of 5,129 feet per second.
Everybody that needs water information, copy it? I assume they did, Captain.
Okay, Diga power close. Mode control pings auto. Throttle control auto.
Guidance and flight. Sorry, flight.
No control CDR. DC throttle to minimum.
Knock our power down by about 3 amps and go back a little bit for a while. Okay.
Bird 48.
Let me know when you get there and stable and you're happy control, and I think I'll knock our power back by about 3 amps.
We gotta get that deadband collapsed here.
Yeah,
It's a little early.
guidance said he had collapsed it. I saw his verb 21901.
Okay, yeah.
31021.
Right.
Proceeds. Bird 24 plus 32 993. Plus 62916. Proceeds.
Flight bottom. We could, based on our studies here,
Bird
put
34.
at least 15 minutes, probably more.
Okay.
We're certainly not critical.
And that's it.
Right.
Verify following switches: circuit breaker, attitude direct control closed, guidance control pings, mode control auto, attitude translation 4 jets, ACA prop
Guidance from plan. Go ahead. If we had to slip big time, how
enable,
would we do it?
ACA 4 jets,
Say 5 minutes or so.
ACA 4 jets, LMP, enable, TTCA 4 jets, LMP, enable.
Okay.
AK prop enable.
Okay, and then when you want to burn, what do you do? Proceed?
Okay, perfect. Alright, on to P30. Verb 62. Enter P30. $79, 27 minutes, 38.29.
Hey,
Proceed.
you want to take it for a minute?
Roger that, flight.
816.9 minus 46 minus 230.1.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, just a bit of information. If for any reason you had to slip TIG, why people here feel it wouldn't do much harm if you slipped it up to 30 minutes. The procedure, of course, as you know, is just not to pro on the flashing 99, and we thought you'd like to be aware that the TIG time isn't all that critical.
Roger, understand.
That discussion between Vance
Okay,
Brand
Delta
and Jim Lovell was
VAR
concerned with the
matches.
time of ignition for the pericynthion plus 2-hour burn. We're at
Proceed.
78 hours, 37 minutes,
50
now
minutes.
to the flight of Apollo 13. This is Apollo Control Houston.
Perfect. Shoot. Not perfect. One moment.
At 78 hours, 38 minutes, we now show Apollo 13 at a distance of 3,268 nautical miles away from the moon, and at a velocity of 5,030 feet per second. Our countdown clock shows 49 minutes, 30 seconds from the time of ignition. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Perfect. Okay, we have plenty of time to get into P40, so let's wait a bit.
Procedures, flight. Go ahead, Plank. You want to move those analog displays off there and put up channel 5 if you don't have anything better to put up. The right-hand item for me. Roger. Flight, we have made an agreement that we have about an hour. Agreement. Who wants it?
Okay, Vance, Aquarius.
Go, Fred.
Okay, I think it's finally coming through to us there, what you just said a little while ago. Were you suggesting that we move the TIG up 30 minutes?
No, not at all. We're just giving you excess information, just saying if you had any problem at all, it could be slipped.
Oh, okay, slipped 30 minutes. Okay, that's better.
Right. You guys are pretty fast, though.
Thanks. It's what happens when you...
kind of surprised us.
I guess that's what happens when you cut a lot out of a checklist.
That's it. It's what happens when you cut a lot of the checklist.
Pictures in between steps there too.
All right. Question. Trim criteria for this burn? Could somebody look at it, please? Trim criteria for Apollo 13 PC+2. Yep. We have been 4 hours in this attitude. Burn criteria.
GNC and Telemu from flight. GNC. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Trim criteria.
Telemu from flight.
Be right back.
Raj, just to give you my feelings here, I'd say within about 5 minutes after the burn, I'm going to come around to you for a final status check on all the systems, and immediately thereafter I'm going to start powering down. FIDO and guidance from flight. Go. I assume you monitored that. I'd say within about 5 minutes after cutoff on the burn, I'll come around for a status check among all the flight controllers, and then we'll move into the power down checklist. Roger, that's fine. Capcom, I assume you've got them. I have a power down checklist, and Charlie Duke and I are going to run through it here shortly. Okay.
Okay, Houston, Aquarius, radio check.
Loud and clear, Fred.
Okay, I had a change in the background noise. Just wondered if you're still there.
Right.
Apollo Control, Houston, 78 hours, 46 minutes now into the flight. We're 41 minutes away from scheduled time of ignition on our pericynthion plus 2-hour burn for the Apollo 13. Apollo 13 now 3,664 nautical miles out from the moon.
This power down sequence you're talking
Velocity now reading 4,913 feet per second.
I believe, to provide you ranging. I understand this has been coordinated between you and ENCO and Telemu.
Ranging or Doppler?
Excuse me, Doppler.
Okay, and that would be for at least 2 hours.
Yeah, I think the power down checklist will give you Doppler all the way.
Great, no problem at all.
Is that correct, ENCO?
That's affirmative, Blind.
Okay.
Range function will not be enabled, but we'll have Doppler.
Roger.
Okay, indeed is what I was thinking, but wanted to make sure. I will not trim the residuals.
Span from flight. Go ahead, flight. Bill, I'd like one final verification from you guys that free drift is an acceptable attitude control after the burn. Okay, we'll check it out. Come back to you.
We've sent that over, flight. We'll get some answer back ASAP.
Okay, well, we've heard that, been reported it several times, but that's my intention.
Roger, that's the same answer we've got.
Let me check. Verb 65, I will do it. Where I had problems with the Verb 65 was on the free return burn because it was short. With this one, I remember doing the Verb 65 and no issues with it because the burn is longer. Verb 65 disabled the upfiring jets, right? So yeah, as the burn is longer, it has more time to stabilize. It moves a little bit at the start, but then it's fine. The bone gets very stable.
Control from flight. Red line. Need me an AFD conference briefly.
guidance from flight.
Go flight.
Guidance from flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Meet me in AFD conference briefly.
Right.
Flight procedures, we're writing a checkpoint. Roger. Okay, everybody, we're coming up at about 30 minutes to burn time. Let's keep the chatter down a bit, please.
No, I don't know. It's like a quick save on the MCC consoles. I don't know what it is.
Telemute flight.
Telemute.
Meet me in AFD conference, please.
Right.
And why does it affect the flight controllers? I assume because the RTCC is busy during that and they cannot do stuff with the RTCC while the checkpoint is running. So mission control flight controllers are well-disciplined users. You know when a user, what happens when for a user something stops working for a few seconds. Okay, let's stop ranting.
Okay, all flight controllers, you might spend about the next 20 minutes reviewing all of the data, all of the procedures we've given to the crew, the patch data, the ground rules we've discussed. I'll be coming around to you at about minus 10 minutes for a final go-no-go for the burn. So that'll give you about 20 minutes to go over all the data we've given them, and also to look at all of our GM
Houston, 78 hours, 57 minutes now on the flight. Flight Director Gene Krantz just advising his team that he'll go around the room at about minus 10 minutes for a final go-no-go for the burn. We now show Apollo 13 at 4,146 nautical miles away from the moon and at a velocity of 4,791 feet per second.
I'll make sure who asks for it the next time that I hear about a checkpoint. Okay, in approximately 13 minutes from now we will load P40. Could it be retro now in a situation like this? And why Fido? I mean, he uses RTCC a lot, but...
Guidance from flight. Go ahead, Clark. The moon and the LPD at Pig. That's Pig, right? Stand by. That's affirmative. Okay. That's Pig.
Flight Fighter.
Go Fido.
That time it actually about 2 seconds after. So
Okay, that's good enough.
no problem though.
Go, tell me.
Yeah, one note of interest on our power down mode. It's going to be cheaper power-wise to watch all the data on CM than it is to leave up the onboard displays. That's why we chose the way we went.
Roger, copy. He's got the EPS and ECS displays, that's all right.
I think we're going to pull those too.
Okay, before we do that, I'd like to talk a bit more about it.
Okay.
Apollo 13, Houston.
Houston, Aquarius. Go ahead, Houston.
Okay, Aquarius, we have some new information regarding what you should see out the commander's window at TIG. Over.
Okay, go ahead.
According to calculations, you should see the moon. It'll be a full moon. You should see most of the disk. And it should be somewhere on your vertical LPD line, probably at about 14 on the LPD scale. Over.
Okay, let's redesignate
Roughly
LPD.
centered on 14.
That's pretty correct. 14 degrees.
Okay, Houston, I concur. I'm looking at 14 on the LPD, and the angle is just about centered. It's to south of Pericynthion, but it's the line is just slightly to north of center.
That's right, but his jaw angle is a little different.
Okay.